All right, and we are back, ladies and gentlemen. And just as promised today, a little bit later because I had stuff to do, but uh, just as promised, we have our new series that we're bringing to the channel. And I want to say this right, Project-Opono. Uh, if I did mispronounce that, I do apologize. The guy who made the video, the series, I know he was in the chat the other day, so I want to show him some love here. Hopefully, I'm not mispronouncing that. Fingers crossed, ladies and gentlemen. But yeah, hope everybody's having a good Sunday. We're gonna get into this in just a moment. Give some people a little bit of time to come in here. Want to make sure I put myself at a good little area here. Is this about as big as I normally do when I'm doing like the normal non like the recorded reactions? I feel like it's about that size. Obviously with the background, you know, I'm putting myself in this little square up here, as you guys can see the square. Well, you can't see the square, but there is the square. I'm trapped in a box within the screen on your screen. I'm in a screen within a screen. I'm trapped. Okay. I can make it a little bit bigger, but I'm trapped in this box here that I put myself in. So yeah, I hope everybody's having a good day so far. A little bigger, please. Yes. Okay. Bam. We're gonna make it a little bit bigger, and also we're gonna go full screen in the video. So I don't want to make it too crazy. All right. I feel like that's cool. So, and yes, Angel. Welcome into the stream here. So this is going to be a great project. I'm assuming this is going to be a good series that we're going to be watching here. Again, hope everybody's having a good Sunday. I'm having a pretty decent one myself. Had to get some groceries, things like that. So that was all fun to deal with. But yeah, we're going to go ahead and get started here in just a moment. Just want to make sure everybody has a little bit of time to get in. All right, perfect. So we're gonna get started in 3, 2. I don't know why I have to put up a 1. 1. Boom. We're going. Whoa! I like the music.
Well,
and everybody can hear this as well. No issues with the audio of you hearing the channel as well as hearing me. I might turn this down slightly just because it's a little loud on my side.
welcome, fellow explorers, to Project-Opono.
Yeah. Okay.
In this video, we will discuss the history of planet Opono from its formation to the beginning.
Opono. I said it right. Hey, I said it right. Also, guys, make sure you, before we fully get started, make sure you guys go to the channel, subscribe to Project-Opono. Boom, I'm hitting the like already, so you guys see that there. But yeah, support this channel. Let's go to the link will be in the description to this video. Once it after the stream, I'll put all the links in here for all the videos we watched today. But yeah, it's got a whole playlist, nice and organized for us. So yeah, we're gonna get started. We are learning about this planet Opono, fictionalized planet here. So if you are a fan of the Alien Biospheres videos, this is also going to be a good thing for to watch together.
Beginning of life on the planet. In the beginning, Opono was nothing but a cloud of gas and dust left over from the formation of the Eden system. Eventually, this material started to clump together, forming rocks.
Okay.
These rocks continued to fuse with each other, growing ever larger. The rocks eventually formed small planetesimals, the building blocks of planets. These planetesimals also began to clump together, eventually forming what we now know as Opono. At this time, Opono was nothing but a hot, hellish world with lava oceans and an atmosphere full of toxic gas.
This is how Earth was formed as well. So if you're not familiar with this process, this so far very normal stuff here. We got big explosion in the galaxy. We got a bunch of rocks and stuff clustering together, eventually forming around. I'm assuming I don't think he talked about the star system yet, but I'm assuming this is forming around at least one major star. Maybe this might be one of those planets that have 2 stars around it. They got 2 suns. But that's a whole thing. There's like, whole things that have to happen for that to work out properly. So we'll see how this goes. I'm assuming they have one sun though.
Gases such as sulfur, carbon dioxide, and other aerosols. This is what Opono stayed like for millions of years before the planet gradually started to cool down. However, this cooling period would be short-lived. This is due to another planet named Sturban colliding with young Opono.
Oh, wow.
This collision, similar to the collision between Earth and Theia, is what triggered many more millions of years of hell on Opono. The collision also flung Sturban closer to the stars, resulting in its modern appearance and unstable orbit. Opono, however, continued to cool again. The remaining material flung off of the planets during their collision had formed a ring around the planet. This would be short-lived, however, as most of the material rain.
Now again, very familiar because this seems exactly like the story of how Earth got started. If you guys don't know, fun fact, Earth did have rings for a certain period of time. Not long-lived rings, but we did at one point have a ring on it. Earth got divorced, just like Earth is just like me for real.
Back down onto the planet in marvelous meteor showers. The material that didn't fall back down to the planet eventually formed Opono's one and only moon, Parvu. Over the next few tens of millions of years, the planet began to cool again, eventually forming its first oceans. These oceans were not hospitable, however, as they were around 100 Fahrenheit at the hottest. Jumping forward another few million years, and the planet is near its modern temperatures. Over time, its atmosphere became more and more Earth-like, except that...
Now, I do appreciate, because obviously I was made aware of how this video was made before I've got to actually watch it. So I get to have a little bit more appreciation for it. But I'm pretty sure this is all one guy who made all of this through like pixel art program on his computer. So shout out once again. That is actually impressive to do all of this, and he's got a whole series. So you can only imagine the amount of hours that went through with making sure that this all fit properly. So again, as somebody who also has to deal with editing and stuff like that, and like it gets to be a little bit of a challenge sometimes. I think we can all kind of agree with that. The whole reason I like doing live streams is because there's a lot less editing that has to go into it before it comes out to the public. It's just one of those things. So again, I do try to make at least something happen, with these videos after, but just letting y'all know there's a lot of work that goes into it. And I want to shout out this guy for, putting in that work.
It had a lot more oxygen. Meanwhile, out in the cosmos, a rogue planet named Dekeel was heading towards the Eden system. Dekeel was an icy planet. However, it had a pretty sizable subsurface ocean under its thick layer of ice. This subsurface ocean harbored simple single-celled organisms. As Dekeel entered the system, it collided with millions of little rocks, which broke off some of its material. This material contained some organic compounds needed to create life. This material was flung towards the system, colliding primarily with the planets of Opono, Elva, and Hades. This allowed each of them to cultivate their own unique biospheres in a process called panspermia. Panspermia is a scientific theory which says that life can be transported from planet to planet using any means possible. This event sparked a new era in the history of life in the Eden system, allowing the seeds of life to take root.
And thus ends our journey through the history of Opono. We have explored all the way up to the beginning of life on the planet, from a cloud of material to a lush world ripe with evolutionary potential. Opono has come a long way since its formation. In the next episode, we will explore the planet in more detail, along with the first life forms to evolve in its oceans since Dekeel left the system. Thank you for watching. See you in the next episode.
So that was the epilogue that we just watched there. So I don't know. This is the first episode. Okay. I guess we got to replace this with your own material. So I'm pretty sure this is going to be some other material there before we get started. But I do want to say I did like that brief explanation of the the whole solar system, the whole system is in. You know, great explanation there. I think we should have learned. I want to say I wanted to know more about the star system as well, but I feel like that may have been something I possibly may have missed at the very beginning. So I might have to go back on that one. But again, so far so good. I like it. It seemed, you know, obviously very scientific there. You know, using a lot of different scientific theories on creating the solar system that felt very realistic. Now, I did notice that the one reason I wanted to go over the star system, because it seemed like they had one big like red star, but then I saw like a smaller white star like to the side of it. And I wanted to know more if this was like a dual star system, or one of them is just like a red star, which is going to be bigger. You know, it's going to be big, but it's not going to be as bright. But then it has a secondary star that's going to be small but super bright. So it's like one of them would probably be able to warm the planet, while the other one would be able to give it like the sunshine, like the brightness that our sun has. Pretty much using two stars to do what our one star does. Shout outs to our sun, bro. Our sun is literally the GOAT of stars that we could have. You know, some don't like it. Some people don't like it as much as others. Me, I love it.
Welcome, fellow travelers, to Project-Opono. In this episode, we will go over Opono and its early biosphere. Opono is a mid-sized rocky planet situated in the middle of the habitable of its stars, Eden A and B. Opono has a mass of 0.78 Earth masses, thus it has a lower gravity than Earth. Opono has a warm climate, ripe with evolutionary potential. But before we see what life forms inhabit this world, we must go over a few major abiotic factors. Opono has one moon, Parvu. Parvu is a small moon, barely being able to coalesce itself into a sphere, thus it has to deal with an odd pear shape. Opono's atmosphere is similar to Earth's atmosphere.
So wait, our moon has a pear shape? We got a pear-shaped moon?
Has to deal with an odd pear.
That's our moon right there? Like, you know, I wouldn't be happy with this, bro. I wouldn't be happy with this.
Opono's atmosphere is similar to Earth's atmosphere, with one major difference being the large amount.
I mean, how big is this moon? Could it be considered a moon if it doesn't have enough gravity within itself to form like an actual sphere? Or does it just not have the most? Like, what's going on here? Why is it Why is it shaped like a pear in space? I mean, that sounds more like a comet. It sounds like we just got like a comet that's just like circling us versus like a full-on moon. You know, is this thing? Our current moon is bigger than what, like Pluto, ain't it? Like, you know, is this Pluto shaped? Is this Pluto sized at least?
Of oxygen. Opono has 37% of its atmosphere being oxygen. This results in animals being able to grow larger, but also means wildfires are way more deadly than on Earth. Now that we have those major factors out of the way, let's see what life inhabits this strange world. But before we do that, we must see how its continents drift from the first life to the present day. I will show you how they drift now. The continents' names are Proto.
There's something about this being pixel art that is so much funnier than like anything, and not in a bad way. Again, shout outs to the creator of this. I enjoy the pixel art, but there's a comical effect to how that just happened. There's definitely a comical there's a comical tone even to how he said, I'm gonna show you how they happen now. There's a pause and then it immediately just happens. It's not like obviously it would take so much work to do this, but to like have him slowly go into the actual places pixel by pixel versus obviously what he's doing is, it went to the next one. There's like a comedic timing to how he just did that, which I appreciate. As a silly guy myself.
We must see how its continents drift from the first life to the present day. I will show you how they drift now.
It's the "I will show you how they drift now" thing that gets me.
drift from the first life to the present day. I will show you how they drift now.
Bam. Bam. Yeah.
The continents'
I like it.
names are Proto, Defteros, Meso, and Apovlidos. Proto, Defteros, and Meso form a supercontinent.
Guys, are you more of a proto, Defaturos, Mesos, Alpavitos type of person? Personally, I really mess with Mesos. I think Mesos is kind of like the one. I'm gonna go on a limb here right now before the video even goes on. First, I'm gonna give it a like. Make sure you guys also go to go to the video, give this guy a like as well. But I'm gonna go Meso. I'm gonna say off rip that in the future it's gonna be the best area. I'm making my bets now, so guys, make your bets below. Which area you think is gonna be the most comical. Anthrax, what's going on? I haven't seen you here since the last time I saw you here. I like seeing people here with crowns on them, though. That's pretty cool. It's an interesting thing you guys have there, crowns. I like it. I really mess with it. Shout out to all my kings and queens in the chat,
Known as
Got your crowns on your head.
After some time, Proto splits off and drifts northward, while Defteros and Meso drift towards Apovlidos. Eventually, Defteros splits off from Meso, drifting northward and merging with Proto to create a new northern supercontinent. At the same time, Meso and Apovlidos drift towards one another, creating a smaller southern supercontinent. In the beginning, Opono was a lifeless rock with oceans.
Okay, so this is an area with two supercontinents that are kind of like, it's like one is southeast and then northwest, and then all in between it's just nothing but ocean. So I can imagine the ocean patterns on this planet is going to be wild. This is like, is this less than? I feel like this might be like 80% ocean at this point. This is like ocean planet right here. This is almost the One Piece planet. It's just the strips don't connect and it's not all in the center. But it's getting there.
Till one day a rouge planet named Dakil entered the Eden system with oceans. Until one day a rouge planet named Dakil entered the Eden system. Dakil has a subsurface ocean teeming with all forms of microscopic life. One day, Dakil entered the Eden system and collided with a few asteroids, which flung some of its ice at Opono and to other planets in the Eden system. After this collision event, Dakil exited the system, leaving in its wake a new era in the history of Opono. Eventually, the small, single-celled life forms began to diversify and expand into the as-of-yet vacant oceans of Opono. At this point in the history of life on Opono, everything was heterotrophic, meaning that the organisms couldn't produce their own food, so they had to eat things. But eventually
Hey, I'm used to that. I like to eat things. I just ate before this stream. So in a way, I can kind of relate to these creatures, They can, they can't just produce food on their own. They got to go to the store just like everybody else, They got to go to the grocery store, come home, they got to, get the stove, make sure that's working and everything. They got to, chop up, prepare the food, season it properly, just like me for real. So I can understand these guys on a level that some people wouldn't be able to understand these guys on.
clade of single-celled organisms evolved the ability to do photosynthesis, which is the process by which an organism uses sunlight to produce sugars. The dominant plant color on Opono will be yellow. Keep in mind that plants can be any color they want. It just so happens that yellow is the dominant color on Opono. Eventually, these single-celled photosynthesizers will converge into one organism. The Photinostroma are the first clade of multicellular plants on Opono. These algae-like organisms will coat the surface of
Now, I do have to ask, and I guess this is more of a non-jokey scientific question here. So, when he's saying that the dominant color is yellow and that they can be any color that they want. Now, on Earth, I'm pretty sure most things like algae and stuff is green just because that's the color that doesn't, that stays on, while all the other different colors of the light spectrum kind of bounce back. Those other colors, like, they're there, but when the light spectrum hits, they just reflect back green just because that's, it's something about how they absorb the light and everything. So is that just like, is he explaining how like even the algae and everything is green, or like that's normally green on Earth, that's going to become yellow just because of like color preference? Or is, I thought there was like or is it because they have two stars? They have like the white sun, the smaller, and then they have the red sun that's larger. Is it because of that they actually can, absorb the different spectrums of light and then reflect back any color that they want? Or is this like they have to? It seems like obviously he said they can be. So I guess, like, am I wrong here? I guess what I'm really asking is, was I correct in thinking that plants were green currently because of the way that they reflect light back through this, because of the spectrums of light that we have based off our sun? Maybe I'm wrong on that one. Maybe plants are just like, you know what? I just love the color green. Which, you know what? Green is my favorite color too. So again, shout outs to plants. Me and plants are, like this, day ones. I've been seeing plants my whole life, so I really mess with them. I just want to make sure that I know this properly, because I might be misunderstood on some information here. Plants could be hiding some stuff from us. We could be seeing purple plants all the time. They just refuse to do it. Maybe it's our fault. We're not telling them that we want the colors. But again, what's going on here? Maybe I'm wrong.
Be any
Comment down below. Let me know if I'm wrong about that.
color they want. It just so happens that yellow is the dominant color on Opono. Eventually, these single-celled photosynthesizers will converge into one organism. The Photinostroma are the first clade of multicellular plants on Opono. These algae-like organisms will coat the surface of Opono's oceans in a thick yellow mat, becoming an as-of-yet untapped food source to which animals will start to take advantage of.
One such animal is the hexapinae. These small creatures are the first clade of multicellular animals on Opono. They have 6 fins, 3 in each side of their body, which they use to swim. They have 4 tentacles, which they use to tear off pieces of Photinostroma and pass it into their...
I like how he also incorporates other artists into this. Shout outs to the artistic Panzer. That's an interesting name there, but I like the details in this one
mouth.
here. Because you get the pixel art, but then you get a slightly more like
For tentacles, which
image.
they use to tear off.
You get like a slightly more detailed image here as well, which really helps you visualize this creature in your mind here. They both do the job. It's just, they both work with each other to help formulate your mind what this creature should look like, and I appreciate that.
Pieces of Photinostroma and pass it into their mouth. They also have 6 eyes to allow them to see their food. They have green blood, which, although less efficient than...
Whoa. Hold on. Majority, we got some good blood here. Now, I thought human blood was blue before it hits oxygen. Am I wrong about that too? Do I not know things about things, ladies and gentlemen? Am I really just a person who doesn't know things about things? Because I thought that I knew things about things. Watch Sky and Plant Color by Artiflexion. Okay. I might have to pin that message there. I need to watch that one. Come on, I'm trying to read the other message here. There we go. I'm not screaming, by the way. The video just just in all caps. I don't know why that's funny to me, but I get it. The video is in all caps. I get you're not yelling at me at the moment. But yeah, I thought our blood was blue before it hit oxygen. I didn't know that. Wait, is our blood is this like after it hits oxygen color? like there's some creatures out there with purple blood after it hits the oxygen. Peanut worms. Well, hold on now. Because I know I didn't just read after the word peanut worms, penis worms. Is this a real thing? Like, why is that? Okay, who named that one? Who was the guy that was like, you know what this worm looks like, guys? Guys, you know what this worm looks like? Yeah, grow up, scientist. You know, some marine worms have green blood. You know, I don't think I've ever seen a leech in real life, so I can't even say I've seen like leech's blood. But I've never seen a leech. You know, I feel like I've killed a spider before and didn't see it with blue blood though. So it must not be all spiders, you know, it must be like a specific spiders. I feel like any random animal or thing I've ever like swatted or anything, always been red blood. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I haven't like diversified in the animal kingdom of which I have taken the lives of. Mostly just small bugs that are ever around me, you know. But I don't go out of my way to go kill worms and spiders and stuff. Like, if I didn't see them, they're safe with me. You know, it's just when you start getting into my areas and stuff, then I'm like, yo, got to do what we got to do here. But yeah, I try not to just randomly find. So I've never seen creatures with blue blood. The blue blood under the skin thing isn't true. Veins look blue because of light scattering through skin. Oh my God. Oh my. What is this? What are these lies I've been told my whole life? What is happening right now? How are you? We've all, like, you've been told that before. Everyone in this chat has been told that before, right? Like, I'm not crazy. Yeah, gonna be interesting. Yeah, we are gonna be seeing the next alien biospheres. But today we are doing the watching this Opono series. We're learning about Opono. I'm also learning about how my whole life I've been lied to. You know, blood isn't blue. It's always just been red. Who's even going around saying it was blue?
Red blood still allows them to grow quite large, growing up to 5 inches long and living up to 5 Earth months. While the hexapinae feed on the photinostroma, other animals may feed on marine snow, which is detritus made up of dead organisms which falls to the seafloor. The Dichiosoma are those animals. These organisms are sessile, meaning that they can't move. They don't need to, however, as their food source drifts down to the seafloor by itself. However, one issue faced by these organisms is reproduction. These animals are sessile, meaning that they can't move to find a mate. They may solve this issue by using broadcast spawning, meaning that they spew gametes into the water in hopes that a few of them make it to adulthood. These animals might be hermaphroditic, meaning that their gametes don't need to be of the opposite gender to form offspring. Once their gametes unite, their larvae drift in the current for a few weeks before they find a place to suction to, where they transition into their adult form. The adults have the tentacles which they use to filter marine snow and guide it into the mouth, a large, pot-like stomach to digest their food, and to eyes at the tips of their tentacles to locate anything dangerous. They grow up to 3 inches tall and live for up to 3 Earth months, as the hexapinae feed in the photinostroma.
So, guys, obviously, I know that they're using it feels like they're using like the AI voice. I will say, me personally, there is something that is a little funny about the AI voice and just the speech patterns of it. You know, it's the speech patterns and how they put the different fluctuations on certain words, and then certain points in there, like even every time there's like a comma, like obviously they say, you know, it's like you hear the comma within it. I just think that part is a little comedic to me. That's just me personally because of the type of mind I have. But that, you know, again, shout outs to the video.
They may begin to try and stop themselves from being eaten. One branch of photinostroma may evolve a thick waxy cuticle around themselves to prevent the hexapinae from eating them. One benefit from this is that they can grow larger, with these new plants growing much larger than their ancestors. These plants may evolve to be circular to gather as much light as possible. These plants may evolve a sticky layer around their waxy cuticle to allow them to stick together in huge colonies near the equator, being so large in fact, that they look like giant living islands from space. We will call these plants the Thalasphilo. They grew up to 15 inches long, from the Photinostroma to the Dichiosoma. Life on Opono has diversified greatly since Dactyl left. In the next episode, we will see how these simple creatures evolved to fill every niche available, as well as the evolution of the apex predator of the ocean. Special thanks to all the fan artists on Discord who made fan art for this episode.
Hey,
you guys
shout outs to all the people who made the fan art. The Average Avocado, The Other Stick, Artistic Panzer. These are all very funny names. The Other Stick, I don't know why I'm getting funny. That's like funny to me, but it is. An Average Avocado, that's pretty funny. I feel like that's like something you'd see on a t-shirt. And the Artistic Panzer, that again, that's just hitting me in a funny bone right there.
guys made it look a lot better than it would have been with just my art. Thank you all for watching.
Right,
see you in the next episode.
Hold on. That's a good idea. Maybe check out the complete history of the Earth series by Paleo Analyst. Okay. Yeah. And then obviously not right now, but when you're able to. Well, yeah, I get that. I like that idea. Let me pin can I pin more than one? Okay, what I want you to do, I have one thing pinned at the moment. I gotta just look these up, I guess. Okay, give me a moment here. What's it called? Complete History of the Earth series. Let me go ahead and look that up right quick, because I feel like I'm gonna forget about it any other point. Do. Here we go. Bam. We're going to save this to a playlist. Live reaction, stream playlist. Bam.
Welcome back,
Add it
fellow
to the
travelers,
playlist.
to Project-Opono.
Don't forget about this. Don't forget how much I do for you guys. Don't forget it. I love you guys. I stopped the middle of the stream just to find just for you. I'm doing this all for you. Okay. I'm losing it now, right? Okay. I'm starting to lose it. Boom. And then I gotta move myself back to here. I'm being a little too silly now.
In this episode, we will see how the organisms of Opono adapt to newly evolved predators. Meet the Longacata, descendants of the Hexapinae. These animals have changed a lot from their ancestors, the most noticeable changes being their larger size and tail fin. Their tail fin is used to allow them to achieve bursts of speed while hunting for their main prey. The Hexapinae, their increased size.
You know what? I do enjoy the music in this. It's just like, it's so calming, and like, it just really hits that spot for me, the music. So again, shout outs to the creator. If you guys haven't already, make sure you go and subscribe to Project-Opono. Again, good series so far. I'm a silly guy, so there are things in this video that I know for a fact were not supposed to be funny, that I personally find a little comical. So no offense by that. Again, I don't know how he's going to feel about this when he sees it, but there's no offense taken. I am just a silly guy.
Size is also useful when mating. Males use their newly achieved speed to race towards a small school of 3 to 4 females to try and get a mate before their competition. If a smaller male tries to take the female of a larger male, the larger male will intimidate it into backing down.
Just like on Earth, bro. That still happens to this day. That happens to this day. You see people like that. Some guy tries to hit on the girl, and then some dude goes, "Oh, you looking at my girl?" Just try to intimidate them away. Meanwhile, the big dude probably don't want to fight. And, some of these small guys, they be out here doing, we got MMA and stuff, people be out there looking all skinny and all, next thing you know, it's like, pow, 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 you on the ground. They did wrestling for 15 years. So you ain't even know. They were a freaking martial arts expert for the last 20 years of their life. And you over here just thinking that she was just big. But, turns out those were just like for show muscles.
Prey is scarce. They may occasionally feed on the thalasphilo, being mesocarnivores. Mesocarnivores are predators who gain 50 to 70% of their food from meat, and the rest from plants. They grow up to 1 foot long and live for up to 5 years. One branch of the Longacata may evolve to feed on the Dichiosoma. They may evolve to use their bottom to tentacles to grab their food and pull it up from the seafloor, with the top to tentacles evolving a flap of skin.
Hey, shout outs to Blab.
To grab their food and pull.
Shout outs to Blab. Again, I do enjoy the mix with the pixel art with more detailed art, just because with the pixels you can only get so much detail in those pixels before it starts, it's like, all right, how small can you make a pixel at that point? But then, with this, it gives it a little bit more clarity. So again, the two together really help formulate the look of these creatures in your mind. I enjoy that.
It up from the seafloor, with the top to tentacles evolving a flap of skin between them and the main body, evolving into dorsal fins. These animals may also evolve teeth in their throat to grind their food into a paste before passing it into the stomach.
Oh, wow.
They may evolve a brown coloring to blend in with the seabed. Their front pair of eyes may evolve to be larger and more sensitive to the dim light of the seabed. With these adaptations, these Longacata will become the apex predators of the seabed. We will call them the Dinatabrachid. They grow up to 3 feet long and live for up to 3.5 years. After Dinatabrachid evolves, the Dichiosoma may evolve a new way of defending themselves. One branch of Dichiosoma may evolve a shell to protect themselves from Dinatabrachid. This shell may be made of calcium. Whenever a predator is detected, these animals may retract their feeding arms into the shell, and so appear like a lifeless.
Hey, shout outs to Blob Basil, Blue Basil. The names are funny. I like this art style as well. This one's more like, it's like if you ever played like a Game Boy, like a Game Boy Advance, or like a Game Boy Color or something. It's like that type of art where it's like, I guess this would still be like pixel art here. So I'm not sure if this is considered pixel art or not. I enjoy this art style as well.
Rock. This is called defensive mimicry, where an animal evolves to look like something that it isn't in hopes of avoiding predation. These animals may also evolve filter feeding hairs along their tentacles to collect more marine snow than their ancestors ever could.
Also, I just thought about it, guys. If you ever see like a funny moment in the clip or any of the especially with these live streams, again, feel free to clip it or whatever. Spread the influence all around. Spread my influence all over people. I guess I don't know how you say that properly, but yeah, if you ever see a funny moment or anything, feel free to clip it. I'm not really, a person who cares about all that type of stuff. If it makes me look ridiculous, it is what it is. I just want to let that be known while I'm doing, especially since I'm doing, trying to do a little bit more live streams. Again, recorded videos are still on the way. They're being edited now. So, if you guys are fans of the Alien Biosphere series, which I know you are, you guys are going to be getting a actual recorded video coming out this week. So I'm actually editing that. I know somebody in the chat had brought up Alien Biospheres. So yeah, Alien Biospheres will be coming out this week. I just wanted to do this live stream today just so we could do like viewer recommended stuff, stuff like that. So, and we got recommended this whole series. I was like, that'd be a great stream. But yeah, Alien Biospheres is coming out this week. So be excited about that. We're apparently learning a lot of scientific stuff this week. This might be an all science week. I don't know. I might have to bring out the Curtis art videos. I might have to like watch a Curtis art video this week or something just to fully science it out. This is all real science November. Is that a no nonsense November? All science. I don't know. What are we doing here?
These adaptations. These Dichiosoma are well defended against Dinatabrachid, and thus will start to thrive in the as of yet vacant seabed. We will call them the Panoplosoma. They grow up to 1 foot tall and live for up to 10 years. They may form vast reefs at the equator.
Okay.
We will explore this biome in a future episode.
Shoutouts to Michael.
While the animals have been diversifying, the Thalasphilo may be evolving as well. Perhaps one branch of Thalasphilo evolves to grow on the seabed. These plants may evolve a stem to be higher up in the water column and be closer to the ocean's surface. This will allow them to collect as much sunlight as they can. Their stem may also evolve a hold-fast-like structure to anchor itself to the seabed. We will call these plants the Stellophyto. They grow up to 1 foot tall. As the Stellophyto grow on the seabed, the competition for light rapidly escalates.
Yeah.
Perhaps one branch of Stellophyto evolves to grow taller than their competition. Their ancestral gas bubbles may evolve into a large hollow cavity inside their stem filled with air, providing them with an interesting way of supporting themselves. As this happens, the plant itself may grow taller, evolving into something similar to a tree. These underwater trees may form dense jungles near the equator bordering the reefs. We will
Now, how is that going to affect the life that would be created? Because there's going to be creatures that eventually adapt to living just on these things, just like in life or on the land. You know, you get a bunch of trees that's just like, you know, you have a forest on land. That's where a bunch of life is just going to start exploding. So in this biodome here, even underwater, I imagine if they're gonna, you know, have hollowed out insides and pretty much just be a big tree that, you know, takes up as much light as possible, then there's gonna be some other creatures I imagine that adapt to live within them, you know, which would probably ruin the structural integrity of them. But you know, it is what it is. But you know, maybe either live on them or in them or just around them and take advantage of that. Probably maybe some creature lives on top of its, you know, branches, you would say. I don't know. I don't know if it'd be as sturdy just because I don't know if we know the full material of this creature's anything yet, but I imagine it wouldn't be as sturdy. But you know, it would still be able to have some type of life, like enclosed. Like if you cut out some space in his arms or something, you know, it'd probably still be able to support itself and have like some fish living in it.
Explore this biome in a future episode. We will call these plants the Silostele. They grow up to 5 meters tall. As the Silostele grow taller, other Stellophyto may do the opposite, growing shorter. The Epigeostal have evolved to have their stem be fully underground, with only their leaf sticking out at the top. They have also evolved a wider leaf to capture as much of the little light as they can. Due to taller plants blocking out almost all of the light, these plants have evolved a darker pigment to gather as much light as they can to not starve to death. These plants grow up to 30 inches wide. As the Silostele, Stellophyto, and Epigeostal begin to spread across the seafloor, animals may start to take advantage of them. The large leaves of these plants may provide a hiding place for the Hexapinae and other small creatures. However, as of yet, nothing can eat these plants. Perhaps a clade of Dachyosoma evolves to feed on these plants. One problem these creatures face is that they are sessile, meaning that they can't move. However, the larvae of the Dachyosoma are semimodal, using their feeding tentacles to swim until they find a place to stick to the sea floor and mature until an adult. Perhaps one clade of Dachyosoma evolves to stay modal for their entire life. This is called neoteny, where an organism exhibits larval or juvenile traits into its adult form. Perhaps these neotenous Dachyosoma evolved to use their ancestral suction cups similarly to the foot of a snail or slug, flexing muscles on their underside to move them along the seabed. Their feeding tentacles may become more muscular, to be able to pluck the leaves off of the plants they feed on. We will call these strange organisms the diabrachid. They grow up to 3 feet long and live for up to 15 years. As the diabrachid evolves, the dinatobrachid may evolve in tandem. Perhaps one branch of Dinodibrachid evolves their arms into a stiff-bottomed jaw, using it to scoop up Diabrachid off of the seabed. These animals may evolve a more powerful tail fin as they dig their bottom jaw into the seabed to scoop up their prey. We will call these animals the Phtyerobrachid.
They gotta have a filter or something, right, to shoot out the sand so you don't confuse all the sand with the fish that they're trying to capture, you know?
Grow up to 6 feet long and live for up to 24 years. After the
Whoa, 24 years? Who is this guy? Mr. Live Forever over here. Mr. I got all the lives in the world over here. Mr. I'm gonna live past everybody I know over here. Who is this guy? 24 years? The other guy, 15. And I was like, whoa, impressive 15 over there. Not anymore. This guy, come on, bro. Who's this guy?
The evolution of
he's going to be around to this day.
Phtyerobrachid, Diabrachid has no defense from their new predators. Perhaps one clade of Diabrachid evolves to dig burrows, but to adapt to a burrowing lifestyle, they may need to make some changes to their body. These animals may thin out, becoming long and slender, similar to earth snakes. These animals' burrows may be super long, so that predators will give up trying to find the animal if spotted out of its burrow. These animals rarely exit their burrows, only coming out to breathe, eat, or find a mate. These animals share the dyes of the ancestral Diabrachid, eating epigeostal and marine snow. We will call these long animals the Macrosoma. They grow up to 7 feet long and live for up to 29 years. So far, we have mainly
29? Okay, what is this, an arms race to see who's going to live the longest? What are we going to see, a guy who's living up to like 80 years pretty soon? That's not even going to be like, it's going to be like a million years in the future, and he's going to be like, yo, I'm living up to 80, you know? Which, very fast in, you know, freaking times, I feel like, you know, it was like, oh yeah, give it like 200,000 years, all of a sudden, boom, 200-year-old creatures over here. Like, what's going on here?
focused on the sea.
This is a slip. I don't know how slippery the slope is, but it feels like a slippery slope that we're going through, where creatures are starting to live for a pretty long time. I was expecting everybody at these eras to still be like 2-3 year times of life, you know, like boom, you got to do all this quick. You know, you got to make it happen real quick, Captain. You got to make it happen, Captain. How long was DNA? Like, how long were, like, what are the freaking things for Earth? Am I wrong here? I might be wrong. This might be another situation where blood wasn't blue the whole time. So let me know if I'm wrong in the comments below. But like, you know, were creatures living like 29 years back in like prehistoric Earth days? Like, that feels like a long time for like a sea creature. You know, you're underwater. It's a lot of other creatures there. It's crazy. Life is crazy. You know, obviously this is the beginning, but like even the beginning was crazy. You know, like who's living to 29 those years, you know? You'd be lucky if you hit year 6. You know, you try to hit year 10, it's like, whoa, old man over here. Mr. Double Digits in the building over here. Like, whoa. Who, like, you already started, did you get your AARP check yet, Mr. I'm 10? You know, like, these are sea creatures, you know? Like, 10 years feels like a long time for a sea creature to be alive. Let me know down below. Maybe I'm just tripping. That might not be a long time.
Let's venture up into higher waters to see how the Longacauda and Hexapinae have been evolving. As the population of Longacauda grows larger, the Hexapinae start to dwindle in number. As a result, many species of Hexapinae go extinct. But before fully dying out, one branch of Hexapinae may evolve to fill the role of Earth krill. These animals evolve to be smaller than they already are, growing up to a maximum of 4 centimeters long. It is for this reason they are considered zooplankton, meaning that they cannot swim against the current. These small Hexapinae feed on smaller zooplankton and Photinostroma. We will call them the Micropinae, and they live up to only 3 Earth months. After the evolution of the Micropinae, one branch of Longacauda may evolve to feed on them. These animals may evolve into giant whale-like creatures with a stiff skeleton made of calcium for extra support while swimming. They may also evolve
skeleton made out of calcium. Let me know if you heard that one before. Sounds like me for real.
Of millions of small teeth to filter out
Millions?
the micropinae and other zooplankton from the water and pass them into the mouth.
Okay.
These animals may grow to be the largest creatures on the planet. We will call them the Phalaenosoma. They grow up to 35 meters long and
Whoa.
live for up to 50 for years.
Whoa.
After the evolution of the Phalaenosoma, other Longacotta may evolve to feed on them. The Carchariapsari are the top predators of Opono's early oceans. They have evolved a four-part jaw from
Bro, what is this? You telling me there's a shark with 4 jaws? Come on,
their
bro.
ancestral tentacles with backward angled teeth to force prey into their mouth. These animals have specialized their middle pair of fins for different purposes. One of the fins became a dorsal fin, allowing them to cut through the water with surprising speed. The other one evolved into a ventral fin used for stabilization while turning. These animals have also evolved a more powerful tail fin. The tail fin of these animals are a crescent or lunate shape, which allows them to be one of the fastest creatures in the ocean. They have also adopted a form of swimming called thunniform swimming, where only the tail fin is used in locomotion. The remaining 4 fins have evolved to aid the animal in turning. They may evolve a form of counter-shading, where an animal is perfectly camouflaged with the water. They may have a dark blue top and light blue underside. When viewed from above, they blend in perfectly with the deeper water below them, and when viewed from below, they blend in with the lighter water above them. These animals also have a skeleton made
You know, I do wonder how this happened in nature. Like, if somebody could explain how that part happened in nature for the first time. Like, do we have a documentation of, like, the first known animal to have this type of, like, you know, oh my gosh, the top is dark and then the bottom is white. Like, we probably don't know which one is the very first. We probably just have the first one we documented as having it. But, like, what was that? Was it was it the shark? Was the shark the first animal we ever saw that was like, yo, this is some crazy stuff right here? It was probably a normal fish. I think fish have this too. We may have been catching fish and was like, whoa, that's interesting. I wonder what's behind this one. Yeah, let's eat it anyway. But then somebody was like, I need to know the answer. And then they figured it out.
made of calcium, similar to their Phalaenosoma relatives. These animals grow up to 15 meters long and live for up to 37 years. With the evolution of the Carchariapsari, other Longacotta species may be pushed out of the apex predator niche. One branch of Longacotta, they evolved to be more generalist, feeding on anything they can get their tentacles on. They may evolve to live in schools of up to 1,000 individuals, using safety in numbers to avoid predation. They also have a blue skin color to blend in with the water around them. Once every year, however, they congregate in mating schools of up to 10,000.
I'm not gonna lie, I know you said they have a blue color. This feels a little purple. It might just be me. This feels a little purple.
Individuals, it is in schools where they breed. These schools are so massive that it's common to see Carchariapsari, Longacotta, and even Dinodabrachid and Phtyaerobrachid feeding amongst the swarm. We will call these animals the Parvipsari. They grow up to half a foot long and live for up to 15 years. Back on the sea floor, the abundance
Mr. 15 years over here, bro. You're not making it in this society.
of prey may entice some Macrosoma to evolve into ambush predators. These animals may evolve to stick their eye stalks and tongue out of their burrow and wait for unsuspecting prey to pass by. Once the prey gets close enough, they impale them with their tongue.
Oh, wow.
These animals only ever leave their burrows to mate, slithering along the seafloor. We will call these creatures the Anedrasculi. They grow up to 1 meter long and
So if you see one of these guys outside of his burrow, just know he's trying to get it in. If you see 2 of these things outside of their burrow, they're clapping cheeks, ladies and gentlemen, or slapping tails, or whatever they would do in this situation. Wrap around each other or something. Wrap around to the wrap around to the wrap around. This wrap around It's a rap for you, round. See, now you got me rapping.
Live
See?
for up to
Now
21
y'all got me
years.
rapping.
From the Longakata to the Anedraskuli, the animals and plants of Opono have diversified greatly after the advent of active predation. In the next episode, we will explore the underwater jungle and reefs of Opono.
Special thanks to all the fan artists on Discord who submitted.
Hey, shout outs to the fan art. Pidgeo Master, Pidgeoine Master 3000, Michael, obviously, Blab, the other stick, once again, Black Hole Nerd, interesting, Knighton is cool. You know what? He is. And Blue Basil. I don't know, that one is just hilarious. Again, shout outs to all the artists on there. This is I do enjoy the mix of different art styles within this video here. Color on early animals is basically speculative. They still got the signal. They still got to signal to friends and hide from foes like today. For all we know, T-Rex was spotted like a giraffe. Bro, if I see, first of all, the whole T-Rex has been already like shuffled around in my mind because they had feathers apparently. So like my whole idea of what a T-Rex was from when I was a kid is completely different than what it is today, which is crazy. Like that's actually insane. Cause when I was a kid, they were like big lizards, and now it's like, oh, they're actually just like really big, like bird-like creatures. So yeah, I you know what? They may have, for all I know, you're right. They may have been like giraffes, which is even, this is gonna be like giraffes with feathers. They were probably like big old giraffe spotted birds. Like I promise you, if we had time machines, we go back in time, we're gonna be so freaking surprised about what animals were doing back in the day or what they look like. We're gonna be like, whoa, what animal is that? And we're gonna be like, whoa, that's the first hippo right there. You're like, the first hippo? Why is it furry? You know, and it's like they didn't figure that out yet. You know, they hadn't gone into the waters yet to lose all their fur. You know, they were still big fuzzy creatures. You know, you go back in time, you go to South America, and it's like, whoa, what is that? This big creature trying to kill me, and it's like, oh, they had like anteaters that were like freaking huge. Or no, they had giant sloths. A giant sloth. You're just like, whoa, what is this crazy creature made up to try to destroy me? And it's like, no, that's a real thing. That was a giant sloth. They were so big. They used to like carve out caves or some stuff like that. Like, what are you doing against that, early humans? Like, hopefully, maybe humans just weren't on, North America at that point or South America, but like, shout outs to humans for getting there a little bit later in time. Because if you get there too early, you know, we started off in Africa. If we started off in like, you know, Central America as humans, we may not have made it this far, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just letting you know now. There's a lot of crazy animals out there, you know. Africa's got crazy animals too, but, you know, it's also got a lot of land space and like, you know, it's got a lot of, you know, areas where they're not all just like centralized together. You can kind of move around and stuff, you know. It was just an easier area to start from, I would say. I feel like life got started on Earth at the perfect time in the perfect place, because, you know, a little bit too far in either direction, and it's like, whoa, we not the same people that we were before. It's
Submitted
getting
artwork
crazy.
for this episode. You all made this episode look a lot better than it would have been without your help. Thank you for watching. See you in the next episode.
All right, episode 3, Project-Opono. Let's go.
Welcome, fellow explorers, to Project-Opono.
Welcome.
In the last episode, we discussed how the simple body plans of Opono adapted to the evolution of the first predators. In this episode, we will discuss two of the most diverse biomes on the planet, the underwater jungles and the reefs. Before we begin, I must state something that will be important later. All of the clades shown in this episode will be present in each of the biomes. so a clade shown to evolve in one habitat may have representatives in the other. So, without further ado, let's explore these biomes and what organisms inhabit them. We will start our exploration in the underwater jungle. The underwater jungle is an environment very similar to terrestrial rainforests on Earth, being very warm and tropical. This means it will have comparable diversity to terrestrial rainforests. This biome may be situated in the warmest waters of the equator. This will allow plants to grow here in abundance. The main plants found here will be the Thalasphilo and Xylostelle. Perhaps one branch of Xylostelle evolves into one of the largest plants on the planet, becoming something similar to trees on Earth. Although, since they are aquatic, they don't actually qualify as a true tree. One notable quirk of these plants are the blue fruits
I'm dancing so much to this music right now. I don't even know why. This is actually insane.
near the base of their trunk. These fruits are very simple, having a waxy outer layer to keep their flesh intact. Their flesh is very sweet and is similar in texture to jelly. At the center, the fruits have a hard stone that has an outer layer which dissolves in water. This stone contains the plant's seeds, with each stone having up to 4 seeds. These seeds will then be transported via the current to new areas for them to grow, forming vast jungles. They are called the arbor flava. They grow up to 10 meters tall. These arbor flava jungles may be so dense that sunlight may not be able to reach all the way down to the seabed. This isn't a problem for Thalasphilo, however, as they float on the ocean's surface. However, Thalasphilo may eventually start to diversify due to competition from other members of its species. One way Thalasphilo may collect.
So I will say, it seems like there may be a slight issue with these. It feels like there's going to be a lot of things taking up the sunlight in the ocean, a lot of things fighting for sunlight, to the point where it feels like the oceans are going to be like, you know, almost like blotted out. Like the sun is going to be like, good thing this planet is like way more ocean than anything else. Fun fact, Australia aboriginals have myths that seem to describe the extinct megafauna from Australia that went extinct. Wow. So wait, they actually have myths that talk about megafauna from Australia. That's interesting, because it's like, how long were the Aboriginals, you know, like what's the history of the Aboriginals for real, you know, like how long have they been around? You know, when did they get there? I'm sure somebody knows that. That's probably like a factual thing that we know, like, right? Like we know when people started to move. Well, I feel like we have an idea of when people left out of Africa and started going into other continents. Like we have a general idea of when that happened. So do we have a general idea of when the Aboriginal people would have like landed in Australia? You know, like, is it something where it's like, were they part of like the Polynesians and stuff that, or wait, is that where the Polynesians come from? Were they like the original Australians and then like moved over, like just was like, you know what, we're getting on boats, we're starting Moana, we're starting the Moana series right now, we're all getting on boats right now, we're going off into seeing other islands? Is that like, what guys, recommend a good video for me, I guess. Now I'm curious. History of the Aboriginals, you know, if anybody knows, maybe also a history of yeah, thank you Anthrax. He's gonna look it up. But the thing, it was something about 200,000 years ago. Come on, bro. It's got to be. I feel like we got to know that one. If we don't know when the Aboriginals started, what do we know as a society? You know what I mean? Like, let's start really questioning ourselves. You know, when did we get here? You know, who are we? What are we? You know, as people. You know, we need to start asking ourselves the real questions, is what I'm saying.
More sunlight is by having a larger leaf, but instead of growing a wider
back to the music
leaf, they may evolve to segment it instead. However, this larger leaf may require more nutrients to
All right, I gotta pay attention. I gotta pay more attention. The music is really getting me. I'm sorry. I gotta pay more attention.
segment it instead. However, this larger leaf may require more nutrients to sustain. So these plants may evolve roots. These roots may be attached to a bulb where the bulk of the plant's nutrients are stored. We will call these plants the Tmimitos philo, and they grow up to 5 feet wide. After Tmimitos philo evolves, the ancestral Thallus philo may be outcompeted in more tropical waters. This may result in their colonies being forced northward into more temperate waters.
So yeah, these huge patches of like, you know, yellow here. That's just like where the plants are. That's a lot of plant life building up where if you're seeing it from this far, like it's got to be a struggle. All these other plants down here got to start being like, you know, we're kind of like nocturnal. We don't really need the sun. Okay. I way overestimated. It was between 50,000 and 65,000 years. You know what? Hey, I appreciate the estimation. I feel like if I would have, you know, I feel like I probably would have guessed somewhere around like 150, 200,000 years ago. Yeah, this is an underwater jungle. But like a jungle underwater has got to be so much more, it's got to be more complicated than a jungle on Earth, right? Like, you know, well, I don't know. Maybe there's probably a lot more, I'm just imagining like all the like creatures, like are they gonna start doing like freaking underwater mushrooms, you know, so they can like help pollinate the jungles, just like how on, you know, on the surface mushrooms help, you know, jungles and everything you know, form? Or are they just gonna start doing that stuff on your own? Yeah, it's like 78% the size of Earth. Oh, you're his. Oh, okay. So yeah, you could probably answer some of these questions that I have here. So like, you know, is it going to be more complicated? I just, something in my mind is telling me like, yo, this underwater jungle is something about it is more complicated than the on land jungle. You know, it's the added water.
However, another branch of Thallus philo may be able to survive in the packed surface waters of the equator. Due to the rounded shape of the Tmimitos philo leaves, they may leave small gaps.
Whoa, I really enjoy this one here. This is a great view right here. So yeah, it's probably like a kelp forest on the West Coast. I've never seen a kelp forest before. That sounds interesting though. I need to see it. I gotta look that up one day. Kelp
Between
forest.
individual plants. This may result in one of the strangest Thallus philo clades to ever exist. These plants may not grow outward. Instead, they may grow downward. The leaf of these plants may stay the same width as their ancestors, although they may grow to be much longer than before. However, due to how heavy their leaf now is, they may need to evolve a larger air sac to stay afloat.
Yeah.
This air sac may be filled with much more air, keeping these plants aloft. We will call these plants the macrophilo. Their leaf grows up to 5 feet long and 15 inches wide. Back below the waves, other plants may need to adapt to the lower light levels of the seabed. Coupled with a dense canopy of arbor flava leaves above, plants on the seabed may struggle to grow. However, there is one way.
Now, I like how they did describe these as pretty much just like fruits and berries on Earth, where like even the outside part of it was sweet. They're so dense that plants on the seabed will have to grow on the arbor flate around them. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. The plants are gonna have to grow like around them versus like directly underneath them. Where I figure like, are the plants and stuff gonna still try to grow like underneath them and like take advantage of like, I'm sure they're trying to like the roots and everything, or like how was that gonna happen? Like absorb some of their nutrients. But that's why I was bringing up like mushrooms, because I feel like I'm pretty sure that's like what mushrooms do on Earth in our forest. But again, I can't wait to hear the full explanation.
Smaller plants may be able to survive here. Epiphytes are plants that grow on other plants. Perhaps a
Okay.
particularly hardy relative of the epigeostal evolves to grow on the branches of the arbor flava. However, even their
Yes,
dark yellow
okay.
pigment might not be able
You know what's crazy? He just said that in the comments, and then I read it, and then I'm like, okay, I see the vision now. It's like, I see it now.
to collect enough light for them to survive. So perhaps they evolve a blue pigment to take in as much light as they can to not
Oh.
starve to death. To
Now they are like mushrooms. They pretty much are just like sea mushrooms. I love this.
stay attached to their host, they may evolve to burrow their roots into the host plant's body. Perhaps these plants give their host a portion of the sugars they produce in exchange for the host plant's immune system not attacking. However, these plants may also use their blue color for defense against herbivores. They may adapt the sticky outer layer of their distant thalasphilo ancestors into a slime similar to that of a hagfish.
Ew.
This slime may be released from special pores on the plant that open when the plant gets bitten. This slime may clog up the gills and mouth of the herbivore, but this might not be enough. So this slime may evolve tiny crystals similar to those of pineapples or kiwis, adding another layer of defense. These plants may grow all along their host plant, enveloping it in a dense covering of blue leaves and stems. We will call these plants the Laspus philo, and they grow up to 10 inches tall. Meet the Stellamimidus, descendants of the Macrosoma. These creatures closely mimic the stems of young arbor flava. They rarely leave their burrows, only leaving if their burrow becomes unsafe or if they need to mate. When still, they are indistinguishable from the young arbor flava, allowing them to feed without fear of attack. But sometimes this isn't enough to deter predators. This is why, when they spot a predator, they retract into their burrow until the predator passes it by. They grow up to half a meter long and live up to 17 years. Another equally camouflaged animal is the Arophilu. These creatures are related to the Parvipsari. They mimic the color of the arbor flava leaves, with their tail mimicking the leaf itself. This allows them to not be noticed by predators. These creatures swim in schools of up to 25 individuals. Interestingly, these schools have a social hierarchy. There are 1 to 2 dominant males, with up to 15 breeding females. The rest of the school only stick around for safety in numbers. Whenever a dominant female or male dies, the rest of the school has the chance to rise up the ranks. Interestingly, the males and females of this clade exhibit sexual dimorphism. The males have a tail spike and pink fins. This allows them to be spotted easier against the yellow foliage. These creatures grow up to 1 foot long and live up to 10 years. One of the largest creatures in the underwater jungle may evolve from the Arophilu. These creatures currently eat the leaves and fruits of the arbor flava. However,
Okay.
nothing has evolved to eat the stems of the plant. Perhaps one branch of Arophilu evolves to feed on these stems. These creatures may evolve sharp teeth at the ends of their tentacles to pull off strands of the arbor flava stem and pass it into the mouth.
Yo, who is the beat maker on this? They are going in.
Due to their nutrient-poor diet, they may evolve a more complex digestive system to be able to extract as much of the little nutrients as possible. This may cause these creatures to grow much larger than their ancestors. This may also make them much slower swimmers to conserve energy. However, they may supplement their diet with the fruits of the arbor flava and small animals. We will call these animals the Stellaphagos. They grow up to 5 meters long and live for up to 20 years. Up in the canopy, we find the Mimicephalin. These strange creatures are descendants of the Diabrachid. Mimicephalin has evolved to mimic the leaves of the arbor flava by using its tentacles to hang from a branch. This makes it less likely to be spotted by predators. This defense strategy is
I will say it's a little less hanging and a lot more floating. He's he's underwater here, so it's mostly just floating around. He's got his arms on there. He's doing his thing. He's got his tentacles on there, but he ain't got to really like hold himself up the whole time. He can just really just like, make sure his tentacles are wrapped around and then just kind of float on the waves. Underwater waves. Just kind of do his thing. Just saying, it's he may not have like the craziest core strength like animals on the land would have. gravity's not affecting them as much.
Called defensive mimicry, where an organism evolves to look like something that it isn't to avoid predation. Interestingly, these creatures have moved their eyes to their main bodies to prevent them from being damaged while climbing. While most species in this clade are herbivores, some use their tentacles to grab small animals to eat. They grow up to 16 inches and live for up to 10 years. With all of these new herbivores, predators are bound to follow. Perhaps a relative of the Anedrosculi evolves to slither up the stems and branches of the arbor flava. These creatures have evolved an orange skin color to help camouflage themselves within the trees. Their tongue has evolved a blue tip mimicking a young arbor flava fruit. Once prey comes within range, they impale them with their tongue before slithering down the arbor flava and eating. After it has finished eating, it will slither back up the tree, repeating the cycle. They mainly
We got underwater sea snakes already. This is crazy.
feed on the mimicephalin and the arafaloo. We will call these creatures the Olisthomama. They grow up to 1 meter long and live for up to 15 years. Meet the Machariodonta, relatives of the Longacada. These creatures are one of the largest predators in the underwater jungle, with the adults being nearly the same size as an adult Stellophagos. These creatures have evolved a strange way of killing their prey. Instead of grappling with their prey like their distant Carchariapsari relatives, these creatures have opted for a quick puncture approach. The tentacles of these creatures are each tipped with a single, knife-like tooth. When these creatures come within range of their prey, they pull back their tentacles, storing energy like a bow. And with a lightning-fast motion, they stab their prey, killing them almost instantly. These creatures grow up to 4 meters long and live for up to 17 years. With all these large creatures roaming the oceans, some smaller species might take notice. Perhaps a small species of Phalaenosoma evolves to clean larger creatures. They may do this by using the filter-feeding hairs on their tentacles like toothbrushes, cleaning off the dead skin and parasites of larger animals. To be more noticeable to potential hosts, they may evolve a bright blue skin color to stand out against the yellow vegetation. However, this still might not be enough. So they may evolve a rattle at the end of one of their tentacles. This rattle will be similar to that of a rattlesnake rattle. Whenever it approaches a potential host, it shakes its tentacle, producing a slight wave, along with a sound.
It feels like that'd be a tough thing underwater with the sound and like how waves, and like how sound just naturally flows. It just feels like it might be a little bit easier if it made like not like a rattling sound, but more like like some type of like a deep bellowing sound. I feel like would like how whales do, but I guess whales also do high pitched sounds. But it's like, what's the best sound for like an animal to use underwater? I feel like low bass, like high bass sounds, like a lower tone, high bass on it would probably be a little bit more effective underwater than a rattlesnake thing. But I'm not sure. I really want to hear other people's thoughts on that. They also get noticed as they wave the tentacles, the moving water alerts hosts. Okay, yeah. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. The movement of the water plus the sound, the combo definitely lets people know. I just, my only thing is like, would a more like a, like one of those type of sounds be a little bit better for it? That's all I'm saying. Evolution, you do your thing. I'm just being the person to tell evolution, maybe this is a better option, but that's me. I'm an idea guy. I'm more of a throw a good idea out there type of guy. I'm not like the do all the type of work type of guy, as you guys could probably tell by how long it takes for videos to come out on this channel. But, nonetheless, I be throwing out some ideas though.
However, if this animal tries to clean a predator, the predator might try to eat it. But it is in the predator's best interest to be cleaned, so these cleaners might be spared. We will call these creatures the Catharapsari. They grow up to 20 inches long and live for up to 7 years. Meet the Agelidenopsari, descendants of the Longacada. These strange creatures are one of the weirdest animals in the underwater jungle. They've lost the ability to swim. Instead, their side fins have evolved into very muscular flippers, allowing them to drag their heavy bodies along the seafloor. Their tail fin is used to kick up sand, preventing predators from attacking them while they feed. These creatures are highly intelligent for their size, being able to form social bonds with one another. Interestingly, the males and females exhibit different social behaviors. The males travel in solitude, being highly antisocial. Females, on the other hand, travel in maternal herds of up to 7 individuals, not including young. When breeding season arrives, males compete for females, resulting in more than one male mating with a single female. These creatures are similar to cows on Earth, being very large and bulky. They feed on arbor flava fruits, stellophyto, epigeostal, and low-growing branches. They grow up to 3.5 meters long and live for up to 23 years.
23 good years. I feel like this guy is eating good over here. Like this guy's living life. Like so far, out of all the animals, you know, which one would you rather be? I feel like I'd rather be this guy so far. You know, maybe you don't got the longest life in the world, but you know, he's probably eating good for the lives, you know? All of his descendants lose the rattle. Dang it. That's crazy. But you know what? I kind of expected it. You know, I'm not going to say I didn't see that coming. I kind of feel like I saw that coming a little bit. You know, the rattle, a little much. You're doing a lot there, buddy, with the rattle, you know? You don't have to be that guy. You're not the guy who has to have a rattle underwater, bro. Like, it's not... What are we doing here, you know? Okay, let me move this chat back over here. You guys can't see what I'm doing here, but I'm just trying to make sure I can personally see the chat. And, all right, there we go.
Another biome with comparable diversity to the underwater jungle is the reefs. These reefs may be formed primarily of Panoplicima. However, different clades of Panoplicima may start to compete with one another for access to marine snow, causing them to start evolving new ways to not compete with one another. The simplest option to avoid competition for food is to have a smaller body size, as creatures with smaller bodies need less food than animals with large body sizes.
Whoa, no spoilers, but yeah, we're gonna get okay, he has freshwater descendants that make it to land. Okay. No spoilers, though.
So perhaps a clade of Panoplicima evolves to be smaller to avoid competition with larger species. However, this will make them easier prey for Dinodibrachid. To solve this issue, they may evolve to have their main body and shell hidden under the sand, with only their tentacles and eyes sticking out of the ground. To blend in with their environment, they may evolve a yellow coloration to blend in with the sand and local vegetation. We will call these well-hidden Panoplicima the Cryphoglyphos. They grow up to 10 inches tall and live for up to 8 years. With the evolution of Cryphoglyphos, some Phtyerobrachid may evolve to feed on them. However, due to the hidden nature of the Cryphoglyphos, these creatures may need to evolve a new way of getting them out of their shells. They may accomplish this by evolving their bottom tentacles into skewers to stab into their prey and pull them out of their shells. Along with...
I like this. Okay. Shout outs to Kahel Na Pagong. This is pretty good.
This, they may have a bony offshoot at the ends of their tentacles, lined with little barbs to keep their prey on their tentacles. These creatures may also have a pale yellow skin color to blend in with the seabed. Along with this, they may swim in schools of up to 16 individuals for safety in numbers. We will call...
Bro, how can I get people to send me artwork? I keep saying I love art. So, like, you guys, if, you know, I have a Discord, you know, I have all the fun stuff as well, you know, just send me, you know, some stuff. Instagram, the Twitters, all the stuff. You know, I like art, you know. Let me get some fan art from some fans, you know. Apparently I have fans. There's people who watch this channel apparently. You know, hey, shout outs to you, bro. Let me get some artwork. You know that I feel like it's dope. I could have it on my walls. Just think about the things. This could be you. This could be you right here. I got this from from the one videos that I was doing, but this could be you. This some space over here. All this area is just free for you guys. That could all be you.
All these dangerous creatures, the Souvlaki, they grow up to 25 inches long and live for up to 15 years. With the threat posed by Souvlaki, a clade related to the Cryphoglyphos may evolve a way to counter them. These creatures may evolve to be larger, with the largest species growing up to 7 meters in height. Along with their increased size, their shell may thicken, being twice as thick as before. While these creatures retain their marine snow diet, their height may allow them to reach swarms of micropinae, adding an extra source of nourishment to their diet. Due to how large these animals are, they may be the perfect place for other species of Panoplicima and Dachyosoma to grow on. Due to this, we will call these structures Panoplicima corals, despite them not being related to Earth coral. These animals are called the Corallisoma, and they live for up to 20 years. Due to the density of Corallisoma and Cryphoglyphos, the Stellophyto, Epigeostal, and Xylostelmae struggle to grow in the reefs due to lack of room. However, one descendant of Photinostroma might be able to find a way to counteract the lack of space. These algae-like plants may adopt a more kelp-like body plan, with thin leaves to be able to grow in even the narrowest spaces. These plants may convergently evolve a hold-fast-like structure similar to kelp on
The beats are getting me.
Earth. This will keep them anchored to the places they grow. As these plants spread, they may eventually outcompete any Stellophyto and Epigeostal species that manage to survive in the reefs, driving the reef-dwelling species into extinction.
You're not an artist. Well, I believe in you. Keep it up. One day you will be an artist, Anthrax. I don't know where this rant's going, Anthrax. I'm sorry. I don't know where this is going. But just know I believe in you. You can be an artist. Now, do you want to be an artist is the real question. I don't know. Probably not. You've probably never been like, man, I really want to be like an artist. But you know what? I believe in you, Anthrax. You could be the next Picasso. I've seen Picasso's work before. It's not like something you got to be like the best artist for. Shout out to Picasso, though. I don't know why this went into a random... I told you I had no clue where this was going. I had no clue where this was going, Anthrax. I didn't know I was just going to randomly start, now I'm hating on Picasso, But hey, once again, I have seen his work before. I believe in you. I believe you could at least impress me more than Picasso did. But again, shout out to Picasso. I believe in Anthrax more,
Without any competition, these plants will become the dominant...
I stuck that landing for you, Anthrax. I didn't know where I was going with the rant. I didn't know where I was heading when I was in the middle of the rant. And somehow I came out on top and still was able to stick the landing on that. So once again, I'm also I'm starting to be at that same point again, but now I'm sticking the landing again. We're back to the video. Let's go.
Vegetation in the reefs, allowing herbivores to move in. We will call them the Phyceophyto. They grow up to 15 inches tall. Meet the Phoresosa, relatives of the Diabrachid. These creatures are unrecognizable compared to their Diabrachid relatives. These creatures have completely lost their eye stalks, relying on their tongue to grab and process food. At the end of their tongue is a sharp calcium sickle to slice
looks like a hook
through large amounts of Phyceophyto. This makes it easier for them to eat it. These creatures have evolved the skin on their back into a thick exoskeleton with segments to allow for more flexibility. This exoskeleton protects them from Souvlaki.
Is this like the first exoskeleton creature that we've seen so far? Like something with an actual calcium exoskeleton? Because I feel like everything else we've seen just internal skeletons on.
Allowing them to forage for food without fear of attack. Interestingly, these creatures exhibit a basic form of parental care, with the mother Phoresosa finding and slicing up food for her young.
Okay.
These creatures still have the snail-like foot of their ancestors, allowing them to crawl along the seabed in search of food. They grow up to 30 inches long and live for up to 12 years. With the evolution of these new armored creatures, Dinodebrachid may need to find a way around their defenses. While they may start off by flipping Sosa onto their back to expose their soft underbelly, they could eventually evolve a brand new way of getting their food. These creatures may evolve an extra digit at the end of their tentacles, almost like an extra finger, to grab their prey and tear it into two. These digits may be tipped with sharp claws to stab into their prey and subdue them.
That is actually insanely violent right there. Like, I don't know if you guys just fully heard what he explained there, but he's talking about using his claws to grab into a skeleton and then just straight up rip it in half. That's some, like, first of all, the amount of dexterity they have to have for that. Second of all, that's just crazy amount of strength to just be able to be like, you know what? Yeah, just grab right into you and just rip you all in half. Like, the crazy amount of muscle that must be in these tentacles here is actually insane to just be ripping like creatures in half. You know, they have all these blood vessels, all the, you know, the skin, the muscles, all the stuff that doesn't want to be torn in half. And they're just like, you know what? Bam, I'm tearing you in half anyway.
Before they tear it in half. To camouflage within the reefs, they have evolved a green skin color. This allows them to ambush their prey. They primarily feed on Sosa, Diabrachid, and Dakiosoma. We will call these strange creatures the Schizimobrachid. They grow up to 3 feet long and live for up to 19 years. To counteract these new predators, a clade related to the mimicephalin may evolve to mimic a fallen leaf to avoid being eaten. Their already flat, leaf-shaped bodies may make this easy to accomplish. As long as they stay still, they will not be spotted. Along with this, they may evolve a muscular fin on their back that they can use to kick up sand and bury themselves. This, coupled with a yellow skin color, may make them virtually invisible to predators.
Yeah.
However, if they are spotted by...
If they could adapt one more thing, I would say if they could try to adapt where it's like color changing, this might be a little OP right here if they adapt color changing. Mortal Kombat fish. Yes. We're watching Mortal Kombat fish.
A predator. They may use their back fin to fling sand into the predator's eyes, giving them precious moments to escape. While most species in this clade are herbivores, some species are ambush predators, using their jumping abilities and their tentacles to jump at and grab prey. We will call these strange mimicephalin the Epipedasoma. They grow up to 15 inches long and live for up to 10 years. With the abundance of herbivores the Phyceophyto attracts, some ancestral Dakiosoma may start to take notice. Perhaps one branch of Dakiosoma evolves to mimic Phyceophyto, with their feeding tentacles flattening out to mimic their leaves. Along with this, they may evolve a bright yellow skin color to camouflage themselves with the dense groves of Phyceophyto. This evolutionary strategy is called aggressive mimicry, where a predator evolves to mimic something in hopes of attracting prey. By mimicking the Phyceophyto, the Dakiosoma are almost guaranteed a kill. This may result in their numbers growing exponentially. We will call these aggressive mimics the Analithestio. They grow up to 16 inches tall and live for up to 7 years. With how many predators inhabit the reefs, the ancestral Dakiosoma may start to dwindle in number. This may result in them being pushed to the brink of extinction. However, they may be spared from extinction by one peculiar development. Perhaps these creatures evolve toxins to dissuade predators from eating them. However, this toxin won't be any good if they die in the process. They may solve this issue by evolving many different bright and vibrant colors.
All right, now, what is this guy doing here, bro? I feel like this guy is the guy who has like drugs at the rave. Like, it's this guy right here that sells you the drugs at the rave party. And these guys are high. Like, look at them. Look at the colors and the spots, bro. I can look how red his spots are right here. Look, you know, you see the reds, and it's just like, come on, bro, what have you been doing? And this guy, he just been on some other stuff. He's on some stuff he don't sell these guys. That's why he got lines, and they just have dots, you know? Like, he's on some stuff that he don't even let these guys know about. And you know what? I feel like that's what real dealers do. Shout outs to him. He's keeping the good stuff for himself. Purple, blue, and green stand out against yellow backdrops on the reef. That makes sense. I wanted to have a little bit, want to have a little bit of silly time. Because look at this guy. Look at these blue lines here. Look at these blue lines over here.
Patterns to stand out against the yellow vegetation. On Earth, toxic animals usually have bright red or yellow warning coloration to stand out against the green plants.
True.
However, on Opono, this wouldn't work as the vegetation is yellow. So these creatures' warning coloration may be made up of bright blues, greens, and purples. This makes them very noticeable to predators. With this adaptation, these Dachyosoma may be spared from extinction, allowing them to diversify once again. We will call them the Toxicosoma. They grow up to 1 foot tall and live for up to 10 years. Up until now, nothing has been feeding on the Corallosoma, allowing their population to spiral out of control. So perhaps a clade of Carchariapsary evolves to eat the Corallosoma. These creatures may evolve stronger jaw muscles, along with a beak to crush through the shells of Corallosoma.
I like this. I feel like this might be one of my new favorite animals.
These creatures may also feed on any other small animals that inhabit the reefs. It is for this reason these creatures are the apex predators of the reefs they call home.
You could tell he an apex predator. Look at him, bro. He looks like he knows he knows he's number one. Something about him is like this creature looks like he has so much attitude and he just knows he's number one. This is like Bakugo if he was a fish. Like if Bakugo was a fish creature on another planet, it would be this guy. Because look at him. He's just like, yeah, I know. I got the beak. I already know. I'm all fast and stuff. I'm good, bro. I'm making it to 1A.
These animals have evolved a highly specialized way of communicating with one another. They have evolved an organ similar to the melon of beluga whales. This will help reverberate their deep, booming growls, which they use to communicate with one another.
Yeah. This is what I thought they would be sounding like. I thought this was like the best way to like get things, like translate things underwater, was for a bellowing sound like this.
These creatures travel in packs of up to 5 individuals, hunting for any prey they can find. They have also convergently evolved a method of camouflage similar to every other animal in the reefs. They have an orange skin color to blend in with the Corallosoma they feed on, allowing them to ambush prey without them noticing. Despite the complex environment of the reefs, these creatures may still be extremely fast swimmers, being one of the fastest clades in the reefs. We will call these creatures the Ramphistodontia. They grow up to 3 meters long and live for up to 25 years.
25 good years, being on top, being the man for 25 years. Jeez.
From the strange Gelidinopsari to the speedy Ramphistodontia, the organisms of Opono have conquered every niche available in these warm waters. In the next episode, we will see how these clades adapt to the freezing polar oceans of Opono. Special thanks to all the
Hey, once again, shout outs to Blab, Kahel Napongo. That's probably not how you pronounce that, but shout outs to you, bro. An average avocado, split matter, Michael, and Terragrade. I feel like I'm not saying that right, but you know what? It is what it is. If any of those guys are watching the channel, shout outs to you, bro.
fan artists on Discord who made fun art for this episode. You guys helped me out.
Make sure you are subscribing to this channel here. I want to see, hey, somebody at least subscribed. I feel like he got at least one more since this started. So yeah, make sure everyone is subscribing to the channel. Give our guys some support here, because I feel like each video is getting more detailed, so I enjoy that.
Out a lot with your illustrations. See you in the next episode.
Hold on. I like the beat. The beat almost reminds me of like a horror movie when it comes on, like how like Jason or something. Like na 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 na. Like I feel like that piano is so like synonymous with like horror movies that even in this, where you actually hear like more of it being exposed, it's just the beginning chords instantly make you think it's like a horror movie or something.
Welcome, fellow explorers, to Project-Opono. In the last episode, we saw how the abundance of niches in the reefs and underwater jungles led to the welcome the abundance.
Yeah, I love this image right here. Something about this one really hits for me. I like the detail in this. Like, you're seeing it from an underwater perspective, so it's like you look up and you're seeing this, and it's just like, that's a crazy sight. That's a crazy sight to see, just looking up and seeing all this stuff.
Of niches in the reefs and underwater jungles led to the creation of two of the most biodiverse biomes on the planet. In this episode, we will discuss a much less diverse environment. The poles of Opono are one of the harshest places on the planet, being below freezing almost every day. Under the water, it is no different, with the waters of the polar oceans being cold and lifeless. Due to how cold these oceans are, life may struggle to adapt to live there. However, one event may push life to adapt to these cold waters. In the Southern Ocean, currents flood.
Do we have any clue? By the way, I know my audience is smart. That's why I asked you guys all the questions. Do we know what creatures first started living in the polar oceans? Like back in, like, for ourselves? Like, are these questions that we asked ourselves? Like, yo, when did animals started living in the Arctic Ocean? That's kind of cold. They probably weren't used to that. They were probably like, whoa, it's kind of chilly up there. I'm not coming back up here until we invent fish coats. And then fish never got coats, but they still, they were like, yo, let's make blubber. And then some fish was like, yeah, I'm good. I can live over here. I'm chilling. And then other creatures, like, what's the story behind that? Come on.
Nutrients from the seabed into the open water, fueling massive plankton blooms. These plankton blooms may become the base of the Southern Ocean's ecosystem. We will start our exploration here in the Southern Ocean. As the plankton blooms grow in abundance, they may entice animals from far and wide to come and feed on them. Perhaps a small population of Parvipsari adapts to live in the Southern Ocean. These creatures may feed on the plankton blooms in massive schools of up to 100,000 individuals. As their schools grow larger, their overall body size may decrease to a tenth of what it used to be. Due to the small size of these creatures, they may reproduce in large numbers to keep populations stable, as that is their only defense from predators. This is called arselection, where an organism reproduces in vast quantities in the hopes that a few offspring will survive to adulthood. We will call these creatures the megalosminos. They grow up to 1.5 inches long and live for up to 1 week. They may fill the role.
1 week, bro? 1 week, bro? You know how pissed off I would be if I was the creature that had to live for 1 week, and then I'm seeing creatures living for like 50 years, 29 years, 25 years? 1 week? Are you kidding me? Who do you think I am? 1 week? How am I supposed to... What if I can't even find a person to reproduce within a week, bro? Bro, it's like my whole life. Do I get time to breathe? Do I get time to figure out who I am as a fish at that point? As a fish or as a creature, you don't even understand who you are, bro. You about to die in a week. You got 7 days to figure it out. You're not going to college, bro. You might not even get a job in that time. You fill out one application, the next thing you know, you die before they call you back. You're like, hey, I was speaking to Bob the other day. Oh, Bob passed away already. It's been 7 days since he was born, And it was like, you should have got it. We was expecting a call back from you 2 days ago, bro. And it's like, I was expecting a call back from you. And it's like, yeah, now you don't get the job. Congratulations. You just lost your fish job and you died. Like, bro, 1 week? Like, yes, I get very immersed in these things, bro. I'm sorry. I get immersed into these hypotheticals that I also create within my head.
Of micropene in the Northern and Southern Oceans.
1 week?
Due to the size of the megalosminos schools, some ancestral Longacata may take notice. Due to the small size of the megalosminos, these creatures may need to evolve a way to condense them into a small area. These creatures may solve this issue by evolving flaps of skin in between their feeding tentacles. This may turn their mouth parts into a funnel which they can use to collect small swarms of megalosminos and pass them into their mouth. They may also evolve teeth similar to those of the Carchariapsari to grind their food into pieces before it passes into the mouth. Due to the frigid waters of the Arctic, the eggs of the Longacauda may freeze if laid directly into the water. However, there is a simple way around this risk. If the mother Longacauda were to keep the fertilized eggs within her body until they hatch, then the risk of the eggs freezing would be nearly zero. This birthing strategy is called ovoviviparity. Ovoviviparity is a process by which a mother's eggs hatch while within her, resulting in fully matured young when finally birthed.
I did not know that this is what happened. I thought snake eggs still needed time to, do their thing, but I just learned something new here.
This gives the appearance of live birth, but the mother doesn't give any extra nutrients to the developing embryos. We will call these strange creatures the conostoma. They grow up to 3 feet long and live for up to 10 years.
Bro, are you kidding me? So you mean to tell me the creature lives for a week? The creature that kills them lives for 10 years. 10 years! You ain't gonna never think of a battle strategy. You guys are never gonna have time to think of, like, how do we not get killed by this fish? What you're gonna try to evolve from that? Like, you get a week to even be like, you know what, this is what our evolution needs. I don't know. It's only been a week. We don't know what we needed because we died too quickly. The other guys get 10 years to be like, oh, let's evolve to be better at this and that and this and that. Like, yeah, they're rebirthing at 100,000 or something every time they have birth anyway. We might as well just get a bunch of them. We got years to think about this, guys. I've been over here surviving off of these things for 5 years now. I think I know every one of their strategies to get away from us. Meanwhile, the fish is over here. The other fish is like, yo, I don't know, man. We've been alive for like 5 days now, and we have no freaking clue on what's going to be happening to us. Like, we don't even know how they know all our battle strategies because we don't know any battle strategies because nobody lived long enough to tell me anything. What happened to your parents? Oh, my parents died like a day after I was born. My dad wasn't even able to find anybody until day 6. He found somebody on day 6, then he died, then it was like, boom, mom died. And then next day, you were born that same day she died. Boom. You ain't have no parents, bro. Everybody's just on their own. It's a struggle village over here.
The abundance of food during the southern plankton blooms will attract animals in droves to come and feed, from some of the smallest creatures to the largest. The Phalaenosoma, being one of the only large filter feeders on Opono, may start to feed on these plankton blooms. However, they may soon have to adapt to the colder waters. Their body may increase in size, not only due to the abundance of food, but also to produce more body heat in a process called gigantothermy. Gigantothermy is a method of thermoregulation characterized by large body sizes. The larger an animal is, the more body heat it generates. This relationship between size and body heat is called Bergmann's rule and will help these Arctic Phalaenosoma stay warm in the Arctic. To complement their gigantothermy, they may also evolve a thick layer of blubber, trapping their heat within their body. Their tentacles have evolved many more hairs to catch as much plankton as possible. While they primarily feed on plankton, they won't refuse the occasional school of megalosminos. However, similarly to the conostoma, their eggs would be vulnerable to the cold. So, in convergence with the conostoma, the Arctic Phalaenosoma may evolve ovoviviparity to keep their eggs protected.
Bro said, I'm not having fish kids at that point. Brother, you'd be lucky if you can find somebody to have fish kids with. First of all, how many days, that's like, yo, you're not going to have a kid on day 1. Day 2, you're still trying to survive. Hopefully you make it to day 2 because these creatures been like, they probably spawn camping. You know, at this point, the other creatures, they living for 10 years. So they're probably like, where do these guys spawn? We got to spawn camp these things as soon as they come out. So hopefully you live to even be able to see some fish poontang. You know what I mean? Like, hopefully you even get enough time to meet a nice a nice looking fish over here. You know, hey fish, nice to meet you. Oh yeah, nice to meet you too. Oh man, we both died. Oh my gosh, we didn't even I didn't even get to have a fish kiss. You know, I'm a fish already, but not like that. Hopefully you're not, you know what, if you're that fish watching this video, shout outs to any fish, any creatures that only live for a week and somehow you're watching this video, shout outs to you, bro.
From the cold water. However,
for some strange reason, if this video surpasses like time, space, and for some reason we got alien creatures watching this exact video for some reason, I want to say shout outs to you guys, bro. I knew you could, you know, I didn't really have faith in you. I'll say that. I didn't have faith in the creatures, but you know what? Shout outs to you, bro.
Unlike the Conostoma, who abandon their young once they are birthed, the Arctic Phalaenosoma may exhibit a simple form of parental care. The mother Phalaenosoma may secrete a special liquid from glands on the underside of her fins similar to milk. This milk will be filled with fat, proteins, and other nutrients to nourish their young. The fat in the milk will allow their children to quickly build up a thick layer of blubber to protect themselves from the cold. Okay. Until the young are mature, the mother will be fiercely protective of them, charging at and attacking anything that comes within range of her offspring. After about 1 to 2 years, the mother and child will separate, as by then the child will have developed a thick enough layer of blubber to serve on its own. We will call these protective giants the Limberosoma. They grow up to 10 meters long and live for up to 35 years. Due to the nutrients washed upwards by the current, plants may be able to grow here in the Southern Ocean. Perhaps a particularly hardy relative of the Stellophyto evolves to grow on the underside of the ice to be closer to sunlight. To counteract the strong southern currents, they may evolve simple roots to anchor themselves to the ice while using their hold fast as extra surface area to stick. While photosynthesis may be effective, they may also start to take advantage of the abundant plankton blooms. Their ancestral gas sac may become a simple stomach with a protrusion of their stem acting as a simple mouth. When plankton is abundant, they suck water into their stomach, drawing in plankton and small megalosminos into said stomach. After they collect enough plankton, they spit the water back out and begin to digest their food. This method of collecting nutrients classifies them as a carnivorous plant. Carnivorous plants are plants that have evolved to use animals to gather a portion of their nutrients. These Arctic Stellophyto may reproduce asexually in uncolonized patches of ice sheet in a process called budding. However, instead of the daughter plants detaching from their parent plant, they stay attached by a runner sent out by the mother plant. But in high population densities, these plants may use sexual reproduction, spitting out gametes from a sac connected to their stomach. When their stomach contracts and expands as they suck in water and plankton, they may spit gametes out of their mouth if conditions are favorable. We will call these strange Stellophyto the Trogone tasphyto. They grow up to 10 inches long. The colonies of Trogone tasphyto may entice some diabrachid to feed on them. However, as the Trogone tasphyto grows under the ice sheets, the diabrachids may not be able to reach them. So they may evolve to suction themselves to the ice using a suction cup to access the Trogone tasphyto. As the suction cup is in direct contact with the ice, it may evolve a thick layer of fat to not freeze the tissue there to death. The arms of these diabrachid may evolve to be extra muscular to pluck Trogone tasphyto off of the ice. Their throats may evolve radulae similar to that of a snail to grind down their food. However, these creatures face a problem. Since they hang under the ice, their eggs may be at risk of falling to the sea bed. To solve this issue, the mother diabrachid may evolve to stick their eggs to their back using their tentacles. The eggs may be coated in a glue-like substance to stay on their mother's back until they hatch. We will call these upside-down creatures the Bentusa. They grow up to 1.5 feet long and live for up to 10 years. The Trogontaspito may also attract other animals such as the Parvipsari. However, due to the threat posed by the Conostoma, these creatures may need to find a way to defend themselves. In the Arctic, the cold waters will allow the metabolisms of animals to slow dramatically, allowing them to go long stretches of time without food. These Parvipsari may complement this with special proteins in their blood that act like antifreeze.
Whoa.
This will allow them to go up to a month without food.
But why does he have a skull? Like, why does this look like a skull right here, though? Like a skull and crossbones, you know? It looks extra scary.
As they hibernate. These creatures may go into a coma-like state when they hibernate, switching off most of their brain function except for the area that controls their swimming. This will allow these creatures to stay swimming, to gather oxygen from the water, to not suffocate to death. These creatures may only hibernate when food is limited, to stay alert in case a predator spots them. The antifreeze proteins may also make their blood and flesh toxic. These Arctic Parvipsari may capitalize on this, becoming a bright green color to advertise their poisonousness. While their ancestors used to congregate in schools, these animals may be solitary, only congregating during mating season. We will call them the Ateriastopsari. They grow up to 20 inches long and live for up to 11 years. Due to the large size of the Limberosoma, some animals may start to use them for protection against predators. Meet the Caravidosoma, descendants of the Panoplicema. These creatures have evolved into a form similar to that of earth barnacles. These creatures latch onto their hosts by using their ancestral suction cup and digging parts of their shell into the skin and blubber of said host. Due to how hard these creatures attach themselves to their host, they are nearly impossible to remove, resulting in massive colonies on the underside of their host. Due to how thick the blubber of their host is, the shell inside the skin causes little to no pain, so the host doesn't notice them. These creatures have evolved shorter feeding tentacles, as having larger tentacles makes them easier to grab onto. While this may decrease their feeding efficiency, it decreases their chance of being grabbed into by a predator. However, not every species of Caravidosoma is so harmless. Some species may dig their shells into the skin of the host and into the flesh itself, leaching blood from said host, being parasitic. They grow up to 1 inch long and live for up to 2 years. Due to Caravidosoma growing on their body,
2 years of this? 2 years of dealing with this thing? It's just freaking on your back? Like, bro. It doesn't look like that at all. I mean, not sure which reference that's for, but yeah.
Limberosoma might have a harder time swimming due to the drag caused by their tentacles. So perhaps a relative of the Catharapsari evolves to pluck the Caravidosoma off of the Limberosoma using their tentacles. However, due to how fast Limberosoma swims relative to Catharapsari, they may need a way to keep up with them. So perhaps the middle pair of fins evolved into 2 suction cups similar to remoras to latch onto their host and allow them to feed on Caravidosoma. These fins may also move like the foot of a snail once attached to a host, allowing them to move to new areas and clean off the Caravidosoma. Due to them...
Bruh. So now we got 2 different creatures on this freaking whale creature thing having themselves a ball. Yeah, I see what you mean. They lost the rattle here. Yeah, I do see what you mean, how they lost the rattle. That's funny, though.
No longer feeding on dead skin. The feeding hairs on their tentacles...
I'm just thinking, like, how uncomfortable life is for this one creature, this whale creature. Like, at first it was cool. Like, all right, one of them, all right, you know, digging into my blubber a little bit, whatever. I don't really feel it. And then you got another guy that's just, like, actually trying to leach your blood. And then you got another guy that's trying to kill the first 2 guys. And it's like, bro, can y'all do this at your own house? Can y'all not do this at my place? Like, can y'all, like, squabble and do y'all thing, like, off of me, please?
May be lost entirely. Their tentacles may become more muscular to pull Caravidosoma out of their shells. Along with this, they may convergently evolve radulae similar to the Bentusa to grind their food into a paste. Due to being around Limbrosoma, the Arctic Catharapsari may be protected from predation since no predator would risk attacking a beast such as the Limbrosoma. We will call these strange cleaners the Cerasistero. They grow up to 10 inches long and live for up to 7 years. While the currents of the Southern Ocean give rise to an abundance of nutrients, those same currents are what cause the Northern Ocean to be comparatively lacking in nutrients. This is due to a process called downwelling, where currents push water downwards, giving rise to a lack of nutrients. However, there may still be opportunities for the hardiest life forms to live here. Meet the Citobromias, relatives of the Macrosoma. These worm-like creatures slither along the seabed, sifting the muck for anything edible. They do this by having a huge mouth and a throat lined with hairs to filter food. After they gather food, they spit the muck back out of their mouth and digest their food. This feeding method is quite effective, allowing the Citobromias to become one of the few organisms to inhabit the Northern Ocean. Whenever they are spotted by a predator, they dig into the ground, since they don't form permanent burrows. They grow up to 10 inches long and live for up to 5 years. While the lack of nutrients in the Northern Ocean may prevent most plants from growing there, a resilient clade of Phyceophyto may be able to eke out a living here. They may evolve simple roots to collect as much of the little nutrients available as they can, storing them in a bulb at the base of their body. Due to the freezing waters, their leaf may evolve to be thinner to prevent it from dying due to having too much surface area. Without much competition, these plants may grow in abundance, forming vast kelp forests in the warmest parts of the north and the temperate areas of the ocean. However, in winter, the ice sheets cover most of the ocean's surface. These plants may circumvent this by becoming seasonal, shedding their leaf in winter and living off of the collected nutrients in their bulb until summer. This means that, while in the summer the northern Phyceophyto forests may be full of lush vegetation, while in the winter the landscape may be peppered with shed leaves and plant bulbs. We will call these seasonal Phyceophyto the Lampteris phyce. Their leaves grow up to 1.5 feet long. With the abundance of food that the Lampteris phyce provides, a relative of the Phoresosa may adapt to feed on them. Their exoskeleton may shrink, being relegated to a protective layer on the top of the animal's body. The rest of the body may become thicker to stave off the cold. However, in winter, the Lampteris phyce bulbs may be hidden underground. So, to get to the bulbs, these Phoresosa may evolve a split mouth and throat. The top mouth may be used to suck up sand and Lampteris phyce bulbs, with rings of hairs to...
Wait. Intake siphon, stomach, outtake siphon, filter, hair. Okay. That makes sense.
Sift out the bulbs from the sand. However, some sand will make it through, which is where the bottom mouth comes into play. The bottom mouth is smaller than the top mouth, meaning that while sand can pass through it, Lampteris phyce bulbs can't. This allows the animal to spit out the sand while keeping their food in the stomach. To spot predators, these creatures may re-evolve the signature eye stalks of their diabrachid ancestors, allowing them to spot anything around them. In addition to this, they may be able to swivel their eyes back and forth independently of each other, similar to that of a chameleon, giving them 360-degree vision. It is for their special mouths that we will call them the Cyphostoma. They grow up to 3 feet long and live for up to 20 years. Meet the Macrozoi. These creatures are relatives of the Carchariapsari and Phalaenosoma. They split off early in the evolution of the Osteopinae and so inherit characteristics of their relatives. They have a simple skeleton, a pointed tail for bursts of speed, strong jaw muscles, and sharp teeth. However, these organisms aren't carnivores. They primarily feed on Lampteris phyce with the occasional Citobromias and dead Cyphostoma. However, due to their nutrient-poor diet, their metabolism is quite slow, being one of the slowest on the planet. But this is actually to their benefit. Having a slower metabolism allows their biological
teeth are crazy though.
Processes to slow, making them require one meal every year. Along with this,
what? 1 meal a year, brother. There's animals here that don't even live for a year. You got your guy over here that's living for a week, and you don't have. Bro, the ability to brag. The ability to brag in this fish world, bro. I am telling you, if you had the ability to go down and just talk some smack to the other ones, all you gotta do is be like, brother, you live for a week. I'm gonna be here for years, brother. I don't even have to eat for the next year. I can go without eating and watch 10 of your 52 of your generations die, brother. 52 weeks in a year. Well, I can watch 52 of your generations die and not even eat any of them, bro. What are you talking about? I can eat I can eat 10 of y'all right now and then just watch 52 generations of y'all die right in my face and not even shed a tear, and then come back and eat the other generation once they come back. Like, come on, bro. What are you doing here? What are you doing here, bro? Like, this is the type of stuff that would drive those 1 week creatures insane. The fact that they only get to live a week and then every other creature just gets to be like, you know what? Not only do you only live for a week, but guess how long I live? 20 something years. Boom. This guy is over here like, you know what? Guess how long I can go without eating? A whole year. And nobody else is doing that. Nobody else is doing that, bro. I'm telling you. It's actually insane.
They have antifreeze proteins in the blood, similarly to the Ateriastopsuri. This gives them an extremely long lifespan, similar to the Greenland shark of Earth. However, they are able to achieve short bursts of speed to avoid predators, but this takes up huge amounts of energy. It is for this reason they form schools of up to 20 individuals, for safety in numbers. They grow up to 1 meter long and live for up to 250 years.
What are we doing here, bro? What are we doing here? I said this at the beginning. I said this at the beginning of the video. This feels like a crazy pace, and next thing you know, we're gonna have animals living to 200 years. And what do we look here? What do we see here? What is this in my face? What is this guy? 250 years? Are you kidding me? What is happening? Like, what is actually happening here, bro? Like, who are you? You can go a year without eating. You live for 250 years. Who is this guy? He really thinks he's him. I don't know who he is, but he thinks he's him. This guy is insane over here. 250. What are you doing for 250 years, bro? You don't. That's why you gotta have all your friends with you, because it's like you're not meeting new friends, bro. After 100 years, you're like, you know what? I'm not even meeting new friends. I got another 150 years left in me.
Due to the abundance of prey in both the northern and southern ocean, some Carcharodopsuri may evolve to capitalize on it. However, due to how tight the schools of Macrozoi and Ateriastopsuri are, they may evolve a way to counter it. Their first pair of fins may evolve into long, thin whips, allowing the Carcharodopsuri to slide them into schools of prey and thrash them around to disorient them, allowing the Carcharodopsuri to get a kill. However, when in pursuit of faster prey, they use their powerful tail fin to give them a burst of great speed to catch up. While swimming, they tuck their whips under their body to reduce drag. These creatures may have a slender build with a layer of blubber for insulation. All of these factors have led to the Arctic Carcharodopsuri becoming the apex predator in both the northern and southern ocean. However, these animals may not risk attacking an adult Limbrosoma alone, so they may target their young, but this may
Crazy, like, vision here. I love this.
may also lead to an angry mother attacking and killing them. It is for this reason that they hunt in packs of up to 5 individuals, to give them better hunting efficiency. We will call these strange predators the Rhabdobrachid. They grow up to 2 meters long and live for up to 19 years.
From the strange Rhabdobrachid to the long-living Macrozoi, it is clear that the harsh environment of the polar oceans has led to some of the most peculiar clades on the planet. However, there is another, much more extreme environment that demands our attention. In the next episode, we will explore the dark, crushing depths of the deep sea. Special thanks to all of the fan artists on Discord who submitted.
Once again, shout out to Kyle Napapanga Pagang Pagang. I'm gonna just say Napagang. An average avocado, once again. Split Matter, Michael Bublazel, Bambaloni, and Blab.
fan art for this episode. You guys have made this episode look a lot better than it would have been without your help. Thank you for watching. See you in the next episode.
Okay, guys, we are gonna call it here. We just watched the first 4 episodes. Honestly, I thought it was great. Make sure you give all these videos a like. Make sure you guys subscribe to Project-Opono. Once again, go to the channel and check him out. I am gonna go ahead and call it for this stream today. I think we had a good stream. Look up Greenland sharks. I will look up Greenland sharks. You know, I feel like I know about Greenland sharks. Like, I've heard of them before, but I'll look that up. But guys, I am going to call it here. I am going to go ahead and cook dinner. Also, this has just been a long day for me. So once again, everyone, we're going to finish this up. We only got like 2 episodes or 2 or 3 episodes left, to be honest with you. Well, no, there's 7, 8. Yeah, I think for like 5. Wait, hold on. How many? There's like 7 episodes. We're on episode 5 here. So, okay. We're like more than halfway done. We're going to be finishing up the rest of this. Let's see. This one's an hour. This one's like 23 minutes. So we might be able to finish this up sometime after work, sometime this week. But you know what? I'm going to make a post about it. I'm going to make a whole post about it. If you guys know Opono, the person in person, let them know that I would love to have some type of I'm going to try to make a thumbnail for this. But if anyone in that circle wants to send me some artwork that I could use for a thumbnail, that'd be great too. Because you know what? I like the art in this. So once again, guys, as always, if you made it this far into the video, as always, I want to say thank you. I love you, and bye. All right, and we are back and live, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the show here. I'm just still getting everything set up. I do apologize. I was doing some laundry. Let me get the chat up here. Chat, what's going on, chat? How's everybody doing today? How's everybody's Sunday? I hope everybody's doing well today. We're just out here having a chill Sunday about the watch this Opono series. I think this is gonna be a good one. So we're gonna have a good time here. Comment all the stuff that you guys want to comment. We're gonna have a good time. We're just waiting for some people to get into the chat. But as you can see, we are gonna be finishing up the Opono series, learning about this planet. And we had such a good time recently with alien biospheres, things like that. I really feel like this is going to be a good extension off of some of the stuff we were doing off there. It's like another project where somebody else is doing something that's not the exact same. It's not the exact same planet and everything, but it is similar. And I do enjoy it. I like the mix of science, art, and also the creativity it takes to do this type of stuff. Like, you're creating your own planet. You're putting all the stipulations in there. You're doing all the stuff. And I think it's a good exercise for the mind to even be trying to attempt stuff like this. So again, shout outs to the creator here, Project-Opono. Again, just waiting for people to get into the chat, get into the stream a little bit. And then we're going to go ahead and get started. But again, I do hope everybody's having a good day. Hope everybody's having a good one tonight. Let me make sure I'm the right size on my camera here. What are you guys feeling like? Right around here? Right around here? I would say somewhere around... Ooh, hold on. Even numbers right there. I like even numbers, ladies and gentlemen. And we ended on episode 4. So we should be on episode 5. So yeah. let's go ahead and get started. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you like, you comment on the video, you subscribe to Project-Opono. Again, I know we got a couple of subscribers for him last time. Let's get as many subscribers to this user or this creator as possible. Again, he's making great content, and we got a hey, what's going on? How are you doing today? I hope you're having a good Sunday. Riley, I hope you are having a good Sunday. I almost called you Ryan for some reason. I'm sorry. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and get started on this. Had to give it a like before I even watched it. Boom. There we go. Get ready for for an hour-long episode. Yeah, we're getting ready for an hour-long episode. Again, this was supposed to start at 7. Again, I was still finishing laundry, things like that, so I did need to get this done a little bit later. But we're here. We're only 30 minutes late. I feel like that's still a good time. Oh, you're the Opono's ult account. Hey, shout out to you. And I actually had somebody earlier to tell me that their art was going to be in this video. If I can pull up the user's name. Hold on, let me pull this up. Because they did say that they were in this video. Just want to make sure to give them a good shout out here. Comments. Community. In episode 6. Okay. They're in episode 6. Gotcha. Cool. All right. Well, let's go ahead and get started on this one. Again, try not to spoil anything for me in the comments, but I want you guys to participate in the comments. So have a good time. Just try not to throw out any spoilers if possible.
Welcome back, fellow explorers, to Project-Opono. In the last episode, we explored the freezing polar oceans of Opono. In this episode, we will cover the two weirdest ecosystems on the planet, the deep sea and fresh water. We will start our exploration in the deep sea. The deep sea is an extreme environment for life to be in. The crushing pressure, cold temperatures, and lack of light force the creatures of Opono to evolve wildly different ways of life.
Okay.
The deep sea is particularly difficult for plants. The lack of access to the sun means that photosynthesis in the depths will be nearly useless or all but impossible. However, some plants may be able to eke out a living in this extreme.
So just for anyone who may be coming in new here, so far a lot of the life that we've talked about has been like underwater life, but it's been a lot. It's pretty much an underwater jungle where everything is like a lot of the big, they have like whole tree things in there that are like super huge. They take out they block a lot of sunlight. They also have like a lot of like creatures at the top that are blocking a lot of the light coming through. So living in the waters in on this planet so far is a lot different than living in the waters on Earth. Not like extremely, but it is a different sights that you're seeing here, just because of the type of creatures and how the type of plants and everything so far, and even the creatures. You know, they have a lot of sea creatures so far that, you know, have adapted to the lack of sunlight that comes through underneath the water here. So we're just continuing.
Extreme environment. Perhaps a particularly hardy relative of the Stellophyto evolves to grow around
Oh yeah, plus the deep sea is obviously dark because of how deep it is, by the way.
Thermal vents. Hydrothermal vents are openings in the planet crust formed from tectonic activity. These vents spew out various chemicals that organisms can take advantage of. Perhaps these Stellophyto evolves to ditch their photosynthetic pigment and transition to using chemosynthesis.
Okay.
Chemosynthesis is a process by which an organism uses chemicals to make energy they can use to survive. These vent-dwelling Stellophyto may take advantage of chemosynthesis to allow them to survive in the deep sea, being one of the only plant clades to do so. We will call these strange Stellophyto the Ochrocotrono. They may grow up to 5 inches tall and form vast groves around hydrothermal vents. The hydrothermal vents, being a hotspot of nutrients and heat, may prove critical to many organisms, particularly the Panoplicima. These sessile filter feeders, living in the seabed, may be an obvious resident of the deep sea. In convergence with the Ochrocotrono, these animals may evolve to utilize chemosynthesis. However, these animals cannot chemosynthesize on their own. Instead, they partner with chemosynthetic bacteria. These bacteria may grow in the tentacles of the Panoplicima, and in exchange for the Panoplicima giving them a safe place to live, the chemosynthetic bacteria give energy to their host.
Oh,
these chemosynthetic bacteria come in a range of colors.
Like, these are real things in life, like on Earth, because that's actually really freaking cool. And the way they have like a symbiotic relationship with like they're giving other people an opportunity to gain nutrients from ventilation systems in the deep sea, and all they're asking for is a little place to stay. You know, hey, I'll sustain you life. All I'm asking for is a room. You know, you guys got a room at the end here. I'm at work. Hey, shout outs to you, bro. About to get off work. Shout outs to you, Anthrax. You're here. You're with us. We got Riley in here, who's also, the alt account for Opono. So we got Project-Opono in the building here. The bacterial chemosynthesis. Okay, so the bacterial also range in color from white to green to purple, etc. I like the green ones personally. I'm a big fan of green. If you guys know me, I love the color green. So I would probably, if I was underwater in the deep sea, especially because, you know, if I was going to be an underwater creature, I would be a deep sea creature. I would definitely, I would mess with these things.
Purple to red to green. So these Panoplicima may vary similarly in color. However, the heat of the water around hydrothermal vents may boil the Panoplicima's tentacles, so they may evolve a shield made of their shell to protect them from the heat. We will call these strange Panoplicima the Eliaspratza. They grow up to 10 inches tall and live for up to 5 years. Another way to get nourishment in the...
Is it just me, or is like Eliaspratza like a really cool name? It just sounds like a elegant name, if you will.
Deep sea may come from a special event called a whale fall. This happens when a large creature dies and falls to the seabed. On Opono, this may most commonly happen when the Phalaenosoma or Limbrosoma die and sink to the ocean floor, either from old age, starvation, or other factors. The creatures most commonly found at these whale falls are the...
Shout outs to the dinosaur dude. I love this. I like this art here. It really gives you that feel, especially with the actual, like, the dark tones on the side of it. I don't know if that's just like the actual editing or if that's how he sent it in. But either way, I think it does add a lot to it. Shout outs to that.
Acrysoma, Enedrusculi, and Diabrachid. These creatures may have representation in the deep sea due to this fact. Perhaps a deep sea relative of the Macrysoma evolves to...
Oh yeah, this is like the sea worm, like almost kind of like a sea cucumber thing. I feel like this one definitely would
feed exclusively on these whale falls. Due to the darkness of the deep, these creatures may lose their eyes, relying on mechanoreception to find the carcass. This gives these creatures an unsettling, creepy appearance due to their lack of eyes and pale...
Now, you say it gives them a creepy look, but I do have to tell you, they looked creepy before this. So, I just gotta let you guys know that this guy... It wasn't the lack of eyes that made him creepy. It was the fact that he was a underwater sea creature. I would have been freaked out regardless. Dinosaur Dude is also the creator of another project, spec bio project. Oh, crap. Project Zero. Okay. Hey, we got to check out Project
Skin
Zero.
coloration. These creatures may congregate at these whale falls, either to feed or to mate. After mating, the female Macrysoma will find a nearby hydrothermal vent and lay her eggs, ensuring they are kept warm until they hatch. After hatching, the Macrysoma will immediately begin feeding on decaying matter, repeating the cycle of their parents. We will call them the Typhloskeleiki. They grow up to 2 feet long and live for up to 7 years. These creatures may be larger than their ancestors due to deep-sea gigantism. Deep-sea gigantism is a phenomenon on...
Okay, I think that may have been the voice that they're using for this one, but I'm pretty sure that is gigantism. So, you know, that just may be, I'm pretty sure they use like an AI voiceover for this one, which I actually saw like a post or something that said they're gonna start doing it with their actual voice. So hey, shout outs to that. That's pretty freaking cool. Again, I'm good either way. I just know it. So for me personally, I that is funny to me. It is funny to me that he said that. But obviously, you know, that's just a me thing. That's just a me thing.
On Earth, where deep-sea animals are typically larger than their shallow water relatives. Another creature that could be found crawling along the seabed is the diabrachid. However, these creatures may change their body plan in order to be better suited for life in the deep sea. Due to the lack of light here in the deep sea, sight will be nearly useless. As a result, in convergence with the Typhloskeleiki, these diabrachids may lose their eyes. These creatures' tentacles may be covered in thousands of mechanoreceptive hairs, allowing them to sense food.
Shoutouts to watermelon.
Mates, and danger. One thing to note about these creatures are the sails on their backs. This sail is lined with bioluminescent organs. The diabrachid can control whether to turn these lights on or off. The result in them using their bioluminescence as a deterrent, flashing them on and off to disorient and frighten predators such as deep-sea diabrachid and Souvlak azagoni. These animals may feed on the Project-Opono and whale falls whenever they are available. Once every year, the deep-sea diabrachids migrate into the darkest depths of the ocean, away from any predators. It is here where something majestic happens. The diabrachids all start flashing their lights in a mesmerizing pattern.
Oh, they're putting on the light shows. Is this going to be like a mating thing? This seems like it's about to be a mating thing.
Display signals that mating season has started.
Hey, I called it. I'm not gonna lie. I know a mating call when I see one.
And then, after the light show ends, the diabrachids all release their gametes into the water in one massive cloud. This ensures that the next
Don't drink that water, ladies and gentlemen. Not at that moment.
generation of diabrachids are born. After about 1 to 2 days and the eggs form, the mother diabrachids will all die simultaneously, leaving the fathers to care and defend the eggs until they hatch. After the children hatch, the father will die due to not eating for the entirety that the eggs were being cared for.
Jeez.
The young
Hey, shout outs to the dad, bro. Giving your life so your kids can have a better one. Shout outs to you. Your death will not be in vain. We're going to tell your story to your children. Your dad made the coolest colors on his back when he was trying to mate with your mom. She was like, I saw another, she saw another guy, but he was like, those colors were too irresistible. Shout outs to this guy.
Diabrachids then venture into the waters of their parents, repeating the cycle. We will call these fascinating diabrachids the Typhloideganida. They grow up to 1 meter long and...
Now that's a name. Typhloideganica.
Fascinating diabrachids, the Typhloideganida.
Typhloideganica.
They grow up to 1 meter long and live for up to 15 years. Moving up into more open waters, we may find a surprising creature. While the Typhloideganida crawl...
You know what? They are good parents. You know, right? Riley, they are great parents, to be honest. The best, you know, they sacrificed themselves for their children. Only the best parents do that. You know?
To new hydrothermal vents, there is another, more efficient way to travel to new areas. The diabrachids and their relatives are famous for being bottom dwellers. However, one clade among them stands out. The Epipedosoma are the only clade of diabrachids that possess a tail fin. However, this tail fin is only used to help bury themselves under the sand. But they may have an opportunity to move into more open waters thanks to a unique quirk of the deep sea. The crushing pressures of the deep sea may not allow creatures with bones to survive without some radical changes to their skeleton. This means that the Carchariapsari and Phalaenosoma may not have much of a presence in the deep sea. So perhaps a clade of Epipedasoma native to deeper waters evolves a new mode of locomotion. Currently, these creatures' fins are only used to help bury them under the sand. However, if the Epipedasoma fling their tail fin too hard, they may launch themselves up into the water. This may prove to be a better way of moving along the sea floor, so it may start to become their primary form of movement. Over time, these creatures may evolve a gas bladder which they can use to keep themselves floating in the water after they leap. This, coupled with moving their tail fin, may allow these creatures to evolve to swim. However, due to the way these creatures' bodies are, their tail fin may only be able to move up and down. This may result in them only being able to swim by moving their tail fin in up and down motion. To give them stability while swimming, their fin may split into 2 extra side fins used to control the creature's position in the water, along with providing more locomotive power. They may also start evolving a second pair of eyes for better depth perception. However, due to the lack of light in the deep, their eyes may not have any lenses. We will call these strange swimmers the Panicado. They grow up to 1.5 meters long.
Not having the lenses, I imagine, helps you absorb more light, like as much light as possible. Is that the case, chat? I'm assuming somebody in the chat knows this. We got a lot of smart people in this chat. Honestly, probably I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I have the smartest chat on YouTube. You cannot find a smarter chat than mine. Every time I have a question, they're able to answer it. They're a good chat. Shout outs to the chat, smartest chat on YouTube. So, let me know about that whole eye thing. It's the opposite, actually. Okay, gotcha. See, that's what I'm talking about. They were able to answer the question. I thought it was going to be a thing where it makes you able to absorb more light. Apparently, it's the complete opposite. It absorbs less light. The lenses help gather more light and form a clear image. Oh, hey, well, shout outs to lenses and your eyeballs. Yeah, so not having them is actually a pretty bad thing, guys. If you don't have lenses in your eyes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for you. It's probably hard out there. You might be blind. Would they be blind, chat? Would they be blind if they didn't have lenses in their eyes? Now, I said my chat is the smartest on YouTube. I never said I was the smartest on YouTube, but that's why I have the smartest chat. There's, it's like a symbiotic relationship between me and the chat here.
And live for up to 17 years. Traveling from one vent to another is a long and treacherous journey. While the Panicado and Typhlitiganida may be able to migrate from vent to vent, other creatures may start to hitch a ride on them. Perhaps a small clade of the diabrachids evolves to cling onto the backs of these larger creatures. Their tentacles may split at the end, evolving into...
They wouldn't be fully blind. They would just see very blurry images. Well, you know what? As a person with glasses, I do understand that. That's almost my daily life. And you know what? Even with having glasses, you look at these computer screens all day. One of my eyes is definitely getting worse now. I'll tell you that. I'm pretty sure it's the left eye. This one's getting a lot worse for some reason. I think I just look at too many screens. Work, entertainment, and then the YouTube stuff. Oh my gosh, it's I might need better glasses. I don't know. I might need to get the glasses with I'm pretty sure these will have the UV stuff on them, but I might need to get that doubled. I'm gonna just buy the Ray Charles glasses now just to see how it works. Just to see how they fit. If I look cool in them, I'll, going blind might not be too bad,
Pincers.
Depends on how cool I look in the glasses.
These creatures use these pincers to cling to the skin of their host, so they aren't dislodged while they move.
Yes, I will get that checked out. Thank you, chat. I will.
When the host reaches a new hydrothermal vent or a whale fall, the diabrachid will let go of the host and begin to feed and breed with other members of its species. After mating, the female diabrachid will lay upwards of 5,000 eggs near a hydrothermal vent.
Okay.
This reproduction strategy is called R-selection, where an organism reproduces in vast quantities in the hopes of few will survive to adulthood. After
And also, I'm pretty sure this is something that adapts well to smaller creatures. So, like, smaller creatures are usually on that end where they're like gonna have a higher birth rate and also be able to give birth more times throughout the year than like larger creatures that tend to live longer, but also have those longer periods between when they can and cannot produce children, and then when they do, they gotta raise them up and stuff.
hatching,
It's a whole thing. Remember when we watched the last video and that one animal only lived for like 17 for like 10 days or something, or like 7 days, but then every other creature that wanted to eat it lived for like 20 years. Like, insane stuff.
the babies will immediately begin looking for a house to cling on to, allowing them to store what little energy they have left after hatching. We will call these small passengers the taxitsies. They grow up to 2 inches long and live for up to 3 years. The
Hey,
parvopsauri
I ain't gonna lie, living up to 3 years, not bad. I was kind of not even expecting 3 years to be an option for them. Like, I thought it would be like 6 months or something.
being as adaptable as they are, may find a home in this extreme ecosystem. Unlike the Osteopinae, these creatures never evolved bones, so they may have an edge in colonizing the deep sea. However, this means they will face new threats they have never seen before, such as the panicado. To counter the panicado, these creatures may partner with bioluminescent bacteria. One clade of parvopsauri may evolve to house these bacteria in a special pouch. This pouch may provide
Holy crap. This is actually really cool. Hold on.
may evolve
gotta
to
go
house
back.
these bacteria in a special
First of all, this creature itself, it just looks cool. Like, you cannot look at this and tell me that this don't look cool. My autocorrect corrected host to house in the script. No, you're good. You're good. Because I feel like even when you say it's like hosted or houses it, like, I feel like people would still understand the like house, like your house, obviously it may not be right, but I feel like contextually it still fits. But this creature looks super freaking cool, and then you see that what the ability of it is, and then you're like, whoa, this thing is going to be a threat. My screen is black.
pouch.
Oh, my screen is black. What's going on here? Hold on. Oh. There we go. Okay, you guys can see the screen, right? You guys should be able to see the screen now. Okay.
This pouch may provide protection evolvers may part before, such as
I'm not sure how far back it went, so I'm just going to go back a little bit. But I have to say, that creature that we're about to see coming up is one of the coolest creatures I've seen so far. I really love the look of this thing.
panicado. To counter the panicado, these creatures may partner with bioluminescent bacteria. One clade of parvopsauri may evolve to house these bacteria in a special pouch.
Right here. Look at this thing. Love it. Enjoy it. I love this thing. I want this creature in my house inside of a deep sea tank. Though I don't think those exist. I just made it up just now. Let's invent these things so I can house one of these things. This thing's look incredible. I want this. And then I'm sure, look at these claws, these mandibles. And then look, it's about to absorb bacteria in its pouch. And guess what? That pouch is going to produce light.
This
Look at
pouch
this.
may provide
Look at this. It's like a dark eye just looking at you in the middle of darkness. It's just like the eye of darkness. I
protection
love
to
it.
the
I
bacteria,
actually do love
along
that.
with a safe place to reproduce. In exchange for giving the parvopsauri use of their light, the parvopsauri may secrete a constant flow of nutrients into this pouch to keep their bacteria alive. However, these bacteria play a much more crucial role than just being a light source for the parvopsauri. They also can be used against predators. If threatened by a predator, the parvopsauri may start rapidly secreting hormones into its pouch. These hormones send the bacteria into a frenzy, making them rapidly turn their bioluminescence on and off like a light switch. This intense display may scare predators into thinking they are in danger, causing them to flee and leave the animal alone. Once a threat is no longer detected, the Parvipsari stops secreting the hormones, allowing the bacteria to rest and go dark for a while. This relationship between guest and host is called mutualistic symbiosis, where both parties gain something from each other in exchange for the other giving them something in return. The bacteria of the Parvipsari...
We were talking about, like, this is going over symbiosis. In the previous video, we also were kind of going over, like, different types of symbiosis. It's just such a coincidence that they're all, like... It's all coming together.
May range in color from blue to green to yellow and any color in between. However, once every year, something shifts within the Parvipsari. During mating season, the Parvipsari rise from the depths. They congregate under the moonlight and begin to breed. After mating, the female will lay her eggs along the coast before the group dives back down to the depths. After around 1 week, the next generation of Parvipsari hatch and start making their way down to the deep. Along the way, many are eaten, with the schools dropping in number, from 10,000 to 5,000 before they finally reach the deep. Once they reach the deep sea, the baby Parvipsari start producing that attracts the bioluminescent bacteria, making them fill their pouches. Once the pouch is full, it fully seals, giving the Parvipsari its own unique cultivar of bacteria. This gives every creature a slightly unique color. We will call these strange creatures the Thickalizer. They grow up to 1 foot long and live for up to 10 years. The deep sea is a tough environment with limited food. Coupled with the extreme cold and lack of light, predators here may need to evolve extraordinary adaptations to find and kill prey. Meet the Delirpsaria, descendants of the Souvlaki. These scary predators have taken up a niche similar to the anglerfish of Earth. One of their dorsal fins has evolved a fleshy lure at its tip, designed to lure in curious prey such as the panicato and Thickalizer. They produce their bioluminescence on their own, not aided by any bioluminescent bacteria. Once prey is right in front of the glowing lure, their gate is sealed. With a lightning-fast motion, the Delirpsaria stabs its prey, killing it instantly. Their lower jaw tentacles have become heavily muscled, allowing them to tackle the largest of prey, like the panicato. Their tail fin has evolved a tail spike to allow them to achieve bursts of speed to catch speedy prey such as the Thickalizer. These creatures also use their lures to attract mates. By flashing their lights, they can seduce a partner. If the potential mate responds in tandem, mating is initiated. Once laid near a hydrothermal vent, the eggs of the Delirpsaria are abandoned by the parents. After about a week and
I'm not gonna lie, I feel like laying them next to a vent might be a better idea than putting them next to the shore. I mean, that's just me though. You know, if I'm an underwater creature, hey, Anthrax is off work. Let's go. We got the crab off work. Let's go. But yeah, I feel like putting them by the ventilation is just a better option. You know, if you're already underwater, you got to go all the way up. There's that pressure difference. You got to learn about, you know, it's a lot, you know, just put the eggs right there. But obviously too late for those other guys. You know, they already made their choice. They made their choices in life. They got to deal with it.
Half the eggs hatch, giving rise to the next generation of Delirpsaria. They grow up to 2.5 meters long and live for up to 21 years. Their larger size is correlated with the abundance of prey they lure in, along with deep-sea gigantism. Returning to the dark and eerie sea bed, we find the Calbopla. These creatures are relatives of the Mechaeriodonta who have evolved to feed on the Elaiospratza and other deep-sea Panoplicima. To do so, however, they need a way to crack open their shells. To do this, their one-sharp, knife-like teeth have evolved into large clubs which they can use to shatter the shells of their prey. Once the shell is broken, the Calbopla feeds on its kill.
I could just imagine how this thing goes at people, where it just uses this big clubs, just like, yeah, just right on them, just cracks them like a
These
shell.
creatures use a unique quirk of the deep sea to hide from predators and prey alike. Red light is an extremely short wavelength. This means that it is absorbed by the water at much shallower levels.
Will I watch sky and plant color? Sure, yeah. Hold on. Let me just look it up here. This looks like the one. We'll add it to the list. There we go. Don't let me forget
than
about
blue
that,
or
Jack.
purple light. The Calbopla took advantage of this fact, becoming a bright red color. Due to the lack of red light in the deep sea, predators appear black to organisms with eyes, such as the thickalizer. Their strange hunchback condition is due to the fact that their relatives used their tentacles like about to kill their prey. The Calbopla instead holds its tentacle out wide before curling its back up into a curve before rapidly relaxing those muscles, slamming into its prey. However, their clubs mean they can also feed on the bones of whale falls, giving them an exclusive food source that nothing else can use. This may allow the Calbopla to become extremely successful near the seafloor, allowing them to become the apex predators of the deep-sea ocean floor. They grow up to 2.1 meters long and live for up to 27 years.
Jeez.
Another deep
Good life over here. I thought they would have been. I didn't think they would be the apex. I thought that would have been the last guys. But still, my favorite is still the second one. I can't remember the name at this point.
seafloor predator may come from descendants of the Corallisoma. These creatures, which we will call the Yugonasongo, have evolved a hunting strategy similar to the Delirpsaria. They possess bioluminescent strips on their tentacles.
Hold on.
They don't make their own light, however, as they employ the help of bioluminescent bacteria. Similarly to the thickalizer, the Yugonasongo
Thickalizer. This is my favorite personally.
provide protection and food for their bacteria, and in return the bacteria give the predator use of their lights. These creatures' shells have evolved to be made of flexible chitin to allow them to move easier to catch their prey. To capture prey, the Yugonasongo contracts its body and tentacles, making itself shorter. Once prey such as the thickalizer comes to investigate the glowing red lights, the Yugonasongo rapidly makes itself taller again. Immediately after, its tentacles stab the prey, grabbing it and dragging it into its large
Shout outs to the animation because it really gives the good visual. Also, why they gotta be killing thickalizers, bro?
stomach. This hunting style is quite effective for the Yugonasongo. The filter-feeding hairs of their ancestors have concentrated and hardened at the tips of their tentacles, becoming to sharp dagger-like teeth which they use to kill prey. The Yugonasongo grows up to 1 meter tall and lives for up to 27.5 years. With the evolution of all these new predators, the Panicado may have to adapt. Perhaps one branch of Panicado evolves to hide itself from the view of predators. But how would they do this? On Earth,
Camouflage.
cephalopod's skin contains special cells called chromatophores. These chromatophores can help them change skin color. This is most common in shallower waters, but some species of deep-sea squid retain this ability. So perhaps these Panicado evolve millions of these chromatophores all along their skin. When not in danger, these chromatophores
Not gonna lie, can we imagine a world where humans have chromatophores that like actually change colors like this in life? I feel like things would be a little bit cooler. I feel like just like there would be a lot less just like add like random boredom within human society if we just had this, you know? Like if I could just change my hand to be like whatever color. Like obviously as a kid we all have that moment where we're like, whoa, I can't control my chromatophores. Whoa, they're going crazy. And it's like you gotta have like one of your parents sit you down. It's like, oh son, we all go through this, you know. And back when I was a kid I had the most embarrassing incident, and you know, I end up changing into the color of this, and it's like, whoa, at least I feel better, thanks mom. And then, you know, they all, you know, you all get help and stuff, you know. You're just like, oh, your chromatophore is going out of control, you're a teenager, congratulations, that's normal. Like, we would have all been through that. Things would have been cool by the time you were like 30, 40. You would have been like, yo, I can go full camouflage whenever I want to. You know, you see that rock over there? Watch this. Boom. Now I'm the rock. Nobody, we might be able to change how we look structurally if we really try. Yeah, these are some good deep sea animals. I will say that. I can see why this is one of your favorites.
Chromatophores will make the skin appear gray.
I like this guy.
However, if a predator is spotted, the chromatophores rapidly shift from gray to red. As explained earlier, red light isn't very common in the deep sea. So these panicado will be completely hidden from predators once their chromatophores shift to red, allowing them to quickly escape. These creatures may feed on the Ochrocotrono, Typhloskiliki, and Taxitses. We will call these color-changing panicado the Iracomica. They grow up to 2 meters long and live for up to 23 years. While the deep sea may prevent creatures with bones from inhabiting it, it isn't implausible that a clade of Phalaenosoma evolved to live in the depths. However, they may make some radical changes to their body plan in order to be better suited for life in the deep. Their bones may become extremely light and flexible, allowing the Phalaenosoma to colonize the deep sea. However, due to the lack of the phytoplankton and micropene blooms in the deep sea,
you would have to be so careful of assassins in a Como human world, like a world where humans have like chromatophores and we could just change them in eventually we're humans. I feel like we'd eventually just get better with it over time. We'd learn the strats, the tags, all the stuff to make it as best we can, Also, shout outs to the Black Hole Nerd for this art here. But you would have to be so worried about assassins. Like, so many people would be like, yo, you check every corner. Everything, security alarms would have to be so crazy. We'd all have those, we'd all have motion detectors everywhere. It's like, nah, you can't judge based off looks. Where's the thermo detectors? Where's the motion and thermal together combined inside your house at all times? It's always on. It's like, you would need stuff like that just to be cool. Because again, I feel like, and again, this might not be a thing, but like, what is contour, but just different, when they put all the makeup on and it's just different like textures of things on their face, you could probably contour your face to look like other faces, if you tried hard enough. If there would be hella chicks that would just be like, oh man, I know how to contour my freaking chromatophores to make it look like I am a whole nother person over here, and then maybe evolve it to the hair color too. Oh my gosh, society would be crazy. It'd be everybody getting catfished today. That's how it would be. Everybody getting catfished every other day by somebody.
Phalaenosoma may have to switch to another food source. They may evolve to feed around hydrothermal vents similarly to the Eliaspratza. However, their current feeding method won't be efficient enough. So perhaps the deep-sea Phalaenosoma evolved to move their filtering hairs off of their tentacles and into their mouth and throat. As this happens, their mouth may elongate into a trunk, giving them easier access to food.
Okay.
This gives them a wildly different appearance than their ancestral body plan. Due to hydrothermal vents being heavily spaced out, the large sizes of their ancestors may become detrimental to their survival.
Dang.
So these creatures may evolve to be smaller, to require less food. However, this may not provide them any protection from predators, so they may form pods of up to 15 individuals for safety in numbers. We will call these small Phalaenosoma the Concucci. They grow up to 2.5 meters long and live for up to 16 years. One of the largest deep-sea creatures on Earth are siphonophores. These creatures are massive colonial organisms made up of thousands of individuals who appear as one organism. Each individual animal is known as a zooid. These zooids allow the siphonophores to grow massive without worrying about any consequences except food and reproduction. Perhaps a strange clade of Dachyosoma evolves into the niche of a siphonophore. However, one problem with this is that they are sessile. However, as explained in Episode 2, the larvae of the Dakiosoma are motile, swimming in the open ocean until they fall to the sea floor and mature. So perhaps another instance of neoteny occurs within the Dakiosoma lineage. However, this time, the larvae may begin to congregate and form huge colonies in the deep sea. This may result in these creatures becoming the largest clade of deep-sea animal on the planet, with their maximum size being nearly endless. These colonies may be made up of thousands of individual zooids, each with their own role in the colony. There may be two dominant zooids in the social ladder, however. The zooids that take responsibility for feeding and reproduction are the most important zooids for the colony to protect, as they bear the role of helping the colony survive. The rest of the zooids make up the main body, housing the digestive system, circulatory system, and other organs. However, one fact about the Dakiosoma is that their tentacles have...
If you were part of that, which, you feel like you'd be like a vital, like you're the food guy? Because I feel like I might not be like the food guy, but, also being like, what's another important part? Probably the tail, pretty important. That's probably like third or fourth on the list. Let's see. I mean, just being a part of the spine and the neural network and stuff is cool too. It's just like you don't want to be like, oh yeah, let me be the high priority part where it's like, oh, I'm the reproductive system, and then what happens if you're not doing your job? It's like, whoa, everybody's looking at you, like, whoa, bro, come on, what are we doing protecting you, bro? Don't make us separate from you, detach from you, and then get another. We can always replace you, bro. We got more people lined up for that job. The mouth guy, that's tough. That means sometimes you might have to run some offense. You might have to be the guy to get into the battle. Like, oh shoot, let me get away, bite. You got to know when to bite him and get away. You might not know. You're just you just got assigned to the head. You weren't like, oh yeah, I'm gonna become. I always wanted to be the mouth. That was just part of your job assignment. So some people may not be ready for this. I'm just saying, before everybody just hop in and be like, oh, I'm definitely gonna be the mouth, definitely gonna be the reproductive organ. Let's give it give spine a chance. Give being part of the neural network a chance. It's all good stuff. Be part of the tail. The tail come in clutch sometimes, Be part of the part that makes it steer itself,
Eyes at the tips. This may mean that any segment with tentacles may also have eyes. Some of the tentacles may be broader, becoming fins, allowing the colony to swim slowly across the dark depths. However, as explained earlier, these tentacles, or fins, may have eyes on them, adding to the already strange appearance of these creatures. We will call these massive colonial organisms the Project-Opono. They grow to a maximum of a few dozen meters long and live for up to 100 plus years. Moving up into shallower waters, we will now traverse the rivers and lakes of Opono. The rivers and lakes of Opono will be another habitat the organisms will have to adapt to. The fast currents of rivers, the murky waters of lakes, and the varying light levels form several distinct layers of life or microhabitats. In particular, plants in these bodies of fresh water will face a unique challenge in every body of fresh water they colonize. They will need to develop extraordinary adaptations to survive in these environments, such as tighter stems and shorter bodies. Perhaps a clade of Phyceophyto evolves to live in the rivers and lakes of Opono. Their main bodies are hidden underground, with only their leaves sticking out of the mud. Their soft leaves will allow them to bend with the current of rivers, allowing them to not be ripped out of the ground. These plants reproduce asexually, colonizing barren rivers and lakes very quickly, carpeting the river bed with mats of vegetation. We will call them the Kawakusa. They grow up to 1 foot tall. While the Kawakusa fill the role of ground vegetation, other plants may fill the role of large riverbank plant. This may come from a clade of Silostel. These plants, which we will call the Ridicon, may grow along the riverbanks similarly to earth reeds. Their stem may harden, becoming almost woody. This is to help resist the strong river currents. Their leaves may also become smaller due to them being almost always...
Hey, shout out to Emporia. I don't know if he's supposed to have a smile on his face, but it kind of looks like he does. That's cute.
Is in the air. Their leaves may evolve a thick waxy cuticle along with stomata to be able to stand the hot sun. With these adaptations, the Ridicon is well equipped to survive in muddy swamps and rivers, being the first clade of semi-aquatic plants on the planet. They grow up to 5 feet tall. The Kawakusa and Ridicon will form the base of the freshwater food web, paving the way for the animals to colonize fresh water. Meet the Porvoplavni, descendants of the Arfalu. These strange creatures have adapted to live in the rivers and lakes of Opono in several unique ways. They have increased in body length to easily snake through dense vegetation. They have evolved fin-driven swimming. Their first 2 pairs of fins have evolved into the primary locomotive.
Now, I'm not a fish expert here, but I do have to ask, like, are like longer, elongated fish better at like swimming in rivers? I didn't know this. Like, wait, I've never actually been fishing before, so like, is this like something that's like, is like bass are there? You know, are like bass, like, are they like longer than like normal like lake fish? I don't know, like river fish and lake fish. Is there a difference? I don't go fishing, bro. There's a lot of like, I'm sure like they don't even have to be a scientist. I'm sure just a person who goes fishing would probably be able to answer this question here for me here. Like, are rivers usually filled with like longer fish, and then like ponds and stuff are filled with like shorter, stubbier fish? I don't know. Again, I don't go fishing.
The fins, while the remaining fins have become ripped and tattered. These fins inhibit their locomotion, but greatly increase their hiding effectiveness, allowing them to blend in with their surroundings. Interesting.
Hold on. Sea snakes, eels, and the why can I not pronounce this? This creature here are longer to squeeze through dense vegetation. I feel like it was the paparoni, but it doesn't look like it's spelled that way.
Interestingly, their ancestral social hierarchy has evolved into something much greater. Their groups have evolved into harems. A harem is an animal group consisting of 1 or 2 males, a number of females, and their offspring. The dominant male Porvoplavni drives off other
Porvoplavni. I feel like if it looks like it should be Porvoplavni, but I don't know. I'm not
competing
Porvoplavni
males and maintains the unity of the group. If present, the second male Porvoplavni is subservient to the dominant male. However, if the second male Porvoplavni ever tries to mate with a female without the dominant male knowing, they too will engage in battle until one backs down or is killed. However, if one of the female Porvoplavnis are pregnant, the males will be fiercely protective of her and the eggs, attacking anything that gets within range, even plants that bend to
Hey, good dad right there.
close. Once the baby Porvoplavni are fully matured, they are exiled from the group to prevent inbreeding. It is at this point the males will start to form their own harems, and the females will look for harems to join. The Porvoplavni grow up to 1.5 feet long.
All right, now this is where you kind of lose me, where you're like, dang, I really hope I don't get a harem. And then all of a sudden you see your freaking sister in there. And that's like, oh man, wrong harem. Sorry, sis. You can't be in this one. Go up. I heard there was a guy up there, up the river looking for a harem. You got this, sis.
And live for up to 11 years. Another herbivore may come from a generalist clade of Ramphistodontia. These creatures' transition to a more herbivorous lifestyle is a drastic one, resulting in their weirder appearance and smaller size. However, the drastic change in ecosystem.
This is an interesting viewpoint here. I like the switch. Shout outs to Jasper.
May account for this switch in diet, as there are no corallisoma to eat in the rivers. So, the freshwater Ramphistodontia may substitute their diet with plants, becoming full herbivores. With their powerful jaws and beaks, they may be able to feed on the stems of the Ridicon, being one of the only clades to feed on their trunks and branches. However, they won't pass up the occasional dead body or kawakusa. However, the murky waters may make seeing difficult for these creatures. Although their echolocation may help them find food, it may not be enough. So perhaps the eyes of these creatures evolve a tapetum lucidum. A tapetum lucidum is a layer of tissue in the eyes of some animals that help them see in the dark, and in this will help the Ramphus dinta see in the dimly lit murky water. This adaptation may also give them a creepy appearance, as the eyes will look like they glow in the dark. We will call these eerie freshwater creatures the Calamitragon. They grow up to 2 feet long and live for up to 17 years. Due to the abundant groves of plant life in the rivers and lakes, any different clades of herbivores may be able to feed on them exclusively. One such clade is the Ageladenopsari. Due to the large amounts of food, these creatures may grow larger, with the freshwater Ageladenopsari being one of the largest clades in the whole ecosystem, even outgrowing their underwater forest forms in size and weight. With this increased weight, their flippers may not be able to support their movements. So, the freshwater Ageladenopsari may evolve their flippers into true legs. To support these legs, they may evolve a skeleton similar.
Now, is this going to be the first creature that makes it to land? Once again, place your bets. What's going to be the first creature to make it to land, ladies and gentlemen? I am looking forward to seeing which one it is. I feel like this guy's in the running. This guy looks like he's about to be number one. He's already got legs. That's like the first step, literally. As a person who does walk on land every day, and I do have legs, I feel like having legs is pretty important in it.
To those of the Osteopinae of the open ocean. With this skeleton, the freshwater Ageladenopsari will be able to walk along the riverbed in search of food and mates. Their legs will be splayed out to the side of the body, similar to earth lizards. Despite the inefficient posture, the lower gravity of Opono means that this style of walking is more effective than on Earth. However, it still may limit their maximum size and weight, although it still may allow them to grow quite large. However, not every pair of flippers may evolve into legs. Only the first 2 pairs of flippers have evolved into legs. The last pair of flippers have evolved into gonopods, structures used to latch onto mates during breeding. This gives the Ageladenopsari a quadrupedal stance, becoming the first clade of quadrupedal hexapinae on the planet. To be visible to one another, the freshwater Ageladenopsari evolve rings of colored skin around their eyes. The males only have one general eye ring color, neon green. The females, however, have more colorful colored eye rings, being anything from blue to green to purple. This is an example of the simplest form of sexual dimorphism. Sexual dimorphism means that there is an observable difference in physical characteristics between males and females of the same species. They may also advance their ancestral breeding behaviors accordingly. In the ancestral Ageladenopsari, the males and females exhibited different social behaviors. The males were solitary, while the females congregated in maternal herds of 7 individuals, not including their calves. This may eventually develop into a more advanced breeding system. During mating season, the males will group together into large congregations or leks and compete with one another in view of passing groups of females.
Hey, shout outs to the fairy ring. It's like you see some, you're just walking by, you see a group of girls, and it's like you and your buddy just look at each other like, let's go. Come on, bro. Come on, see if you can take me. See if you can take me. See if you can take me. And then the chick, they're looking at us, right? Yeah, they're looking at us. All right, see if you can take me, bro. I'm about to take you down, bro. And then they're just going at it right now. And these chicks are just like, that guy looks good, pretty good. I like the way he's fighting right there. And this would just be how it is.
If a female
That's
is
hilarious.
impressed by a specific male, she will send out a call while making eye contact with a specific male she chooses.
That would be so creepy to hear in real life.
Male then responds.
Let's hear that one more time. She's looking at you, and she gives you this call. You going over? That's like the hey, come on over. nobody's, I'm just chilling here. You're looking pretty good right now. Just want to see if you wanted to make babies, and then this is the sound they make.
The male
Let's
then
make the
responds
baby
in
sound.
tandem and then initiates a mating ritual. After mating, the female will hold an egg sac in her gonapods, keeping her young safe until they hatch. After the egg sac hatches, the father Agelidinopsari will start bringing food to the baby Agelidinopsari until they are developed enough to survive on their own, at
Oh, good fathers, good dads. Hey, good parents right now.
which point he will abandon the mother and her
Oh,
cat.
never mind. Actually, he's a deadbeat dad. Actually, he doesn't pay child support. He's just like my father, for real.
This mating system is known as serial monogamy, where a pair of animals stay together for their entire life to raise young up until the young mature enough, in which one of the parents will then leave. We will call these giant
Your dad divorced your mom right after you, like, it's like growing up with your dad your whole life, and then they get divorced, and it's like, whoa, what? Dude, were you guys just waiting for me to like go to college, and then you guys immediately get divorced? Like, what's going on here? This is crazy. This is insane. Why you guys couldn't have like made this happen when I was younger? Maybe make it easier for me? No. You guys waited. Everything seemed cool. And then you waited till I got older, went off to college, and then immediately got a divorce in my freshman year. Insane. Crazy.
giants, the Futotakarida.
And now we got another family. Now I got a stepbrother. What's going on here?
They grow up to 4 meters long and live for up to 25 years. With the abundance of herbivores, predators are bound to follow. Perhaps a clade related to the diabrachids evolves into an ambush predator. They may hide their bodies under the mud with only their tongue and eye stalks sticking out of the ground.
Not gonna lie, this is a good strategy right here, because look at it. It looks just like the other plants, but then it comes out and gets you.
One interesting feature of these predators are the 3 fleshy spikes on their backs. These spikes mimic the shape and color of a kawakusa, luring in hungry herbivores such as the porvoplavny. Once the prey gets close enough, they strike, impaling their prey on their tongue. They then drag their kill under the mud and begin to feed on it before getting back into position. We will call these plant mimics the Filipiso. They grow up to 2.1 feet long and live for up to 10 years. The panicado of the deep sea may find a home in the rivers and lakes of Opono. But due to the drastic shift in environment, their morphology may change drastically. Their eyes may
Wait, Opono, are you in the U.S.? Because I noticed that it said feet there. A lot of times people use like centimeters, stuff like that. A lot of times we're talking to people outside of the U.S. So, shout outs to Opono if they are in the U.S. Shout outs to you even if you're not in the U.S. But, obviously, America, I'm American. I love America. If you are American, shout outs to you too, bro. Yes, you are from the U.S. of A, my brother. Let's go.
evolve lenses to see in
You understand what I'm saying? I saw he was like, "Yo, is how many feet? Whoa, feet. Hold on, I like that.
the brighter
I like what I'm hearing there."
waters. Along with this, they may lose their tail fin, instead using their side fins to swim through
Hold
the
on, are you in Ohio? I'm in Ohio. That's crazy. Ohio native right here. Shout outs to Ohio in the building. Ohio, Opono. Ohio means Opono, and Opano means Ohio in family. That's a meme that I'm starting right now. If you ever seen the Lilo and Stitch movies, and also are in America and in Ohio, there's a lot of things that you would get from that would relate back to what I'm saying there. You just have to be an Ohioan.
dense vegetation. As a result, they may lose their tail fin and evolve a body plan similar to the manta ray of Earth. To support their muscular fins, they may evolve a single cartilage skeleton. This skeleton may primarily be in the fins, giving them support. This has resulted in them having 2 spines, one on each side, with offshoots extending into the side fins. This makes these panicado the first diabrachids to have an internal support structure. This may allow these
Hey,
panicado
that's what's
to
up.
diversify massively.
Hold on, let's see that one more time, because he said he drew that skeleton. That's nice. Look, hey, yo, the creator drew this on his own on a sheet of paper. I'm telling you right now, I couldn't draw this line. I would not be able to draw this line because I can't draw. I'm just really bad at it. So again, shout out. I like that way you did draw out the concepts before even, because I thought you would have just put this on the computer. I don't know if it's needed to draw them out in person, but it's probably better to do that, right? I assume it's better to draw it out in person. And then
the side
put it to
fins.
the computer.
This makes these panicado the first diabrachids to have an internal support structure. This may allow these panicado to diversify massively in the coming few million years. We will call them the actinocosin. They grow up to 2.6 feet long and live for up to 17 years. With the abundance of detritus and dead material piling up on the river bed, animals will start taking advantage of this untapped food source. One such animal is the Rucker. These creatures are related to the Catharapsauri of the underwater jungle. However, they don't possess the rattle of their ancestors. Instead, their upper tentacle has developed into an arm-like appendage. The end of this tentacle is split into 3 fingers, allowing the Rucker to pick up food items and pass it into their mouth.
Shout out to the dinosaur dude. I like how they drew that out there. So it's like 3 little. Wait, does it have like little little fingers on top of the fingers? That's
with the help of the 2 lower tentacles. However, this hand can do more than pick up food. They can use their hands to pick up and throw things such as rocks. But why would they do this? You see, these creatures travel in groups of up to 50 individuals. However, these groups aren't just for protection, they are for helping one another. These creatures are altruistic, meaning that they depend on each other for their mutual success. While the school forages for food, one stays behind to look out for danger. The lookout keeps a constant eye out for danger. If a predator is spotted, the lookout will pick up a rock.
This is like what meerkats do. If you guys are familiar with meerkat societies, it's like they're very much like a group where some people will be out looking for food and stuff, and then there's always one meerkat just like perched up, just like watching the group, making sure like everybody's safe and like looking out for danger. And anytime they see some danger, they'll get a call. And then there's also like birds that do this for other creatures as well. It's like, you know, dang, shout out to birds, bro.
It will then throw the rock at the rest of the group and let out a loud scream, warning the school of the incoming danger.
Not the loudest scream in the world, I'll say that. Don't get it confused for the mating of the other creature now. That might be a little embarrassing.
However, what use is the strategy if an individual skips its duties for a free meal? You see, being alone is dangerous for any lonely Rucker. Predators lurk everywhere you look, meaning there is a constant source of danger and death. So it is in the Rucker's best interest to do its duties to stay in the protection of the school. However, if an individual constantly skips its duties, the leader will pelt it with rocks, signaling that it has been exiled. Leaving the group is almost guaranteed death, so the individual will never be able to cheat the system again. These creatures grow up to 0.5 meter long and live for up to 19 years. Another scavenger may come from yet another clade of freshwater panicado. Similarly to the actinocosin, these creatures may differ significantly to their ancestors, becoming nearly unrecognizable. Their body may elongate, becoming ovular in shape. At the same time, their tentacles may go lower down the face to make grabbing food easier. These creatures' eyes may become smaller, being nearly useless. Instead, they may use a pair of sensory whiskers on their heads to find food. These whiskers will be highly sensitive, being more sensitive than a human finger. This allows the panicado to identify anything they find with ease, from food, to mates, to predators. These whiskers may also aid the creature in taste, allowing them to taste their food before ingesting it. These traits give the panicado an appearance similar to earth catfish. We will call these odd creatures the Jenny-you-know. They grow up to 0.5 meter long and live up to 11 years. Another scavenger may come from relatives of the Typhlitiganida. These creatures, which we will call the Denphilosoma, mimic the leaf of a dead Thalasphilo to not be noticed amongst the leaf litter of the seabed. To appear as a more convincing leaf, their already flat bodies may flatten out more than they already are. The mechanoreceptive hairs on ends of their tentacles may elongate, evolving into hairy brushes the Denphilosoma can use to sift through the leaf litter for anything edible. Due to their lack of eyes, their mechanoreceptors will act as their sense of taste, their sense of sight, and sense of smell. If a threat is sensed, the Denphilosoma will rapidly shake its body, burying itself under the leaf litter. However, this may not be enough to deter the most persistent predators. So perhaps the Denphilosoma may evolve a form of toxin, more specifically poison. This poison may be contained in special glands evolved from old digestive organs no longer used by the Denphilosoma. This poison is then distributed into the flesh of their body, making every part unsafe to eat. This added form of defense will mean that the Denphilosoma will be left well alone, allowing them to forage among the leaf litter without fear of attack. They grow up to 2 meters long and live for up to 10 years. On the surface...
Now, I hope they have... Wait, they need some regen powers, regen abilities, some good ones.
Surface of the water,
somebody might still take a bite out of them, you know?
May find species of the Tmimitos. These plants will be similar to earth lilipads. However, one issue they face is dispersal. The spores of the Tmimitos can't travel far outside of water, so wine dispersal won't be an effective strategy. So perhaps these plants evolve small, bulbous fruits at the ends of their roots. These fruits will be filled with a nutritious, sweet flesh, which is an irresistible bribe for herbivores. These fruits may contain the plant's seeds, which may be reinforced with an outer layer to survive the digestion process. Once eaten and passed out in the animal's excrement, the seeds will mature, floating to the surface of the water and maturing into an adult. We will call these fruit-bearing Tmimitos the Condylophilo. They grow up to 1 foot wide. As the Condylophilo begins to carpet the surface of the water, the roots may start to tangle together into a thick mat. These root tangles will create the perfect microhabitat for a few clades of animals.
It might just be me, but I feel like this image took a minute. I feel like this image took some time to make. You know, I feel like it went detailed, and you got to draw all this stuff and then get all this. It feels like it took a minute.
Animals that can adapt to survive there. Perhaps the thickalizer of the deep sea may come to find a niche in this microhabitat. These animals may not be much different than their ancestors, with several major exceptions. Their top 2 tentacles may evolve dagger-like teeth at the ends, which they can use to spear the fruits of the Condylophilo and bring them closer to the mouth. The second major difference is their lack of bacteria pouch. This is because the higher light levels of fresh water will allow these organisms to survive without their biological partners. Instead, that pouch has been repurposed. This pouch serves an important role in reproduction and the survival of the juveniles. This pouch, similarly to those of earth marsupials, provides a place for the young thickalizer to develop until they are mature enough to leave it for good. However, only the male bears this pouch, similarly to earth seahorses. Once the male...
No, there's no inhabitants on the land right now. It took over an hour and a half to draw. Oh, crap. I knew that was a detailed image. I knew it. Yeah, there's no inhabitants on the land right now for Project-Opono. I believe that would be next episode that we're going to see that, based off the title, which I probably should have not read, but I saw it in the playlist. I did read the names of the video in the playlist. I'm sorry. But yeah. Next episode, we should be seeing some land. But for right now, I do have a guess on who I think is going to be the first creature that makes it onto the land. We saw him earlier. He already has legs, already has a skeleton. They got pretty cool mating rituals so far. I forget the name of it, but we all know I have my guess already on who's going to be the first creature on the land. This is going to be a good one. We're going to see.
And female thickalizer have mated. The mother will deposit her eggs within the male's pouch. She will then depart to find another mate, leaving the male to care for the eggs alone. This is called male-only parental care, where only the male of a species takes on the role of caring for the young. As the eggs develop in the male's pouch, it will begin to swell, getting the male an almost pregnant appearance. During this time, the father thickleizer will barely eat, putting all of his time and effort into the eggs. After around a month and a half, the eggs finally hatch. It is at this point that the male winzig will die.
Dang it, I had a feeling. R.I.P. to this guy, bro. R.I.P. to the dad. R.I.P. to another goat having to not eat and give all this nutrition for his child just for that child to survive. Shout outs to these parents. Some parents on land that, they would never. We all know at least one parent that would just never do this,
Having
Crazy.
starved himself for his offspring. The juveniles, needing an early energy boost, will then devour the corpse of their father, giving them an advantage in the dangerous river.
Eating your father? You just were born. No. Okay, do what you gotta do, bro. Do what you gotta do. Just feels like maybe you have a creature that maybe kills another creature and puts its eggs inside of that creature so that way it has a fresh, what, eat your dad, go ahead, you be the person that eats their dad. Kind of, what did they do? Starve themselves so you would have food, and then as soon as you get born, immediately you eat their dead corpse. You know what, hey, you can only be so good of a dad. It is what it is at that point. This is nature. I'm just making jokes here.
They call home. However, after this point, they will only eat the leaves and fruits of the Condylophilo. We will call them the winzig. They grow up to 1.5 feet long and live for up to 9 years. Another creature that could be found in the root tangles are the micropinae. These small animals may be perfectly pre-adapted to life in this microhabitat and so may quickly colonize it. Pre-adapted animals are animals that evolved a body plan that may turn out later to be suited for a later environment. The small size of the micropinae may allow them to easily dart between the gaps between the Condylophilo roots. However, they still may be too densely packed to swim through. So perhaps the freshwater micropinae become the second clade of animals to evolve legs. However, due to the
Yes, time for frogs. Wait, hold on. Did you just call this? What am I seeing, frogs? What are these frogs? What the hell?
lack of
Did
skeleton,
you just call that out? What happened there?
the micropinae's legs may be made of pure muscle. This is very inefficient and energetically demanding. However, the small size of the micropinae coupled with the lower gravity lessens these constraints, allowing the micropinae to get away with having no skeleton. These creatures' legs may allow them to walk along the roots of the Condylophilo. However, they may need another way to get from root to root. So perhaps their back pair of legs evolved to be larger and more powerful than the rest. This may allow the micropinae to hop from root to root in search of food. However, they may occasionally hop out of the water while trying to get to another root. This may cause them to become semi-aquatic to deal with being out of the water for short amounts of time. These creatures may take part in playful competitions. They may do this during their childhood by trying to see who can stay on their hind legs the longest. These competitions aren't meant to hurt the other's chances.
No, I feel like you do have to have a skeleton to be outside of the water and have a good time, right? Just to be out and have a good time, you should probably have a skeleton.
At finding a mate later in life. They are just a form of play for these creatures. These animals will feed exclusively on the fruits of the Condylophilo. We will call these small jumpers the microltus. They grow up to 5 inches long and live for up to 5 years. The root tangle microhabitat is bound to have a top predator similarly to every other environment on the planet. This apex predator may come about from a clade of neotenous Panoplicima. The Panoplicima larvae, similar to those of the Daciosoma, are motile, swimming through the water until they find a placenta stick and make a shell. However, if neoteny occurs in a clade of Panoplicima, they may be able to take up a life of swimming in and around the root tangles, searching for winzig and microltus to feed on. The tentacles of these creatures may board into fins similar to the
It's like a villain from dang, I forgot the name of the game.
Event that occurs in some paraxapoizoids in the deep sea. As their tentacles broaden
Chrono Trigger. This looks like a Chrono Trigger villain.
into fins, they may lose their role in feeding. However, they may evolve to slap their prey, stunning them. However,
And also, yeah, that's true. I just got reminded the gravity is lower, so you may not need a skeleton above water on this planet specifically. I'm thinking of Earth. You know, as a person, a resident of Earth, a lot of times I do think of it first, even when it isn't the main subject. So you know what? A lot of times I initially think of Earth, but that's just because that's where I'm from. You know, it's a pretty good place if you've never been there. If you're an alien watching this, or you are, you know, my bad, you're only an alien to me. If you are from another planet and you're watching this video somehow, shout outs to you, first of all. But also, Earth is just the place that I talk about the most because that's where I'm from. It's where I was raised. It's where everybody I know is from, you know? So I do use Earth as a reference a lot.
this slap will only stun prey for a few seconds. So perhaps they evolve a new way of making sure their prey can't escape. They may evolve 2 claws at the ends of their fins. These Panoplicima may also evolve an extra method of immobilizing their prey. They may evolve a form of venom. Venom is a biological toxin actively delivered by an animal through a sting or bite to subdue prey or deter predators, usually injected into their bloodstreams. These Panoplicima's venom glands may evolve near the base of the claws where, after they slap their prey, the muscles around the glands will contract, squeezing the venom out and into grooves in the claws. This injects the prey with the venom, which paralyzes the target and allows the Panoplicima to get the kill. However, as explained earlier, the fins have lost their role in feeding and restraining prey. So purpose the mouth of these creatures evolves into a trunk similar to those of Earth elephants. This trunk will allow these Panoplicima to grab their paralyzed prey before swimming to the riverbed to feed on their kill. However, their shells pose a problem. Their shell is made of hardened minerals such as calcium. This makes it very heavy, rigid, and inflexible. However, instead of evolving a shell made of lighter and more flexible materials, they may instead evolve thousands of tiny air pockets within the shell itself to reduce its weight. All of these adaptations give these Panoplicima a body plan similar to the extinct armored cephalopods of Earth, more specifically the Ordovician Camerochreas. However, there is...
I think it's actually insane that we know about this. Like, it's actually insane that we know that we can even visualize this enough to like create this and be like, yeah, that was life on our planet before the life that we currently know on our planet, because it really does give extra validity to everything we've just watched in the previous video of this could be real, like on another planet. Like the things that we're talking about and seeing right here for Project-Opono, if you think about it, they haven't just been randomly BS and stuff. This is all real science they're using here. Shout outs to Project-Opono. Shout outs to Riley. I'm sorry, I gotta make sure to remember that name because it takes a lot to think about this. Riley is smart as crap. Like, it's actually insane how smart they are. And also being able to formulate this and regurgitate it in a way where we can understand it is really cool. Like, it's a really great thing. And then, like, it just really gives all the validity to his concepts when I see stuff like this, where it's like real scientists have seen creatures and they analyzed it. They got an idea of what they look like and like how they worked. And like, bam, here's our image. But then Opono's like, you know what? Real. I'll take that. I'll use science and I'll create a life system on another planet and see how that works out. While only using real science. It's actually
it's actually more really specific.
Yes, they designed their world to be scientifically feasible. So this could be, like I said, there could be a world out there right now with the creature that's similar to at least one of these creatures that we've seen so far, maybe even multiple of the creatures we've seen so far. Between this and then like the alien biospheres, like obviously we're going to be watching another one coming up soon. There are going to be there might be a planet out there that has at least one of these characteristics in it. One of these creatures may be very similar to one of the creatures we've seen, in one of these two projects here. You never know. And that's the exciting part about life in nature. Designed to be realistic in a way that the planet could exist in real life. Honestly, I feel like it could. I don't see any plot holes so far in your game, buddy. I don't see any holes so far. It's looking pretty solid,
Typically, the Ordovician Camerocreas. However, there is one last issue to solve before they can fully take over the predatory niches of the root tangles. That issue is their eyes. The eyes of the Panoplicima were originally on the ends of their tentacles, but with their tentacles becoming their primary way of swimming and injecting prey with venom, their eyes may get damaged. To solve this issue, their eyes may migrate onto the main body. They may be positioned one on top of the other, with the larger eye on the bottom to spot its prey easier. This gives them an even stranger appearance, however it will still allow them to fill the role of the apex predator in the root.
I assume they're going to have good depth perception with this setup. I imagine this leads to having good depth perception.
Tangle microhabitat. We will call these strange squid-like Panoplicima the Lolligatesta. They grow up to 5 feet long and live for up to...
Lolligatesta? I barely know her. Yeah, you guys get that one? Yeah, you guys got that one. You guys are laughing on the other side of your screens right now after that one. I already know, I'm not even going to question whether or not you guys are laughing. That was hilarious. Prime comedy right there. This is what you come to me for. Barely Noah.
To 14 years. Back below the root tangles, the remaining predatory niches of fresh water remain unfilled. One such role is that of an apex predator. Perhaps a clade related to the Geniano evolves to become the apex freshwater predator. Being scavengers, the Geniano are already somewhat adapted to predatory niches due to feeding on dead animals. So a transition to feeding on live prey may be quite easy for them. However, they may still make several adaptations to suit this new predatory lifestyle, one of which being better eyes. The eyes of the Geniano are small, having lost the role of finding food to the sensory whiskers. However, being a predator puts a premium on good eyesight, as seeing prey is just as useful as finding prey. So perhaps the eyes of the Geniano enlarge, gaining the role of finding prey at a distance. However, as explained earlier, the murky waters of the rivers may make seeing prey difficult, even with larger eyes. So perhaps these Geniano evolve a new way to help them see their prey in the murky water. They may evolve a tapetum lucidum. A tapetum lucidum is a reflective layer of tissue behind the retina in the eyes that enhances vision in low light conditions. This can be seen in some catfish on Earth. The Geniano, being similar to catfish, may convergently evolve a tapetum lucidum, allowing them to see prey in the murkiest of waters. Along with this, their sensory whiskers may get more sensitive, giving them even better sensory information about the things around them. The whiskers may also aid the animal in tasting and smelling food, allowing the Geniano to take in information about the things it is eating. Another thing they may evolve is electroreception. Electroreception is an organism's ability to detect electric fields, enabling navigation, hunting, and communication.
Okay. Will they evolve to also get the electric where they can use it offensively?
In both aquatic and terrestrial environments. There are two forms of electroreception. There is passive electroreception, where organisms detect external fields from other living things or objects. And there is active electroreception, where an organism can generate their own fields and sense distortions caused by their surroundings. Both forms of electroreception can be observed on Earth. Sharks and rays use passive electroreception to find prey, while electric fish use active electroreception to locate objects. Perhaps the predatory Geniano opt for using active electroreception, using the electric...
Okay, this is the first step. They have it as active so they can generate fields. Next, will they be able to produce an actual like shock wave from it, of sorts? Will they be able to generate electric fields with their body? They can do the electric fields, but can they generate an electric force coming out of their body to harm other people? We'll see.
Fields around them to track their prey from a distance. And
I believe in you. Be this world's electric eel. We need an electric eel so far.
And ambush them. However, evolving active electroreception may require them to evolve an electric organ. An electric organ is a specialized organ.
Wait, those elephant fish are a cool addition. African biotope fish tanks. Okay.
That generates electric fields for communication, navigation, defense, and hunting. As they don't use electroreception currently, they may take millions of years.
Do they have specific fish tanks for like deep sea creatures? Is this a thing? Do they have deep sea creature fish tanks? If so, how much are they? And if they're, also, who in the chat is donating for me to get one? Guys, donations. This is where I where I become the streamer that asks for donations all the time. Guys, donate to the chat. Here's the thing. I'll always tell you what I'm going to use the money for. I want to get a deep sea fish tank. I will be placing it somewhere around yonder, maybe even somewhere around yonder. And then in these locations, I'm going to have a deep sea creature at all times just looking at the stream. We're going to be streaming together with the deep sea creature. I'm not gonna tase the creature or anything like that. You ain't got to worry about me doing all the stuff other streamers be doing. No dog collars on the deep sea creature. I just want to have it, observe it, be looking at it constantly. Point to it, be like, hey, can I get your take? Maybe have a microphone next to it. It's not gonna talk, but I'll make the words for it. We'll go back and forth sometimes. It'll be a whole thing. It'll be great content, guys. So donate to the chat, donate to the stream. All funds will be going towards a deep sea fish tank, as well as the deep sea fish. It depends on what I mean by deep sea. The deepest you can go legally. Let's say that. What's the, let's start for, let's just start by donating enough for me to get a normal fish tank, and then we'll donate more so I can level that up to a deep sea fish tank. Let's just start donating first, and then we'll figure out the logistics of it later. I feel like that'd be the best thing to do.
To evolve it on their own. So this may result in the looking significantly different than their ancestral form. Their electric organ may be located on their heads, giving them the best possible way of using their electroreception to offend their prey. However, they may also use it to stun their prey using their whiskers. They may store their electricity in their whiskers until they find a prey item to feed on. Once they find prey, they will whip said prey with their whiskers, electrocuting them. This stuns the prey, allowing the Genio to get an easy kill. However, to catch up to speedy prey, they may need other specialization for speed. These adaptations include the evolution of a dorsal fin and more powerful fins. These adaptations will allow the Genio to dart through the river with surprising speed, giving them the ability to catch even the speediest of prey items. This may give them the rank of apex predator in the rivers and lakes of Opono. Without any competition, the Genio are free to grow larger, becoming the largest predator in the rivers they call home. We will call these electric predators the Lystricmatia. They grow up to 6 meters long and live for up to 27 years. Meet the Austriacobuck, relatives of the Panoplissima. These spiky creatures have evolved into a niche similar to earth sea urchins. Their shell has evolved many spikes around its surface to deter animals from trying to eat them. These spikes are barbed, similar to the quills of porcupines. This causes the spikes to stick into the flesh of predators' mouths, causing extreme pain and swelling. For extra damage, to spike in on the front and back have enlarged dramatically and have a forked end to cause as much pain as possible. This sends a signal to predators that they are not an easy meal, allowing the Austriacabuc to feed without fear of attack. However, the Austriacabuc aren't exclusively freshwater inhabitants. These animals are native to the ocean, more specifically the seabed. Here they feed on marine snow and small plants. However, during mating season, the Austriacabuc journey to the rivers and lakes. It is here where they
I
congregate.
feel like I just found out recently about like marine, like what was they called it, like marine snow, or pretty much just like flakes of like just sea creatures and dust particles and like just fish particles are just floating through the water at all times. And there's just whole, creatures that just live off that. Like, yeah, literally just off the scraps. Shout out to all those animals, bro. I know they don't get a good meal a lot. I'm sure sometimes they'll get like a chunk of meat just randomly swimming down or falling down the water and they catch it. And it's like, yo, shout outs to me. Like, shout outs to the random crab that's just walking around the seabed right now, probably hungry. And then like a random piece of a fish that didn't get eaten by another animal just falls right into his lap. It's got to feel like Christmas on, like it literally Christmas Day for that crab. Shout outs. I hope, putting it in the air right now, I hope a random piece of fish particle or fish meat, just falls right in front of some lucky crab right now. Shout outs to that crab out there, bro. He's about to be eating good tonight.
In large groups upwards of 150 individuals. They then spew their gametes into the water, giving them the best chance to unite and form offspring. The larvae then make their way back to the open ocean over the next few days before falling to the seafloor and making their shells. However, how do these creatures move? On Earth, sea anemones are able to walk along the seabed with their suction cup. This helps them evade predators such as starfish. The Austriacabuc have evolved the same mechanism, flexing and pushing their muscular foot along the seafloor or riverbed in order to move to mating grounds, find food, or evade predation. The Austriacabuc grow up to 5 inches tall, while their spikes can grow up to 15 inches long. Species can be found all across the planet, although they are most common in rivers, the ocean floor, and in reefs. Not every predator is as afraid of the Austriacabuc's thorny shell, however. These animals are the reef-dwelling Schizimobrachid. These predators can crush the shells of the Austriacabuc using their claws, so perhaps they evolved to take advantage of this fact, leading to the evolution of the synthlivin. The claws of the synthlivin have evolved to be similar to the crusher claws of earth clobsters. They are heavily muscled and powerful, crushing even the strong's Austriacabuc shells and spikes. They start off by crushing the spikes off of the Austriacabus shells, making them easier to grab onto. They then crush the remaining shell, exposing the soft flesh inside. They then scrape the Austriacabuc out of the shell using 2 dagger-like bottom jaw teeth before...
Hey, shout outs to Twigek? I can't pronounce that, bro. But yeah, he drew this by hand, obviously. I like this.
Discarding the shells to find another...
Almost like a shark creature, but not at all like a shark, but almost like a shark. But scarier than... unironically, scarier than a shark.
Austriacabuc to eat.
Like, I would rather see a shark than see
However,
this.
the synthlivin isn't a picky eater. Whenever Austriacabuc aren't around to eat, they will feed on Liligatesta, Microltus, and even Ridicon if desperate. This makes the synthlivin very adaptable, allowing them to feed anything they can get their claws on. This will give them an advantage in more competitive environments, allowing them to avoid competition with other predators such as the Lystricmatia. However, their life cycle is a peculiar one. During breeding season, the synthlivin will migrate out of the rivers and lakes and into the open ocean seabed, there they will then mate. The females will then travel back to the rivers and lakes and carry the eggs inside them for around 1 Earth month until they hatch within her oviducts. This birthing style is called ovova.
Some Nautica-ass fish. that was a funny comment, I gotta say. I like that one.
Viviparity. In the last episode, we discussed how ovoviviparity evolved in the Arctic conostoma and limbrosoma as a way to keep the eggs safe from the cold. However, ovoviviparity in these synth-livin will be quite different. After the eggs hatch, the babies will begin to cannibalize each other similarly to earth, sand, tiger, sharks. This cannibalism will ensure only the strongest baby from both oviducts survive, giving them the hunting experience and survival instincts they need to survive their environment. After being born, the babies will depart from her mother and begin hunting Austriacobus and other small prey. The synth-livin grows up to half a meter long and lives for up to 13 years.
Up until now, all life on Opono has been confined to the water. From the ocean surface to the deep sea, life is found in all corners of the ocean, but all of that is about to change. In the next episode, we will explore how some of the organisms evolved to live on dry land. Special thanks to the fan artists on Discord.
Yo, again, shout outs to the artists here. Let me make sure I can read the names. Dinosaur Dude, Jasper, Biology Dude. This one's kind of cut off here. I can't really read that one.
Who submitted fan art for this episode.
You know, Watermelon, I remember you. Emporia, Average Avocado, I remember you. Blue Baz, I remember you. Fairy Ring, I like that one too. That one was a good one. Really gave some really good detail, because I feel like seeing these, like the chicks, like the creatures here, come in and then the two guys just start fighting. In my mind, these guys were just chilling before this. Before these women came by, these two guys were probably having a good conversation about just, you know, guy stuff. And then bam, now they're fighting.
You all helped make this video a lot better than it would have been without your help. Thank you for watching. See you in the next episode.
Okay, so we're gonna do this one here. We're gonna do this land invasion, and then the next one we're gonna do is this sky and plant color video here. We're gonna add that. Actually, yeah, just add it onto the queue. And then after that, we're gonna finish it out with another video here. There was one more I wanted to get. It was a project Zero? Yeah, Project Zero. I want to also do Project Zero tonight. So we're gonna do this Opono, you know, for the, you know, finishing up with the land, and then we're gonna do the plant and sky color. And then we're going to finish this out tonight with Project Zero, okay? Episode 1. All right, we can fit one more thing in there. Okay. Not too long. Okay, we'll finish it up there. But yeah, let's finish it out. Hey, you made it. Let's go. But yeah, we're gonna finish this out. Also, guys, make sure you like, you comment, you subscribe, not only to this channel here, but to Project-Opono. We want to make sure we give support to the creator, making a really great project for us. The thought, the ingenuity, like everything that goes into this, it's a lot. So, you know, the artistry alone, just the artwork takes a lot. So let's give them show them some love, show them some appreciation. Make sure we are subscribing to the channel. Also, you know, feel free to subscribe to my channel as well. On the road to 2K. Hopefully we can make it there by the end of this year. But even if not, we're just here for the vibes. Also, I did have to point this out. Shout outs to Project-Opono, because the last video we just watched, it felt like there wasn't as much like music to worry about getting copyrighted with. And you know, first video is still public, but it did get the copyright because of the music. I am so much happier because I feel like that may not happen in this stream. But again, we are watching other videos, so who knows? This one still may also get demonetized as well, but at least it's still open for the public, and that's the most important thing. People can still see the videos. So yeah, I like the musical choices in the last one personally.
Welcome back, fellow explorers, to Project-Opono. Over the past few hundreds of millions of years, all life on Opono has been relegated to the water. From the shallow oceans to the rivers and lakes, life has conquered every part of Opono's oceans. However, there is still one environment left uncolonized. That environment...
Hold on, what was this? Project Rose? Creators of professional sports players, so it's on hiatus, but it could be cool in the future. I like that. Anthrax Crab, can you please comment there? Comment that on one of the posts on my channel so I can remember for that Project Rose. Actually, I keep saying that, but I'm already here. Project Rose. Is this the one? Hopefully this is the one. We're gonna save it for next time. We can do this next week. Your art's in this episode. All right, well, let's see it. You know, I can't wait to see it.
Is dry land. But why hasn't it been colonized yet? You see, dry land is a tough environment for...
Yeah, it's a tough environment. Not everybody can live up here, you know. We got some real goats up here, you know, greatest of all time type animals and creatures up here. You know, this is the Earth, but, you know, we might have some humanoid creatures coming up here. And, you know where my vote's going to go for humanoid creatures. If I see a humanoid creature, shout out, that's my guy over there. You know?
Organisms that don't possess the necessary adaptations to survive in. As of now, dry land is nothing but a barren wasteland of rock. Coupled with the lack of food and blaring sun, the organisms of Opono's oceans have no reason to venture out of the water. But that may soon change.
We need plants to come up here first. Once plants get up there, then we'll start seeing some other creatures.
Perhaps a clade of Photinostroma finds itself in the intertidal zones of the two continents of Mazi and Apovlidos. Opono's moon Paravu isn't as large or as powerful as Earth's moon. However, its gravity may still have a great effect on the cycle of the tides and the inhabitants of the intertidal zone. As the Photinostroma begins spreading along the coastal waters, overcrowding may eventually occur.
Very dramatic.
This may result in some Photinostroma.
Jordan, actually, Jordan, is this you? Hey, I believe this is Jordan right here. Hey, shout out to Jordan.
Populations growing on the rocks below.
Yeah, oh yeah, they're like moss.
Eventually, these algae-like plants may begin to grow further and further inland, becoming something similar to earth moss. Over time, their physical appearance may start to change.
Wait, was I right? Was it moth or is algae moths? Is it like the exact same thing? Did I just say the same thing twice?
The algae-like plants may begin to grow further and further inland, becoming something similar to earth moss. Over time, their physical appearance may start to change. They may evolve millions of tiny hair-like leaves, giving them a fuzzy texture. At the same time, their cuticles may thicken slightly to retain the water they gather during high tide, allowing them to leave the water behind for good and take up a life exclusively.
Hey, once again, shout outs to Jordan. We got Jordan in the stream as well. Shout outs to you, Jordan. If you ever want to send me some art or make, some art or send some art my way, I got an Instagram, Discord. I don't be on TikTok, but I have one. And all the stuff, feel free. I love artists.
On dry land. As these moss-like plants become more and more adapted to terrestrial life, they may eventually evolve simple roots. These roots will break down the rocks into soil, allowing larger plants to start taking root. We will call these moss-like plants the Chytrovria. They will reproduce asexually on the barren land, carpeting the continents of Mazi and Apovlidos in a layer of thick yellow fuzz. The newly formed soil may allow larger plants to begin colonizing the now less barren lands of the two continents. On the supercontinent of Mazi, descendants of the Condylophilo may be in a prime position to become full-time land dwellers. As the Condylophilo begin carpeting the rivers and lakes, overcrowding is bound to be an issue. As a result, some Condylophilo may begin spreading along the riverbank, burrowing their roots into the mud. This may prove to be an effective strategy to avoid being suffocated by other plants, so these Condylophilo may adapt completely for growing out of the water. However, these plants may need to solve some problems before they can colonize the land. Their leaves will constantly be exposed to the blaring sun, risking them drying out. So, these Condylophilo may evolve toughened cuticles around their leaves with tiny pores or stomata covering the leaves to allow them to continue taking in CO2 and releasing oxygen. Another problem these plants will face is their height. These plants, being very short, may need to grow taller to collect some light. So perhaps they evolve to elongate their central bulb into a trunk. To stay upright, these terrestrial Condylophilo may evolve a tough, woody outer layer around their trunks to stay supported out of the water. This may also keep water trapped in the trunk, keeping the plant moist. The last issue these plants need to solve is reproduction. In the ancestral Condylophilo, the seeds of the plant were contained in fruits at the ends of their roots. In these new terrestrial forms, when the plants are ready to reproduce, they may grow a small flower which emerges from the ground. This flower will be the female gametangia. After the flowers are grown, the plant will then release their male gametes into the air. Once a male gamete lands on a female flower, the flower will die and a fruit will start to grow below the soil. Once the fruits are mature, they may poke out of the ground, emitting a sweet scent to attract animals to feed on them, spreading the plant seeds in their excrement. We will call these strange trees the Xenodendro. Species range from 1.5 to 2 meters tall. As the Chytrivira and Xenodendro begin spreading across the continent, it is inevitable that animals will evolve to feed on them. Some animals in the intertidal zone may occasionally crawl out of the water to feed on the Chytrivira and the Xenodendro fruits. One such animal may be the Phoresosa. After the Phoresosa evolved, they quickly spread out of the reefs, spreading to almost every environment on the planet. Perhaps one clade of Phoresosa may find themselves in the intertidal zone. Here they would feed on the coastal Chytrivira and...
I can't believe I was wrong about this. Like, the creature, they already had legs. They already had legs and skeletons. But then here comes this hook-mouthed bastard, become the first creature to get on land. Like, ruining my parlay, bro. Come on.
And other plants. Due to the lack of any other land animals at this time, these Phoresosa may be able to quickly spread across the inner...
Here we go. This guy over here, look at this guy. Now he's about to be the first on land. You don't even have legs, bro. What are you doing? Save that for the guy with legs. Let him go first. You're over just here like, oh no, I don't even care. I don't even need legs. I'll just move around by myself. Okay, bro, you'll just crawl around on land, become the first land creature. Congratulations, bro. You beat out the guy with legs. That lazy bastard.
Intertidal zone, feeding...
Get on your legs and get on the land, bro. What are you doing? You're letting this guy outpace you. He doesn't even have legs. You already had a skeleton.
On any plants and fruits that they can find. However, once the tide recedes and the pools of water these creatures find themselves in dry up.
Yeah, I get it. I'm just saying my parlay personally was for the other creature to be on there first. I'm very surprised because I forgot that this creature was like, it's not like I forgot it was a creature, but it's like I just wasn't expecting that one. You could have told me every other creature that wasn't like a plant and I would have been like, maybe before this one. I just was not even expect. He just came out of nowhere with it. The last guy you never expect.
The Phoresosa
turns out he's got main character energy. Look at the main character energy he's got right there. It hits differently.
Will be completely exposed to the air and blaring sun. When this happens, they may begin to dry out. However, these creatures possess a thick layer of skin similar to an exoskeleton. This may help them retain water, and so it may evolve to completely envelope these creatures' bodies. Along with this, it may evolve a layer of chitin for added defense. However, there are many other issues these animals may face. The snail-like foot of these creatures may not be an effective enough way to locomote on land. So they may evolve it into many pairs of legs, giving them a body plan similar to the centipedes of Earth.
Yep.
This change
Now he looks super scary. Now I don't want to be around him.
in
Look at this guy.
locomotion is quite drastic, so it may slow their transition onto land. However, their legs may not be covered by the exoskeleton. Instead, they may evolve thick leathery skin to retain water. The challenge of support due to the planet's gravity may be easy to counteract. Their main bodies may be supported by their exoskeleton, while the rest of the body is supported by a hydrostatic skeleton. This means they push and pull blood out of the limbs to allow them to walk around on land, similarly to Earth insects. The next problem these creatures face is breathing. The ancestral Sosa breathed using holes in between the segments of their exoskeleton. In these land-dwelling forms, these holes may lead to 3 pairs of lungs. These lungs may have a fractal-like internal structure to allow for greater oxygen exchange. These lungs may be helped in breathing by a large muscle positioned between each pair of lungs. These muscles may be similar to the diaphragm of Earth mammals. This gives these creatures a very strange but effective form of active respiration. As they breathe, the diaphragm contracts the lungs, helped by the lungs being pushed against the exoskeleton. At the openings of these lungs may be sent organs, allowing the terrestrial Sosa to smell the air to locate food, such as Xenodentra fruits, among other things. The last issue these creatures have to face is reproduction. Their eggs, similar to those of Earth amphibians and fish, have to be laid in water to not dry out. So these creatures may lay their eggs in the dirt to keep them moist, until they hatch and restart the cycle anew. We will call these strange Sosa the Tetradacopodia. Sizes range from 1 inch to over a foot long, and they live for up to 7 years. Another animal that may take up residence on dry land is the Futotakarida.
A foot long is crazy. And also, here come these guys. Here come these guys, number 2. You're supposed to be number 1, but you know what? I'll forgive you. It is what it is. Too late now, though. You don't try to come impress me now. I already, the other guys already made it there first. But, shout outs to you for making it.
These animals may have a quicker transition onto land for a few major reasons. One reason is that they are already semi-aquatic, feeding on the Ridicon of the riverbank. Another reason is that they possess a skeleton. This skeleton first evolved as a way to support their weight.
Hey, shout outs to Project Cimatera. I know I mispronounced that, but yeah, shout outs to you, bro, for making this.
In the water. However, it may allow these creatures to walk on land. As they specialize for life on land, their physical appearance may change. Their head may part from the main body, as their current position has their front pair of legs connected to the skull, which isn't that great for a terrestrial animal. As this happens, their legs may be positioned further and further down the body, eventually evolving an erect posture to bear their weight. However, there are still issues these animals need to solve, one of which being water retention. These creatures, descending from semi-aquatic animals, may already have thick leathery skin. However, as they move further inland, this may not be enough to bear the heat, leading to dehydration. So these creatures may evolve a new type of skin. They may evolve scales. These interlocking scales may protect the animal and also have the added benefit of retaining even greater amounts of water. The remaining issues these terrestrial Futotakarida have are breathing and reproduction. The Longacada from which these creatures descend had gills under their first 2 pairs of fins. These gills may be internalized, forming into 2 pairs of lungs. However, these lungs will be very different from ours. These creatures' lungs may have 2 openings and 1 exit. The intake pipes may be positioned at the top of the body to allow them to easily take in oxygen. The outtake pipe may be positioned on the sides, allowing them to exhale the air and not breathe it back in, to aid them in taking in air. they may evolve a pair of breathing muscles for each lung. These muscles may operate separately from one another. This may mean that as these creatures exhale, they may draw in new air, allowing them to have two batches of air in the lungs at the same time. To be able to smell, they may evolve scent organs at the openings of their lungs, forming their sense of smell. In the case of reproduction, they may evolve a remarkable form of keeping their embryos from drying out. These creatures may evolve to house their embryos in a thick leathery egg sac. This egg sac may be filled with water and many yolks to feed the developing young. The gonopods of these creatures may strengthen, allowing them to carry their egg sac around as they feed, protecting them from threats and the elements. When the young are about to hatch, the mother will lay the egg sac down in a simple nest made of mud and rock. After hatching, the mother will bring her young food until they are developed enough to feed on their own, after which the mother will abandon them to fend for themselves.
Dang.
We will call these animals the Onoperitillus. They grow up to 2.5 meters long and live for up to 15 years. These creatures decrease in size and lifespan is due to the drastic changes they have undergone while transitioning onto land. And now we will travel over to Apovlidos to continue to expand the terrestrial ecosystems. The Chytrivira of Apovlidos may create new soil similar to the soil of Mazi. This soil may allow new plants to grow on the land of Apovlidos. These plants may come from relatives of the Kawakusa who still have an above-ground stem. These plants may face challenges similar to the Xenodendro of Mazi. As a result, they may convergently evolve some of the same adaptations as the Xenodendro. The stem of these plants may evolve a thick woody outer layer to retain water and support the plant. Their roots may burrow into the soil, allowing the plant to take in nutrients and anchor it to the substrate. And their leaves may evolve toughened cuticles and stomata to allow for water retention and gas exchange. However, due to the smaller stature of the Kawakusa compared to the Condylophilo, these new terrestrial forms may only be around half the height of the Xenodendro. In the case of reproduction, these plants may evolve to grow two branches once they reach maturity. The male branch will be more rounded and bulbous, allowing the gametes to be expelled in a puff of pollen. The female branch may be cup-shaped to allow them to collect as much of the male pollen as they can before forming seeds. These seeds are then released into the wind to hopefully carry them to new places for them to grow and mature into an adult. We will call these short trees the Parvucormo. Species range from 0.75 to 1.25 meters tall. One animal that may be found swimming along the coasts of Apovlidos are the Parvipsari. These adaptable creatures may be attracted to the shores by the numerous dead bodies that are scattered across it. As they specialize to feed on these bodies, their fins may evolve into 6 bulky, muscular legs. These legs may be supported by a simple hydrostatic skeleton similar to that of the tetradecapods. As the Parvipsari spend more and more time on land, they may begin to breathe air. They may do this by internalizing the gills under their first set of 2 fins into 2 lungs. These lungs will have one opening and one exit. This means they inhale through one hole and exhale through the other. These lungs may be aided by large, diaphragm-like muscles contracting and expanding the lungs to help these creatures breathe. They may evolve specialized scent organs near their intake pipes to allow them to sniff out their food from a distance. To not dry out on land, they may evolve a thick leathery skin. This skin will be similar to that of a cow, allowing the Parvipsari to retain water as they transition to a fully terrestrial lifestyle. The last issue these creatures face is reproduction. Their eggs must still be laid in water to prevent them from drying out. However, unlike the tetradecapods, who simply bury their eggs in the soil to keep them moist, these Parvipsari may protect their eggs by evolving a soft leathery outer casing around them. This will keep them from drying out in the blaring sun, but will allow them to be flexible enough to not be damaged if they were to get hit by anything. This will allow the Parvipsari to take up a life completely independent of the water. But why would they do this? You see, the oceans of Opono are teeming with life.
Yeah.
Everywhere you look, there is life in all shapes and sizes.
But if they go to the land, now you're a dominant creature. Now you're apex, or you get a chance to be. There's only like 4 of you up there. It's like 3 people and some plants up here. Like you could be the king around here. You know, if you play your chips right. You know.
This may present large amounts of competition for the Parvapsari, and so may incentivize some groups to take up a fully land-dwelling existence. We will call these creatures the Saispadas. Sizes range from 2 inches to just over a foot long. They can live for up to 7.5 years. As the Saispadas begin to diversify on land, predators are bound to follow. Perhaps a clade related to the Loligatesta evolves to feed on the Saispadas and anything else they can get their tentacles on. To stave off dehydration, these creatures may evolve a thick layer of skin similar to the skin of Earth reptiles. As these Loligatesta begin to crawl out of the water to feed, their tentacles may be their primary way of getting from place to place. Over time, the Loligatesta with the strongest tentacles may have better locomotive efficiency and so will be more successful in colonizing the land. Over time, their tentacles may strengthen into legs, giving these animals a bipedal stance. This may mean that
Wait, how tall is this thing again? Why does this thing look like it's towering? Like, it looks like it's like gonna be like 20 feet tall. I have a feeling it's probably like I feel like this is probably like not 20 feet tall, but it looks so tall. Yeah, land squids. Yeah, land squids are a thing, but like this looks crazy. This looks scary. Well, I'm not saying they're a thing, like they're a real thing, but like I've never seen one. But who knows? I don't know. I don't know enough about squids. But still, this is crazy. This thing looks. How tall is this thing?
trunks may be the only way they can grab food such as the Saispadas. However, these creatures have no skeleton, so how do they support themselves on land? Over time, their shells will segment, allowing for greater flexibility and speed. As this happens, the sides of the shell may grow lower and lower down the legs. This may help support the legs, and so may be the key to keeping these creatures upright. The shell on their legs.
Hold the freaking phone. So these things have an exoskeleton going around their entire body that also covers up their legs, and now it's giving them support. That's actually insane. Like, what the hell? This is crazy. I drew them on a small canvas. The size comparison is at the end of the video. Okay. Gotcha.
Legs may segment, allowing for more leg flexibility and greater walking efficiency. As a result of their new support mechanism, they may have something similar to the spines of Earth vertebrates. However, as these vertebrae are on the outside of the creature, they may not be called vertebrates. Instead, we will dub these creatures exovertebrates. The final issue.
Exovertebrates. They're like the vertebrates, but they like to go out and they like to socialize more than normal vertebrates. You know, they're really cool. They're verticate. You guys know the joke I'm trying to get here, right? You guys get it. You're a smart audience.
Creatures may need to solve are breathing and reproduction. As for breathing, the ancestral Panoplicima from which the Loligatesta descend breathed using a set of holes under the top portion of their shell, just below the tentacles. In these land dwellers, these holes may lead to one giant, segmented lung. This lung may be covered with ridges and bumps to maximize surface area. In between the segments may be to diaphragm-like muscles used to squeeze air out of the lungs through one central tube and pull air in through to intake tubes as the lung expands again. Near the openings of the breathing tubes, to scent organs may evolve, forming the sense of smell for these creatures. The final issue they face is reproduction. To not dry out on land, the eggs of these creatures may be lined with a thick calcium shell similar to the eggs of earth birds. Inside this shell is water and a large yolk. The water keeps the embryos moist, and the large yolk provides the developing young with nutrients until
Is it just me, or do you guys also think of like Bill Works in these situations where it's like water in the egg on the land, baby in the water, in the egg, it's like bye-bye oceans.
they are ready to hatch.
I think about that so often.
However, in the ancestral Dakiosoma, the reproductive organs were connected directly to the stomach as they had a blind gut. In the Loligatesta, this may mean they have to expel their eggs through their trunks to be able to lay them. In the land dwellers, this may be detrimental, as if the egg were too large, it may rip the mother Loligatesta's trunk, decreasing her feeding ability. So perhaps the digestive system of these creatures evolves a partition of the throat where waste can be excreted and the eggs can be laid from. This may mean the digestive and reproductive organs of these animals may be under their tentacles. To reproduce, the Loligatesta may raise up their partner's trunk with their own and exchange gametes with a kiss. The father will have a simpler reproductive system, only being a small tract connected to the throat. The mother, however, may have a large cavity behind her reproductive tract in which the eggs can develop before they are laid. After mating, the mother will lay 3 to 5 eggs in a nest made from Chytrovria. After hatching, the young will immediately begin feeding on their nest before leaving to embark on their own journey. We will call these strange bipedal animals the Panoplopodia. They grow up to 2 meters tall and live for up to 17 years. As the plants and animals begin to colonize the
Hold on, wait, what was that? How?
for up to 17 years. Panoplopodia. They grow up to 2 meters tall and live for up to 17 years. As the plants and animals.
So this thing could be like just taller than like a human. I'm pretty sure like a human is like 1.7 meters average. Okay.
Begin to colonize the land, their dead bodies may start to pile up. This may be an excellent source of nutrients for a relative of the Typhloskoliiki who already feed off of the dead bodies of larger animals. So the buildup of dead bodies on land may push a clade of Typhloskoliiki onto land. As they rise from the depths, their morphology may change drastically. Their bodies may get smaller and thinner to deal with the decompression. Over time, as they become more and more adapted for life in brighter waters, they may re-evolve their eyes. However, these eyes will be tiny, only allowing them to see blurry silhouettes of food and mates. As they spend more and more time on land, their skin may thicken to retain water. However, there is another way to keep from drying out on land. On Earth, earthworms have evolved to burrow into the soil to stave off dehydration and avoid predation. So perhaps these terrestrial Typhloskoliiki evolved to burrow into the newly formed soil, keeping their bodies wet and out of the blaring sun. As they evolve a burrowing lifestyle, their body shape may become more suited for digging. The ends of these creatures' bodies may become pointed to allow them to cut through the soil. This is called fossoriality, where an animal's body evolves to be suited for digging. Fossorial animals will usually have a fusiform or pointed oval-shaped body, along with reduced structures such as arms, legs, and tails. These Typhloskoliiki may retain their tentacles. However, they may shrink as they lose their role in digging. Instead, their tentacles may gradually evolve into structures used to help them smell and taste, using their ancestral mechanoreceptors to probe at food. These animals, being small enough, may breathe through their skin similarly to earthworms. This means they will have to exit the ground for a short period of time to be able to take in oxygen. If they don't exit the ground every once in a while, they may suffocate and die.
Dang.
We will call these creatures the Terravermis. They grow up to 6.
Bro, imagine suffocating and dying after you buried yourself down there. Like, kind of insane, right? It's kind of like insane work. Like, you did this to yourself. How am I going to help you?
Inches long and live for up to 2.5 years. They will inhabit both Mazi and Apovlidos, similarly to the Chytrovria.
And thus begins a new era of life on planet Opono. From humble beginnings as small, fish-like creatures, weird anemone-like creatures, and yellow algae-like plants, life has diversified and conquered the harsh environment that is dry land. As we look at the early land ecosystems of the continents, we can't help but marvel at their resilience and
shout outs to Jordan again. You know, shout out to Jordan.
Adaptive nature. The Chytrovria, Zanodendro, Tetradicopodia, Onoperatilis,
What's your favorite, chat? Comment your favorite.
Parvucormo, Size Spotters, Panoplopodia.
I ain't gonna lie. I think Panoplopodia is my guy. I really like the idea of the exoskeleton becoming it's almost like it's in a mech suit kind of.
And Terravermis. These creatures
Terravermis is okay. Shout outs to Terravermin, not my favorite. It feels like you may not be the best. You might drown. You might suffocate under the earth. You put yourself there, bro.
have shaped the direction of the
Don't be that
future land
guy.
ecosystems. Their adaptations and evolutionary strategies have set the stage for a more diverse
Hey, this is actually a cool comparison.
biosphere to come. In the next episode, we will see how these 8 pioneering clades diversify into the countless vacant niches and fill the ecosystem with new life never before seen on the planet.
Special thanks to the fan artists on Discord who can
Yeah, shout outs to the artist here. Again, shout outs to Jordan again. Shout outs to the dinosaur dude. Shout outs to the average avocado. Again, anyone interested in sending me any type of artwork, feel free to send it to my Discord as well. I would just love to look at it. I'll figure out a place to put it in videos if you guys ever send something to me.
contributed fan art for this episode. You all have made this episode look a lot better, and your contributions to the project have been invaluable.
Hey, shout outs to Project Cemetery.
Episode look a
Because,
lot better.
again, the animated stuff takes a lot of effort into it.
And your contributions to the project have been
Even for something like this where you think, it's just doing that, like this takes a lot
invaluable.
to animate this.
Thank you all so much for watching.
Shout outs to Kevin Spencer.
Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share your suggestions for future episodes. See you in the next episode.
See you guys in the next episode. That was a good one. I enjoyed that. I can't wait to the series to continue. And we will be continuing the series once the next episode comes out.
Good morning,
All right,
interweb.
so,
Question:
guys,
Do Scott?
we are going to be watching another video at this moment. This is Sky and Plant Color, with world building notes, I'm assuming. This is going to be from the Artiflexian. Interesting name here, Artiflexian. I like that. Give this guy a like, a comment, a subscribe. He's got 269,000 subs, so hopefully he subscribes to me. Crap, I could use some of that. Let me get a sub, Artiflexian. Shout out to you though. So yeah, guys, make sure you subscribe to the channel. I'm assuming we're going to be learning about the sky and plant color and why they are that color. If I'm familiar, I believe that the sky is the color because of the reflections of like the oceans, and the plants are that color because of how they absorb light. So, you know the guy? You like the guy? You've seen his videos? I've never seen any of the videos from this channel before. So, hey, this might be a good thing to start doing. Should I start doing some videos like this? I don't know. We'll see how this goes. Let's see what
Guys
this
have
guy's
to be
talking
blue
about here.
and plants green. Answer: not even slightly. Quick recap: starlight is a mixture of various different wavelengths
Hold
of
on
light.
now. What did I
When
miss
light.
here?
Good morning, interweb. Question: Do skies have to be blue and plants green? Answer: not even slightly. Quick recap: starlight is a mixture of various different wavelengths of light. When light hits stuff in an atmosphere, these wavelengths get scattered. If that stuff is really small, shorter wavelengths of light are scattered more efficiently. We call this Rayleigh scattering. If that stuff is relatively big, all wavelengths of light get scattered equally. We call this Mie scattering. Our sky is blue because of Rayleigh scattering, and our clouds white because of Mie scattering. The warm-coloured skies of twilight occur because the more atmosphere light passes through, the more the shorter wavelengths of light are scattered away, leaving only the longer, redder wavelengths of light to hit our eyes. Oh, and speaking of eyes, unless otherwise stated, if I say something is a certain colour, I mean that with respect to the human eye in an Earth-like nitrogen-oxygen atmosphere. Got it?
Oh.
Cool. Let's world paint. Take an Earth-like atmosphere, add warm-coloured gases to it, Boom! Warm coloured skies. Extremely high concentrations of methane and ozone will tint a sky a hazy orangey reddish colour. Nitrogen oxide will produce an orangey brown sky. Sulfur gas will make for yellow skies or red skies depending on the temperature of the atmosphere. And there's probably a whole ton more warm coloured gases out there. Unfortunately, most, if not all of them, will be super toxic to carbon-based life forms. Alternatively, we could suspend coloured particles in our atmospheres. In 2017, Saharan dust and Spanish smoke blew over the UK, turning her skies orange and her sun blood red. Obviously
What?
a temporary phenomenon, but for something...
Wait, this happened in real life? I would have shit myself. I'm sorry. Like, I try not to curse in these videos, but I would have pooped my pants, ladies and gentlemen. I would have thought the apocalypse was here.
In 2000
If I was some guy in the UK, I gotta hit up my British guys now. Kyle, where you at, buddy? What happened? Were you here when this happened?
In 2017, Saharan dust and Spanish smoke blew over the UK, turning her skies orange and her sun blood red. Obviously a temporary phenomenon, but for something more lasting, we can look to Mars. Winds on Mars continually blow a fine iron oxide dust into its skies. This dust absorbs blue light, so the Martian sky is butterscotchy during the day and pinky red at twilight. Interestingly, around the setting sun, the sky is blue, which is like anti-Earth. Again, a consequence of the dust in the air. So there's two methods: coloured gases, coloured particulates. But we can also let scattering alone do the job. Take an Earth-like atmosphere, make it significantly thicker, boom, warm coloured skies. By increasing the thickness of an atmosphere, and by extension the pressure, we're essentially taking twilight conditions and applying them to the whole sky. We can very roughly estimate the thickness needed to achieve this by doing a bit of trig on the angle subtended by the twilight zone. Don't worry, I'm not going to bore you with the maths. There's a spreadsheet in the description. The important point here is that as atmospheric thickness increases, the sky will get redder, brightness will go up, and saturation will go down. That is to say, very thick atmospheres will yield pale, desaturated, reddish skies.
But I feel like that wouldn't be good for us, right? That's not good for, like, humans.
Lastly, the easiest solution is perhaps to vary the star. Sky colour is also dependent on stellar temperature. Cool, low-mass stars will output most of their light in the red. Massive hot stars will output most of their light in the blue. So the bigger the star, the bluer, brighter, and more vivid the sky. The smaller the star, the redder and dimmer the sky. Basically, this.
Getting a little big there.
That's it.
Well, the sun's kind of big there, guy. Might want to calm down there.
Some argue that this is wrong, asserting that regardless of stellar class, skies will always be some shade of blue given how dominant blue scattering is. Kind of like this. Basically, choose at your own peril here.
I choose the first one.
Assuming the first scenario, the transition zone between K and M stars will yield whitish skies. The denser the atmosphere, the purer that white. Oh, and clouds on such a world would reflect any unscattered light, thus appearing yellowish or reddish. A sky full of large colourless particles.
I'm not gonna lie, having a sky full of like yellow, pink, and orange clouds, you know, would life be that bad, you know?
Will also appear whitish, as me-scattering will dominate. Heavily polluted planets could have milky, whitey, grey skies. Or, more obviously, planets with large amounts of cloud cover could have permanently overcast white-grey skies. Black skies are easy. No atmosphere, no colour. The star will be a pure white colour and will be bright enough to limit the visibility of background stars. The further out a planet orbits, the more background stars would be visible. Green is tricky. Remember, high mass stars skew blue, low mass stars skew red. Somewhere in the middle then, there's a star that peaks in the green. So green skies, right? Nope. See, in human eyes, green will always either combine with red to give yellows and oranges, or blue to give cyans. Even at peak green, there's enough of the other wavelengths about to prevent a pure green sky colour. That said, alien eyes could work differently. Coloured gases are of course an option. Chlorine would tint the sky a yellowy green colour, or at high enough concentrations, a yellow-green black colour. See, chlorine is a really good absorber of light, so the more chlorine, the darker the surface conditions. Oh, and it's super toxic, but it could work. We could do a Mars, invent some green dust and suspend it in the atmosphere. If not dust, then maybe airborne plant life. Think sky algae or sky plankton. Introduce bioluminescence and your sky will be a green tinted acid trip. Think biologically created auroras.
Should we try this on Earth, ladies and gentlemen? Should we put a bunch of plankton, bacteria, creatures in the sky just to see if we can turn it green? Now, I would be a fan of a green sky. I feel like that would be pretty cool to see one day. Would it be worth it? I don't know. I don't know if it'd be worth it. Although I like the idea. One day the sky was yellowish. That's crazy. Like, would you, like, you go outside? I've seen the yellowish sky before, but I did think the world was ending or something. I saw it. I was a kid. I was like, what the hell? What is going on here? What are we doing? Should we be out here? Should we go back inside? I stayed outside though. But again, let me know if you agree with putting a bunch of plankton creatures in the sky just to see if we can turn it green. You know, as long as people on Earth know what's happening, I don't think we'd care. I think we'd be cool with it as long as we knew it was going to happen. Like Thursday, the sky's going to turn green. You know, we're just testing out some stuff. People be like, you know, I don't really like the government, but I do like green skies, you know?
Auroras provide temporary coloration. When charged solar particles hit the atoms in an atmosphere, they excite those atoms and light is given off. M-stars are a class of star prone to massive solar flares. Solar flares mean more charged particles. More charged particles means more frequent, more vibrant, and more extensive auroras. Also, if a planet's atmosphere is packed with neon or sodium gas, say, these auroras will be orangey red or yellow, respectively. And finally, there's the green flash. When conditions are just right, the sun flashes green as it sinks below the horizon at sunset. On Earth, this effect is really rare and fleeting. But if a planet rotated at a much slower rate, this green flash could become more of a nightly green glow. Think Pirates of the Caribbean, except way less extra.
Hold on, I feel like the green flash, I don't think I've ever seen a green flash.
Caribbean, except
this might be the only moment I've seen the green flash.
Way less
any
extra.
moment it was in this movie here. And like, I don't know what it looks like in real life. I'm sure it doesn't look like this though, right? Like, there's no way it looks just like this, right?
So shorter wavelengths of light are scattered more, right? Then why is our sky blue? I mean, violet light has a shorter wavelength than blue light. Shouldn't our sky be violet? Turns out it kinda is, we just can't see it. That's because the sun emits less violet light than blue light, and our eyes are not as sensitive to violet as they are to blue. So where we see blue, an alien may well see violet. In 1950, the sun over British Columbia turned to, quote, various shades of blue or violet, end quote. The culprit? Forest fire smoke. Same shtick happens with literal blue moons.
Oh, like once in a blue moon. I get
Diurnal
it now.
cycles aside, wouldn't it be cool if sky colour varied regularly and predictably? Kinda like our sulfur atmosphere from before. Yellow skies in winter, red skies in summer. Assuming of course the correct temperatures are hit. But another cool solution is to have an Earth-like world orbit close binary stars, where each star differs significantly in mass, aka temperature. So, as they eclipse one another, the sky would subtly change colours. Perhaps pale blue to white to pale orange. Anyways, on to plants. Remember, stellar output peaks in certain frequencies and colours. So we have two floral options. Plants that are the same colour as a star's peak output, or the complement to that colour. Like if a star outputs predominantly in the blue, plant life could either be bluish or yellowish. Yellow plants are kind of saying, okay, I need starlight to live, so let me take in the most starlight I can in the most efficient manner possible. Whereas blue plants are saying, look, all that peak radiation may be damaging to me, so I'm going to block it and just feed off the other wavelengths instead. Both strategies could potentially work. Here's a rundown of strategy A.
I feel like, so wait, on Earth, it feels like the second one is the thing that most plants decide to do. Hey, hold on. We were there. Hey, look, it's us. It's a little much. It's like us in fall. This is like fall. That's actually insane.
And here's a rundown of strategy B.
Is this not us? Right in somewhere around this area here? Do we got an F star? What type of sun is ours? Do we got an F star?
Also, there's a colour calculator in the description, so go check that out. In both cases, I've made the plants whitish around high mass stars and black around low mass stars. Very massive stars output so much radiation that a plant will likely want to reflect back as much of it as possible lest it burn. Very low mass stars output so little radiation that a plant will want to absorb as much of it as possible lest it starve. Unless of course those stars are flare stars, in which case the low radiation output will be punctuated by bursts of massively
So if we want all black plants, we just got to move to a place that the sun is super duper close or really, really big, and then somehow survive that. Gotcha.
increased radiation. Not good news for plant life, especially black plant life. Those plants would need to develop an early warning system, some sort of UV detector perhaps, and the ability to take cover. That might mean evolving a shell-like structure they could withdraw into, or maybe burrowing abilities, or maybe they literally move, blurring the line between plant and animal, or maybe plants on such a world would need to live underwater, the water acting as a shield. Basically a dimly lit orangey red and black swamp world. Pretty cool, right?
Kind of.
That is pretty cool, but I really like the idea of a seasonally changing sky. So let's say we have a large continent with a tall mountain range all along its western and southwestern flanks.
Okay.
The center of the continent is a giant desert, and in winter a powerful monsoon wind blows from the interior towards the coasts. There's a great city in the south, and during the winter monsoon, the sand blown from the great desert fills the air and paints the sky red. The red season is also the dry season, and as it continues, rivers and watering holes start to dry up, so the people of the city bring out everything blue they own into their courtyards and into the streets to change the color of the sky, and in the city center, atop the main temple, they turn the sacred bellows north to reverse the direction of the wind. Summer comes eventually, and the monsoon winds start to blow from the sea to the interior, bringing with them a blue sky as well as clouds and rain. Rivers fill with water, people plant their crops, and cows give birth to calves. But along with renewing life, the southern winds also bring death.
I'm not gonna lie, I was down for them all bringing out all the blue stuff. Not down for them creating a big old wind thing and just trying to use that on top of the pyramid. Like, come on, bro, what are you doing here? You're that's not effective. You know, maybe us all wearing blue, maybe the gods all see us and they're like, oh, that's cool, let's give them some water. They're definitely not doing it with the whole wind thing. They're just like, oh, what do they think? They're special? They think they're better than us? You know what? Less water. How about that? You know, it just feels, you know,
And
that's what
pools
they
of
would do.
rainwater turn into breeding grounds for mosquitoes, and the insects transmit malaria and dengue fever, killing many people. And so everyone brings out their red clay pots and puts on their red gloves to banish the blue sky and its clouds, while the sacred bellows are turned to point south to call upon the desert winds. And with time, the winter monsoon comes and fills the air with sand, painting the world red, until it's time to turn the bellows again.
Yeah, I just hate that they
Good
think
morning.
I hate that they think the bellows are more effective. Like, bro, just you're already wearing the colors, man.
Interweb, a massive, massive, massive thanks goes out to Eva of World Building Notes fame for collaborating with me on this video. She is an amazing creator and deserves so many more views than she currently has. So please, please, please go over there and blast her page. I promise you, you'll love her content. Also, massive thanks goes out to Simon Clark, another YouTuber who you will love, for helping me out with some of the science in this video. And finally, a massive thanks goes out to each and every one of you for watching this video and supporting Artifactzian. In particular,
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like that video. I think I'm gonna go ahead and subscribe to the channel. Guys, make sure you also subscribe to Artifactzian. I feel like there's some more videos here we could probably watch later on. Again, I have 2 more videos for tonight. I am gonna call it after that. But I do want to see, maybe there are some rocks. That might be a good one. I like rocks sometimes, you know. Copper, okay. Making plants better. Oh. Spec Biolog. What is this? Is this like a series? Oh, it is. Okay. No.
good morning.
No, that's not what I meant to do. Okay, let's go back to the previous videos here that we had. We are going to finish out with the Project-Opono. Yeah, we're going to be doing this one now. Welcome to Tacticus. Tacticus. We'll see how they pronounce it. Make sure you guys go ahead and subscribe. And then also, we are going to be finishing this out with Project Zero. So I meant to add that to a playlist. Hold on. This got to be a playlist type thing. There we go.
Welcome, fellow explorers, to Project Tacitus. In this
Tacitus. There
first
we go.
episode, we will go over the planet and its stellar neighbors. Our first stop is Demeter. Demeter is an F-type main sequence star with a mass of 1.1 solar masses and a diameter of 1.056 suns. Demeter has a surface temperature of 6,183 Kelvin, meaning that it is hotter than our Sun. This results in Demeter being brighter than the Sun, having a luminosity of 1.46 times that of the Sun. Demeter's habitable zone ranges from 1.15 for astronomical units to 1.66 to astronomical units. Our next stops are the binary planets of Tacitus and Charon. Tacitus and Charon are a pair of binary planets that orbit 1.4 astronomical units away from Demeter, directly in the middle of the habitable zone. We will go over them one at a time. Tacitus is the main focus of this project, being the only planet in the Demeter system to support life. It is a small Earth-like planet with a mass of 0.63 Earths and a radius of 0.88 Earths.
Okay.
Tacitus has an atmosphere quite similar to Earth's, having a similar ratio of gases, except for the lower amount of oxygen, around 19%. Tacitus also has a ring formed from its past inner moon being torn
Hey, shout outs to Blap Mind. I like this
apart
one.
by its
I like this image. This the Earth looks soft, but also very visible. I like the texture that I'm seeing right here.
Gravity. We will cover Tacitus in much greater detail later, however, we must keep exploring its stellar neighbors. Sherrick is a mid-sized desert planet with a mass of 0.835 Earths and a radius of 0.9 for 6 Earths. Sherrick was once a lush world covered in water. However, due to its thick atmosphere, it couldn't sustain its oceans for long. Over time, all of the water evaporated, forming a thick, hazy atmosphere of water vapor and other gases.
Oh, wow.
However, water remains at the poles, although Sherrick is still considered uninhabitable. Tacitus and Sherrick both share one moon, named Paidy. Paidy is a large moon with a mass of 2.
Do planets share moons sometimes? I didn't know this happened. Is this like a thing that happens? This is cool.
0.1 lunar masses and a radius of 1.166 moons. Paidy orbits both Tacitus and Sherrick, but not the planets themselves. Instead, Paidy orbits their common center of mass, or barycenter. This gives Paidy the most stable orbit around its parent planets as possible. Now that we've gone over Tacitus's stellar neighbors, let's explore the planet in greater detail. Tacitus's small mass and radius of 0.630 and 0.880 Earths means that the planet will have an overall softer gravitational pull than Earth, with it being only 0.81, 3 times the strength of Earth's. This may mean that the creatures of Tacitus may grow to much larger sizes than animals on Earth, but are slightly held back by the lower amount of oxygen in the atmosphere. Speaking of the atmosphere, Tacitus's atmosphere is quite similar to Earth's, being made up of 79.7 to 6% nitrogen, 19.7% oxygen, 0.7% carbon dioxide, 0.93% argon, and lower quantities of other gases. Tacitus is very geologically active, thanks to the gravitational pull of both Sherrick and Paidy. This results in Tacitus being littered with oceanic mountains, volcanoes, and other geologic structures. As a result, the oceans of Tacitus
that's going to come in handy later, I bet.
Have several strange attributes, one of which being the isolation of currents into specific areas of the ocean. The undersea mountains provide a wall for the currents to run along, resulting in them looping in the same area constantly. Some areas are dominated by fast currents, while others are dominated by slow currents. This may pose some strange challenges for the native life forms, but that won't matter much, as life on
I wonder if there's going to be like a central current that goes around the world that kind of heats it and cools it. You know, like what do we have on Earth? We have a jet stream that goes pretty much throughout the whole like Atlantic Ocean, right? And I'm pretty sure it goes like around. I don't know if it connects all the way around the world, but I'm pretty sure we at least have a jet stream. There might be another one in the Pacific Ocean too. So let me know, do the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans both have like a stream of a water channel that kind of goes through them that kind of provides stuff? I mean, if I remember Finding Nemo, for my Finding Nemo lore, there's definitely a jet stream somewhere.
The planet at this point,
those turtles were using it,
is non-existent. The last thing we must discuss are the continents of Tacitus. We shall see how the continents of Tacitus drift from the first life to the present day. I will show you how they drift now.
Okay.
The continents are named Pugna, Liui, and Sameo. They form a supercontinent.
What's your favorite continent? Mine's Slovakia.
Known as Puglaceme. Over time, Puglaceme begins to break into 3 separate land masses, forming a shallow sea in between the 3 continents. Eventually, Puglaceme fully splits apart, separating the ecosystems of the 3 continents. At the same time, Liui also begins to split apart, creating a new continent named Fige. As this happens, the continents of Pugna and Sameo begin to drift towards one another, while Liui and Fige drift northward. Eventually, Pugna and Sameo merge into a new supercontinent named Pugsime. While this happens, Liui begins to drift towards the equator, leaving Phage completely isolated from the rest of the continents. As Liui approaches the supercontinent of Puxime, it begins to split once more, while Phage begins drifting southward. When Puxime finally splits apart, Liui and Simio merged at the equator, forming another new supercontinent named Lasimu. Meanwhile, the continents of Pugna and Phage drift towards the poles, confined to completely isolated existences. And this now marks the end of our celestial journey to Tacitus and its stellar neighbors. We have seen the parent star, planets, and their one and only moon. In the next episode, we will discover the weird and wonderful
fairy ring.
Newly evolved life forms that inhabit Tacitus' early oceans. Special thanks to the fan artists on Discord who submitted fan art for this episode. You all have made this episode look a lot better than it would have been without your help. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share your ideas for what life forms may evolve on planet Tacitus. See you in the next episode.
I need to have a humanoid creature, if possible. Save it to the last episode, though. I want something to eventually evolve into a humanoid creature on here. That is my request for this. I just think it'd be cool. Don't even make it the best. Don't even make it the best animal. Just eventually make it to be humanoid. It doesn't have to be like good. You know, that's my request for this. So one last video for this stream, then I will call it a night so I can get some other things done, ladies and gentlemen. But we are here for Project Zero. They also work with Project-Opono. So yeah, let's check this out. Also, let's give them a subscribe. Let's subscribe to the dinosaur dude. You know, I'm sure he's a cool dude with lots of dinosaur stuff. Let's go ahead and check this out, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a good one. What happened? There we go.
Alone. We are alone. According to our knowledge, we are the sole inhabitants of the universe. Earth is not the average, but a cosmic odyssey. It is frowned upon by its neighbors for harboring the miracle that is life. In our universe of darkness, life glimmers like a shine of hope. That call, a call of desperation, will never be answered, for we are alone. But what if we weren't? What if Earth wasn't alone? What if there is extraterrestrial life out there, unknown to us?
This is like that, is it like the Simon or like the Vsauce guy who kind of does music like this?
Knowledge.
I like that.
Could this exist? What would it look like? If only there was a YouTube channel dedicated to showing you what extraterrestrial life could look like. Introducing Project Zero.
Shout out to all these channels, guys.
Calm down, I know. Project Zero will be a speculative evolution project based around what would life look like on an exoplanet. But before we can make the life, we must make the planet itself. Oh yeah, I'm Zachbot. I'll be your host for today.
Hey, Zachbot.
We can't just create the planet itself. We have to create the stars, its neighbors, other galactical objects, etc. In front of you now is an image of Zero's system. Looks interesting enough.
Yeah.
Let's take a closer look, shall we? Pyre lights the way.
Okay.
Pyre is a G-type star, very similar to our Sun. It's got 1.1 solar masses and emits a large amount of red and green light. This causes the plants on Zero to be a blue coloration, as it would like to reflect the blue light and absorb the red and green.
Okay. You know what? Shout outs to this guy. I like that. And I also like the blue light. You know, I like the blue plants. I feel like blue plants, you don't see a lot of blue plants on Earth. It's not impossible. You do see some, but you don't see a whole lot of them. Like grass being blue, kind of crazy.
Castor and Pollux. Two heads are better than one.
Castor and Pollux, aren't these like comets or something? Like stars that used to be like Greek stars? Like back in the day, like people used to see like Castor and Pollux and then it was like an omen or something, like a bad omen. I only see one of them.
Castor and Pollux were two small rocky planets that separately had their own orbit, up until a certain event caused them to get intertwined and orbit each other. These two are called twin planets, as they are constantly circling each other as they swirl around the sun. This means that if you were to stand on the surface of Pollux, you would be able to see Castor, huge in the night sky above you. Fun fact, they're both tidally locked to each other. They're both named after two twins in Greek mythology who are constantly fighting, and they do live up to their name, as occasionally they can be seen ripping each other apart and rebuilding themselves of the debris. Pollux is slightly larger than Castor, although they are roughly analogous to the size of Mercury. Both are packed with ions and other metals and minerals, which would be great for future civilizations trying to build a Dyson sphere. Zera, star of the show.
I like how we're already getting to the point where somebody is thinking about a Dyson sphere. Like, we haven't seen we got to see the planet first. Are they going to have creatures that can make a Dyson sphere? Are Dyson spheres something that can be made in life? All questions we're going to find out.
Zera will be the
I like this so far.
main focal point of the series. Wow, shocker, I know. It's a low-gravity world with 2 moons, a strange continent in the middle, and many other interesting attributes. That's all I'm going to say for now. We'll get back to them later. Yera. My mysteries remain unsolved.
Why did that almost look like a poop on the planet? That's crazy.
Yera is the sister planet of Zera. It looks to be incredibly cold and incredibly large. Something odd seems to be happening on its surface. For now, I'll leave it alone. Parvi, small but mighty. Past Yera is an asteroid belt, simply titled the Belt, and in it resides Parvi. Parvi is a small dwarf planet, so small it can't even form itself into a sphere. It instead has to deal with an odd pear shape. Okay. It's around the size of Pluto, although slightly smaller, and its surface is covered in a layer of ice. As much as I'd love to stay with Parvi, we have to move on.
Okay, we just brought it up.
Gargantua. You see moons, he sees bullets. Gargantua is the only gas giant in the system. Due to certain chemicals in its atmosphere, has a yellow/green coloration.
Okay.
Now, I ain't no chemist, but my friend is, so if you would like the individual chemicals and reactions, pause to read.
Alright, hold on. So if your gas giant has carbon dioxide and iron, copper/iron carbonate in sufficient amounts, the iron copper/iron carbon could catalyze the carbon dioxide to turn it into formic acid. Then formulation or formylation reaction could occur with glycolide. If it forms, which could happen, it's pretty simple compound, creating glycinic acid, which then could connect with another and then oxidize to make 2-5-dexatromethylic, can form a carbon ring, and then some more oxidation to make FDCA, which is green. Okay. A lot to say. If you add pretty much add iron, copper, and iron carbon in sufficient amounts, it's gonna do some stuff. It's gonna turn the place green. It'll probably kill humans though. That all those things would kill humans.
Color isn't the only thing Gargantua has going for it. It also has multiple moons. Some are planet-sized objects with lakes of methane and ethane. Some have an outer layer of frozen wasteland with a subsurface ocean. And some are just glorified rocks. Perhaps later down the line, we could take a look at some of Gargantua's moons and see what interesting life could evolve on them. Skadi, see you on the flip side. Skadi is an ice giant around the size of Neptune.
The ring isn't impressive, I ain't gonna lie.
And a few billion years ago, it looked just the same. Although, now we can see it has taken quite a transformation. You see, it hasn't always looked like this. A long time ago, it looked like a cross between Neptune and Uranus. Although that has changed. As of now, Skadi is the last planet in the Pyrrhi system, although there used to be another. Uller was an icy super-Earth, an icy, desolate world far outside the habitable zone. And one fateful day, it got caught in the gravitational pull of Skadi. It quickly sped up, and eventually, a collision course was on its way. When Uller smashed its side into Skadi, it exploded into thousands of pieces, creating a ring of ice and rock around the planet. Not only that, but the impact sped up Skadi's rotation, causing a huge equatorial storm to emerge. We're not done just yet. It also caused Skadi to have a huge flip, 90 degrees in fact. So instead of looking like this, it does look like this. And that, my friends, is Zero System. But we are not done with the video yet. We are yet to go over Zira in great detail. We still have things like atmospheric composition, tectonic plates, and much more to discuss. If we are going to talk about the Zira, this image just won't do. Let's enhance. Much better. This is a much better view of Zira. Here we can see a large supercontinent with 3 jutting branches, a desert in the middle, and a polar region up north. Those 3 branches
this is a desert right here, guys. This is a desert, this is polar.
Are actually their own continent. However, these 3 continents converge in the center, causing them to look like one large one. The northern landmass is Onu, the western, Duos, and down south we have Tribus.
I like the naming convention here. Uno, dos, tres, Onu, Duos, and Tribus. I would be more of a Duos guy. Maybe hang out in Tribus, but definitely not Ono. Anu. Not Anu.
Much like Earth, Zira is tectonically active, and those tectonic plates will look something like this.
Hey, I like that animation. Shoutouts to Flip a Clip. This is actually pretty
Plates
cool.
will look something like this.
I like how the animation looks kind of soft. But it's like a nice, but simple animation. And then look how it goes. Bam, 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 bam. And it comes
Unlike
back.
Earth, Zira is unique as it has 2 moons instead of the one.
You gotta
The
go to
names
bed.
of these moons
Good night, Anthrax. I'm glad you were able to join in the stream. I will also be getting ready for bed soon.
are
So I
Corda
understand.
and Canoa. Corda is the larger of the 2 and is roughly the same size as the moon, while Canoa is around half and orbits further. Since Canoa is so small, it can't form itself into a sphere and instead has to deal with an odd blob type shape. Both of these moons will have a large impact on the tides of Zira, giving it very large tides. This is because the moon's gravity actually pulls on the oceans of Zira. This also happens on Earth. The final aspect of Zira we must talk about is its atmosphere. It looks incredibly like Earth, with large amounts of nitrogen to form certain compounds needed for life, and large amounts of oxygen for creatures to respirate.
What's the argon all about? Am I the only one who don't really get argon? Like, what's argon do? I don't know.
There has been so much talk about life on
Jordan's laying in bed right now. Wake him up. No, I'm joking. You know, You know, I hopefully this will be good stuff for people to watch. Even if you want to watch my videos, even when you're falling asleep, feel free. I'll try not. I'll be extra quiet for you. I know I won't. I'm gonna talk normally, but great content to fall asleep to. One day you just put a playlist to my videos. You can all fall asleep to.
Zero.
I'll be saying stuff that may wake you up, but then you'll fall back to sleep to my voice. You'll be like, "Oh, I fell asleep to his voice. Oh my gosh, I loved it." I don't know if that's how you sound, but maybe. Who knows?
But if we touch down on its surface, we see no signs of life at all.
No.
However, that's because you're looking in the wrong place.
Yeah.
You should be looking under the waves.
Really? Always got to look under the water first for the life. That's what I'm seeing here. So yeah, you always got to look underneath the water. You go on land, ain't nothing gonna be on land at first. It's always gonna be underwater for millions of years, and then it'll eventually. Once some plants, if you see plants on the land, that's a good sign. But if you don't see no plants on that land, you ain't about to see no creatures. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Hello guys, thank you so much for watching all the way to the end. And even bigger thanks to the people who made art for this video. If you would like to see some
Shout outs to everybody who made art for the video.
spoilers for the next episode, make some art, or just genuinely chat, a link to Project Zero's Discord server will be in the comments and hopefully description of this video. Next episode, we'll be talking about multicellular life and the first large life forms to ever inhabit Zero.
Okay.
Again, I can't stress it enough. Thank you so much for watching. See you in the next one.
Okay, guys. We had a good stream tonight. Lots of good stuff here. We've watched 2 projects. We found another video series that we might start doing later on. I might have to do some. Argon is used in electronics, I think. Is that what they use for? No, what do they use for neon lights? Is that just neon? Is that like a thing on its own, or do they use argon in neon? I don't know. Either way, guys, we had a great stream. Actually, one of my longer streams, to be honest, a non-sports related stream going on this long. Insane. 3 hours of scientific information. Whoa, call me Neil deGrasse Tyson, why don't you? But yeah, shout outs to all you guys out in the comments. I'm glad we were able to watch these projects, and I can't wait to continue them. They're all been great so far, and the fact that it all started based off of the other series that we're finishing up, the Alien Biospheres, and then leads into this. Yeah, Neon is his own thing. Okay, Neon is his own thing. He's also a completely different streamer. So if you want me to be bigger than Neon, make sure you guys donate. I don't know where that came from. I'm yapping right now because I'm a little sleepy. So, guys, as always, if you made it this far into the stream, I want to say thank you. Hold on. What's this comment here? Thank you so much for reacting to my series. Although I have posted a YouTube short about one creature I just made. You know what? We'll check that out. Not tonight, though. I really do have to go to bed. Have an alien project. I might do. Oh, Jordan might do an alien project. Jordan, send me the name of the project. Just comments on any of the videos. We will be watching it. It's not going to be bad, Jordan. I believe in you. The whole chat believes in you. Everybody believes in you. We know this is going to be great, Jordan. Don't doubt yourself. Don't put yourself in that type of light. This is going to be a great project because I haven't seen a bad one so far. So once again, shout outs to Riley, aka Project-Opono. Shout outs to Project Zero. Shout outs to Jordan, who's going to be coming out with another project that's going to be incredible that we're going to be checking out on the channel. So I can't wait for that. It's 45 seconds long. Okay, Riley, you convinced me. I watched the 45-second video. Again, I am tired though, so I don't know how that's gonna affect how this goes. Let's see here. Oh wait, you're right there still. What is it? This one here?
Welcome.
This is the blue-armed hexasphere. These strange organisms inhabit the planet T6702. These creatures' strange appearance comes from their earliest ancestors who...
This isn't the AI thing anymore, voice anymore. This is like your voice now. Nice. Well, with the voice effect thing on it, yeah.
Meaning that this is the blue-armed hexasphere. These strange organisms inhabit the planet T6702. These creatures' strange appearance comes from their earliest ancestors who were mixotrophic, meaning that they both ate things as well as photosynthesized. Their 10 limbs, over time, adapted for different purposes. 6 of their limbs became legs, allowing the hexasphere to walk across the sandy seabed. Their remaining 4 limbs contain all of their photosynthetic pigment, as well as having offshoots with eyes at the ends to allow them to see their food when it passes by. Once food is caught by the tentacles, it is pushed into the mouth on top of their head, where it is then digested. The blue-armed hexasphere grows up to 10 inches tall and lives for over 10 years. They inhabit all but the coldest parts of their planet's seabed. This is the blue-armed hexasphere.
Yeah, with the voice. Interesting. I like it. All right, guys. I have to get to bed. I'm starting to get into that loopy mode here. So who knows what the next thing I might say is. So, guys, again, if you made it this far into the video, I do want to say, as always, thank you. If you participated in this, I want to give you an extra thank you, because you know what? It takes a lot to make these projects. The amount of effort, research, and everything it takes is actually incredible. So, again, anybody who made it this far, make sure you subscribe to all the channels. I will be adding the links or the channels to the descriptions of the video. But as always,